could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
A Lotus Notes exclusive. This week on Lotus Notes, in order to make a clever thumbnail of Chaunce Hayden, Sarah is going to have to become a rapist.
Oh, the night is my world, city light, painted girl. In the day, nothing matters. It's the night time that flatters. In the night, no control. Through the wall, something's breaking. Wearing white as you're walking down the street of my soul. You take my self-control. You got me living only for the night. Before the morning comes, the story's told. You take my self-control.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Bon. I cannot wait to see what you have in store for us. That was, of course, Laura Branigan. Chauncey's. That was meant for Chaunce Hayden. That's his favorite artist.
Beautiful. That was
Did you know
amazing.
she passed away in 2004.
Oh, yeah.
Died in her
Good
sleep.
mood. That's so
What?
depressing.
I
That's
just
even
realized
more
that.
Dying in the sleep is the
Died
way
in her
to go,
sleep.
though. It's so...
Just a shade over 50.
It's beautiful. Death
Chauncey's
in
the only
sleep.
one. See, Laura Branigan is to Chauncey what Tool is to you.
Uh-oh.
You realize
Don't
that?
mention Tool again, because I'll go on for hours. Excuse me, I have to clear my throat.
Yeah, Bon, I want to thank you, by the way,
It's
for
morning.
rallying again. This is how stupid morning shows are. Don't you feel how, the lack of energy and the circadian rhythm's not up, and it is the dumbest concept, right? The morning radio thing.
I
So
feel
stupid.
like the alarm went off. It's 7:36 a.m. here, so the alarm went off at about 20 past.
The only time I felt like that was doing the Depp trial every day. You could
that would
go
have
back and listen to
killed.
me.
This is nothing compared to that.
Yeah, but
I
go
don't
listen
know.
to me in the beginning of it.
I could tell you right now, you were slow. Like the way we're talking right now is normal. You were like this for about the first hour of each show. Hi, hey everyone. How you go? And the speed would slowly increase, and you were chugging. You must have been. You love your coffee, I know that. So you must have a few pots, as you call them,
Yeah.
in, and you start speeding up, and then
I like to think that the people listening to this can figure that out all on their own.
Sunflower Dragon. Hey, you know who she sounds like? I just realized this. And this is not. I think I have a pretty good ear. She has the same, and this is a compliment, big time. And it's the co-star of Astronaut's Wife. She has the same vocal cadence, vocal quality as Charlize Theron.
Ooh.
I just
my
realized
brain
that.
is thinking. Let me think. Maybe you're
If
right.
you listen to it in long form, Sunflower Dragon sounds exactly like Charlize Theron.
All right,
Seriously.
well, I'll get some clips for next show, and we'll do some side-by-side comparisons. You know I'm going to do that now.
Oh yeah, please. That would be phenomenal. And nobody's better than it. You really are a master of your craft. It really is crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen any. And you're so tortured. I get these crazy manifestos from you at four
And
in the
or
morning, and which is
tortured auteur. Yeah, I mean, and that's like midday here when I'm sending them, and it's 4 a.m. your time, probably.
you and I live the same. When Depp hung out with Hunter S. Thompson, they turned into like vampires. I
Yeah.
listened to Joe Rogan's podcast with Brolin because all I was doing I was looking for Jump Street. They talked about Thompson half the show, and
Oh,
they actually played Depp reciting Thompson's book and narrating it, but never brought Jump Street up. I was so annoyed. Oh damn! You're talking to the guy for 3 hours. You couldn't bring up Jump Street once.
yep. I don't know why.
It was just like I talked about like one movie, No Country for Old Men. That's it. That's all I brought up.
Yeah, that's weird. Imagine if they had call-ins. You would have been on the
Oh
phone,
man,
wouldn't you?
I
Straight
almost
away saying, "What's going on?"
I gotta give Brolin because we're on Sarah and I are doing just like a Q&A, a Depp Stern Q&A, and we're just gonna play Brolin. They did Brolin question Howard's hair, and I'm gonna play when Howard was going after him and Diane Lane for he's domestic abuse. He has legitimate, like a full-blown something that would get you completely canceled today. Of course, nobody brought it up. But Brolin, I was very impressed with him on Rogan because he kept asking personal questions to Rogan. He was very lucid and verbal dexterity, very bright guy. He's a lot more down to earth and as someone who could be, who is Barbara Streisand and James Brolin's son. I really was impressed by his he wasn't a dud. He rolled with everything, and he asked Rogan a ton of follow-up questions that Rogan doesn't normally get asked about his personal life. It was good.
Wonderful.
But
I
not enough
believe.
on No Jump Street. It bugged the shit out of me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Um,
Yeah, I'll
so
give
I
you.
can't
I'll
think.
give. You know what? I have to stop you right there because I'll
Uh,
give you another great example of that. Rogan had. Oh damn! This is like. Let me just see. Do I
how
have it
far
right
back?
there? Oh my goodness.
Did you ever hear that Andy Kindler called Joe Rogan the Jar Jar Binks of news radio?
Judge.
He's so. You ever hear that joke? You blah blah. Dennis Miller a joke. It's like you deserve this, like Elvis deserved his black belt. I think you should change it that Joe Rogan deserved to be on news radio. He's so out of his league on that
Oh,
show with all the
oh
brilliant
God, you're
improv people.
killing me. It's so early to laugh that hard. That hurts my look. I've never heard of. Oh God, I wish I'd used Jar Jar Binks of whatever you can make up on the spot. Listen, back to what was saying. You were talking about Joe Rogan. Yeah, Maynard from Tool.
Maynard
Yeah.
James Keenan, white guy.
Main, that's what I was looking for then.
God, you're so good on those chops. It's scary.
You're too
It
kind.
really makes me.
Oh,
You're
I'm
so
gonna
good.
give. Oh,
You're so good. It makes me uncomfortable.
I'm
Seriously,
going
I
to give
cannot
you a
believe it.
compliment in shortly on your drop, a drop that you did. And anyway, that's coming shortly. But Maynard likes going on Rogan. And when he went on, okay, look, I'll set the scene. It's 2019. So Tool fans had been waiting 13 or 14 years for a new Tool album. And Maynard says, "We've been recording it. Yeah, it's finished." And he goes on Rogan, and the first 2-3 minutes, Joe's like, "So Maynard, what's the album?" And then Maynard goes, "All right, I know everybody's been waiting for this," and he announces the title of the album, and then he says it's called Fear Inoculum, and it's coming out on this date, and it's taken us over a decade to make and everything. And he says, "I'm really excited." I think he showed the album cover. No one had seen it yet. And then because Maynard hates talking about Tool,
Yeah.
Joe goes, "Wow, that's great, man. So tell me about the wine industry." Because Maynard, he changes, because Maynard, for those who love Tool, they're going to know what I'm talking about. Maynard owns his own vineyard. But it was the fact that what you're saying about 21 Jump Street, Rogan changed the subject straight away.
Yeah, because
and
I think
every Tool fan went, "What are you doing?"
I'm not
You
saying anything that people don't know about Rogan, but what he does is he'll have a guest on and he talks about his favorite things to the guest. And so you have Josh Brolin talking about boxing and MMA.
It's
It's
MMA.
just endless.
Maynard
Conspiracy theories.
Maynard is a jiu-jitsu. He's got a black belt in jiu-jitsu. So Rogan will talk to him for 45 minutes of the interview about wrestling and martial arts. And every Tool fan is just sitting there going,
like, right.
Oh my God. He does it with Billy Corgan. I've watched Billy. All these guys are obsessed with wrestling. Like,
how about this, Bon? If we had Maynard on this show and I just talked to him about 21 Jump Street in the NBA the whole time. You know how killed I would get? You know what I mean? Like, you couldn't. He just has no. Rogan is to music is like you to the NFL. You know, he just has no metronome for music. It's just no.
You're
But he
so
wants
right.
to sound cool.
I don't even take that as an insult because it's so true.
You're Australian. You shouldn't care about the NFL. Why should you?
It's like if I started comparing brands of guitar strings with you, and
Yeah.
you would be saying they're bits of wire, aren't they? And I'd be like, well, no. You know, yeah, exactly. Continue. Please.
When this show, you have two musical virtuosos in you and David. Like, seriously, like,
Sarah,
you guys are like,
you know.
Sarah plays the piano, believe it or not.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she said that
anything she cannot do. Good Lord, I'm loving that info now. That gives me some ideas. I'm loving that.
Let's say hi to the chat before you play your video, because that's a great segue.
Talk to them.
Little Depp head, little Lily Rose Depp, welcome. Good luck on Nosferatu. We love you. Please hang. You always do the Deppish exit. Please hang.
The drive by. That's what the kids call it. A drive by. Yeah.
Because there's tons of Johnny Depp on the show. Tons. It's not even forced. Believe it, even for me, it's not even forced. It's not even Mr. Villataro.
We're about to see a lot of it. Continue, Mr. Villataro. I love that. It's so stately, that name. Continue, please. Sorry.
That's exactly right, Jose. It was a stream last show. We 2 hours, the 2 hours and 8 minute mark. It was StreamYard and YouTube's fault. Yeah, it wasn't us. And we got, it's funny. I don't know if you did this or Sarah did this. We ended it. If you listen to the last show, it ends at the perfect syllable. It's Chauncey talking about Neil Cavuto, and it just stops at exactly I think it must have been Sarah. She just cut it at the perfect time. If you listen to it like later, it sounds like we did it deliberately.
I recall, if she's edited it, I recall he was saying F. Howard or something. So that was a pretty neat ending. But if I haven't checked the
it was us busting Howard for telling Neil Cavuto that he censors his own show. And the whole point was Chauncey told everybody he's a huckster. He's a con man. He got your money. And now he's telling you it's uncensored, no commercials, and he's doing all that. And then he admitted to Neil Cavuto that's exactly what he did. So Chauncey couldn't have been. We all owe him such an apology when he comes up. He was right about everything, and I think he has a legitimate lawsuit. He was literally run out of the country in shame.
He's a martyr,
and he was right, and he is a legitimate martyr. The manorexic fruit basket, only indulgent is frozen banana. Yeah, that's Sarah's thumbnail, Jose.
Sarah's been on the Pepsi Max. Look, she's chatting away. I'm loving that. Oral sex. Who wrote oral sex?
Welcome, Holden 190 as well. Autobot, of course. Welcome, Chubby Pickle. Chubby, we're going to do this thing on this after Thanksgiving, and we're going to call it Black Friday and have just you, Tamara Francois, and like Crazy Robin on at the same time. And Sarah pulled an audible, and she wants to do like a Q&A. So for I was going to be a perfect Black Friday thing. And it's the idea that counts, right? I mean,
Falcon, the winged black superhero.
Perfect timing.
Oh, Autobot knows Laura Branigan. Okay. I got a good, stepping out. He's coming on soon. I just talked to him on Twitter. I'm not to brag or anything, but I just DM'd Chaunce Hayden on
Oh,
Twitter.
name dropping.
Name drop. Welcome, A. Smith. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Con, sir. And Sarah's going to want me to do the business. If anyone can donate to the pirate ship, please keep it afloat. What do they say in the pause for the cause? With the StreamYard jack up we just had, and Bon Jovial's stipend, who couldn't deserve it more. So anyone that would be, I couldn't appreciate you more. I understand egg prices are high, but we just so lucky to have you at all. So you know what I mean. I'm the
So
worst
I love
salesman
it.
on the face of the earth. John Lorello, welcome, sir. That isn't it. I know Chauncey is so underrated, and I'm going to tell him such when he comes on. Welcome, Joni. Did I hear Josh Brolin? Yeah, Jose, Sarah, and I on Black Friday are going to play that Josh Brolin clip, and then I have a bunch of audio of Howard just pissing on him for his domestic abuse of Diane Lane in early 2005, late 04, which he got arrested for. A lot of people don't know that. And it's unbelievable. Disney-owned Marvel allowed him to. It's so crazy. Some people just timing is everything in life, right? And he would have been Me Too'd right out of the business,
He should
despite
have been.
Diane Lane too, of all people.
Oh, she's
pretty
as
beloved.
you would say. What a piece of ass.
She's Sarah's female scissor crush.
Oh. That's
Seriously.
what she's willing to go to.
Yes.
I love it. I love that.
Welcome, Joni. Joni, a lot of Depp talk. I
want to have a pool table in honor of Rosie O'Donnell. It says no scissoring.
Oh, vintage arm. You know about that Rosie O'Donnell story, right, with her daughter?
No, but you're going to tell me.
Oh, her daughter is crazy drug addict, and there was basically a read of her. She neglected her kidney. You know that guy Ricada?
No,
part of that
sir.
whole. Okay, never mind. She has a kid. She's only 27, and she just left the kid alone. And she's this huge drug addict and drug dealer. And she moved to Wisconsin with some dude. I think she's been married 2 or 3 times. And the house got raided. She got arrested, and she's at this life. It's really sad. I'm not reveling in any Schadenfreude at all.
Of course not.
Yeah, she's. I'm sure she got terrorized by like Captain Jenks when she was fucking 4 years old or something.
Oh,
but
no.
Rosie O'Donnell taught Madonna and David how to throw a baseball. Well, I had no idea when I said that. Yeah, you know that story? Rosie O'Donnell's bragging about teaching Madonna how to play baseball for a league of their own.
I want to see the clip. We should do a watch through that movie because I can't believe they made that movie. As a sports fan, was that movie really hard for you to watch them hitting balls and swinging and stuff? Were you like, this is not happening? The technique is terrible.
This used to be my playground. This used to be my childhood dream.
That's a
this
good
used
answer,
to
I
be
guess.
the place I ran to whenever.
That's the answer, is it?
Tom Hanks played the manager. Javier Bardem is he's in No Country for Old Men, and he knew Depp from a couple things, not just Pirates. Before Night Falls, he was a star of fucking Before Night Falls. Depp plays 2 roles. He has a double cameo in that movie where he plays a transvestite and a kind of like a Noriega guy, almost like Noriega meets Hitler, where he grabs his schlong the whole time, and he strokes himself to Javier Bardem in the. It's just bizarre. I saw that in the theater too. Welcome, Kevin Chester. Kevin, thank you. You watched that's from MTV, 1995, the Depp interview with promoting Don Juan DeMarco, and that was when MTV used to do like movie specials. Did you watch? Did you have MTV in Australia, Bon, like during the 90s?
Yeah, but we had
Okay.
we had the Australian version,
Oh wow.
and it was hosted by this guy who you may have interviewed Depp, and you've played Richard Wilkins, like a
No, I don't know him.
media, anyway, just an Aussie guy. But they'd
Dick
get
Wilkins.
they'd get all the info from the American version of MTV, and it was on at like 11 p.m. on a Saturday night. But I
Oh wow.
loved it. They had the intro, the American intro, and then but they had all segments that were from America's. I loved it. I wish it was on. I wish it was on. It probably was in America, but I wish it was on every day, like Entertainment Tonight. I wish it, because we got Entertainment Tonight here from America, and they'd be on at like 11 a.m. in the morning every day. So I'd actually record it on on the VHS
I used to
when
do
I
that.
was at
I used to do that.
school.
Put
Yeah,
a
and
6-hour tape in and record the whole day. I used to do that.
I'd set a timer. This is 1993 or something. I'd set a timer at midnight to record Letterman, and then the timer would record Letterman, and then at 11 a.m. it would record Entertainment Tonight while I was at school, and then the third timer would record Parker Lewis Can't Lose.
Oh, I love that show.
Before
Sarah
I got
loved that
home
show.
from
Yeah.
school. So when I get home from school, I'd run upstairs and watch the three. I'd rewind the tape and watch the three in a row. And that was
That's
my
such a Fox
joy.
show. That's such a. I said this to Sarah one time. We talked about Parker. That show originated like that weird kind of sitcom with it's like a single cam sitcom where there's no laugh track and they do the interstitials, and
Yeah,
that
yeah.
show Scrubs ripped it off. That Parker Lewis gets no credit for starting that whole kind of, what would you call, I don't even know what the term for it would be, but it's a sitcom where it's single cam and then there's like interstitials, and it's like it basically parodied, it was based on Ferris Bueller, but it parodied like all those teen shows at the time.
It's kind of like Arrested Development.
Yeah.
The wacky, snappy
so
editing, and
yes.
And I loved it, but it was terrible. It was garbage. Now I look back on it, but I loved it, and I know that you've said before that Sarah did not like it because it
parodied,
misrepresented high school or something. Yeah, yes.
She took her high school shows so seriously
Yeah,
that
she
couldn't
must have
take
to
them
make
getting
that comment.
parodied. Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
She
'Cause
was such
I'm
a
all
big
for
90210 fan that
parody.
she couldn't take 90210 getting goofed on.
The
She couldn't take
sensitive
it.
woman. She's not going to like the segment we're about to do. I'm about to do
no.
about her, but that's But classic show still.
Let me catch up. Kevin Chester
Yeah.
is an intern, right? Ex-Stern intern, and we would love to have you on for your dirt. I can't wait. If you can give us like the years you represent, I'm sure it's like it's all good. But I cannot wait to throw like Luis the Board Op references at you, or Wood Yee, or fucking Tom Gizamundo, not Chiusano, Gizamundo, who is Vinny Favali's. They thought they were Lennon and McCarthy with the Restless thing. So those people, Anne
Get this
Marie
guy.
McCann, people
Get
like
this
that.
man on the show.
I know.
Seriously, we have to.
Kathy Scott, you're Bon Jovial's favorite, and God, I hope you're doing better. We're gonna do the next Jump Street this week, season 3, episode 2. Maybe we should have Kathy on for that if she's up for it. I mean, I don't know if you have the energy. The last one was ridiculous. Was it 6 hours and 10 minutes?
Oh,
one episode.
That's the epic. And here's Kathy. Of course, we've heard it before, but this was my remix of her.
I hate me.
You got remixed, Kathy.
John Larillo. We're also going to go over on next Friday, Sarah and I, the Meg Griffin versus Howard and Robin feud. That was one of the best fights I've ever heard in the history of that show. It's so underrated. She called him out on everything. Meg is like, she should be on like Air America or like the Majority Report. She's a super progressive liberal DJ.
And I've never heard this argument, so I'm going to
Oh
be
God, you
tuning
got to
in.
hear it, Bon. It's on the
Yeah,
YouTube.
I
I
will.
put it on the YouTube channel. This one. I couldn't. I needed to save it, and I'm like, I'm uploading it now. And Sarah and I are going to dissect it as well on Friday. It's such a good fight. It's from like the early '90s, and she's so ahead of her time. Here's Chaunce.
Cool. I see a black screen, but continue with your. We're gonna.
Okay, there's Ben Benjamin. Welcome, Ben. G Canada, welcome, sir. Bon Jovi says, I'm not doing this show unless G Canada's on, and here we are. Holden Nick, welcome. Rogan is a doofus. He's such a weird brain. He's such a he's smart about 3 things, and he's a total imbecile about many other things. You know, like he's such a I don't even know how to. We're all savants, and we all have our pockets of blind spots. But I cannot believe the guest that he crowbars MMA and boxing with. Boxing, I'm a huge sports fan. Boxing might be the boringest sport to talk about. Literally, you're talking about one fight for 3 years. They only fight once a year, if that, at best.
They're
And you talk
obsessed
about
with
it for 5 years straight. It's
and aren't the
so
fights
stupid.
really short? Some of them,
And they're
like
short, and it's
4
corrupt.
minutes, and it's over or something.
Boxing
I don't know.
sucks.
I don't
It's
know.
so corrupt that they can't get the weight divisions right. It's not even about merit. It's about who's popular, so you can have a stupid fight like Jake
The one
Paul
the
and
other
Mike
day,
Tyson.
yes.
It's so
Everyone
stupid.
was
It's such a
talking
gimmick.
about that fight. Did
I
you have
hate
to
boxing.
pay a lot of money to watch that?
I'd rather see Chauncey fight Ronnie Mund. I really would. I'd rather pay for that.
I bet you would.
No, it was on Netflix. Bill Maher had a joke on his show last night. He said that it's the only fight where it was free and you want your money back. It was on Netflix.
That's great.
Thank you, Frank the Tank. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Chauncey's here in a second. Chauncey, you missed. I mean, Chauncey, if you could hear this, put your thumb up if you could hear this. Okay. This is what we just did for you. And I went, oh, the night is my world. City light, painted girl. In the day, nothing matters. It's the night time that flatters. In the night, no control. Through the wall, something's breaking. Wearing white as you're walking down the street of my soul. You take my self-control. You've got me living only for the night. Before the morning comes, the story's told. You take my self-control. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Oh, you sound good, Chaunce.
It's all good. I'm sorry I'm late, but
don't worry about it.
The link was in my spam folder, and I had to go kind of way back to.
I got your link right here, pal. Don't worry about it. Should we do Chauncey's opening? Should we do Chauncey's David opening? Okay, here we go. You have to. I mean, it's so brilliant. I mean, it's just.
Speechless.
Has anybody ever done anything that nice for you, Chauncey, in all of
nobody's ever done anything nice for me, so that automatically goes to the top of the list.
This is how much of a mensch David is. This is what he did for us, and it's only brief. This is a 2-minute thing. I am in love with this woman to this day. I would throw it all the way. I don't care how old she is. She is on my hall pass list, and this is who that is.
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
So
beautiful.
I know, right? That's today. That was like 8 months ago.
Really? Where is she?
He's 60.
Wow.
That was not 60 when we were kids.
Well, she's 60 years old?
She's 60.
Wow.
You know what the ironic thing is? Depp actually looks the worst out of every cast member from Jump Street to this day. If you look at Dustin Gwen, hasn't aged one day. Deloise looks pretty good. She looks amazing. Mike Grieco actually looks worse than Depp does. Hey, Chauncey,
Yeah.
before I forget, because this is perfect timing. We just went over Joe Rogan and a little bit of an analysis. I want to ask you, because it just hits me, and it's not planned, it's nothing. You were in the fucking Jackie chair, which people don't realize very often. And were you ever in there with Rogan at the same time?
No, well, I have to correct you. I was never in the Jackie chair.
What?
No.
You were hanging out.
That's a myth. I was never in the Jackie chair. I sat on the couch many times.
That's what I'm saying. But you were in the studio while that was happening.
Oh, many, yeah, 1,000 times.
Were you ever in there with Rogan?
I don't know if I was there with Rogan. Rogan and I had kind of a falling out.
Oh, got to hear about this.
Back years ago, during his Fear Factor years.
Tell the story.
I don't know how he feels about it today, but I'm assuming he probably still remembers. So remember when I was on the Stern Show back then, I was a gossip reporter. I mean,
I know.
Besides doing Stern, that was my gig. And in those days, celebrity gossip meant your job was to destroy someone's life that day. Like that's what you had to do. So with Joe Rogan, I had met this girl who she was starring on Broadway, something called the Virgin Monologues, I believe it was the name of the play, and she had this
Wait, Vagina Monologues?
Oh, yeah. What did I say?
Okay.
Virgin?
Yeah, that's okay. That's David.
Vagina. Yeah, vagina.
Yeah,
Okay.
none of them were virgins, I'm sure.
In fact, it's the exact. That's like an oxymoron. The exact opposite.
Yes.
A chauvinist would call it the box monologues.
Don't say
As
that.
Trump would say, grab him by the pussy monologue.
Yes.
Tell the story, please.
So she was sitting at this club in Las Vegas with Joe Rogan and a bunch of other girls, and he had whipped his this is alleged, according to her, he took his penis out at the table and grabbed her hand and made her hold it while they were all sitting there talking at the table.
I believe it.
I believe it. I kind of believe it. He was a good-looking guy. He was famous, but he wasn't the kind of famous that he is now. It was a different kind of fame. And I could see that happening. I could. In those days, and in the early 2000s, I could see that.
But also, when you're in Vegas, why do they call it Sin City? Because you'll do anything there. You're not acting like you do. What stays in Vegas? Whatever, however.
Well, he was under that impression that was a real thing.
Yeah.
And
that's how people act in Vegas. I believe every word of it.
They think you're allowed to do it because it's Vegas. Wow.
Yeah.
And he has
anyway, I
hubris.
had to reach out to him for comment, before I wrote anything, and I think he kind of lost his shit over it. But
yeah, he can't take pushback. He is one of the most thin-skinned motherfuckers. If you wrong him in any way, he had the falling out with the Stern Show, and it was completely legitimate. I don't know if people know this. There's a couple of reasons. One of the reasons was, and I found this, and this is the one, Howard accused him of plagiarism on the air to start the show off.
Stealing is comedy?
Yes, he accused Fear Factor of stealing from him, and Rogan considers himself the comedy police. With what's his name?
That Mexican guy.
God damn it! What's
his name? Carlos Mencia?
Yes, Carlos Mencia.
Okay.
Carlos Mencia and Dennis Leary, and on and on and on.
Right.
So when you accuse Rogan of that, that's the worst thing you could say to him. The worst.
Yeah. That's how he probably is still that way. It's. I just saw something today on X. I didn't know this. What's that comic's name? Used to always be on. He's friends with Bob Levy.
Shit.
Julie
Jim Florentine?
No, I said a comic.
Yes.
Florentine. What the hell's his name? He used to do a show with Artie. He was on. He was on a podcast with Artie.
Nick DiPaolo.
Thank you, Nick DiPaolo.
Another guy in the Jackie chair.
Yeah, Nick DiPaolo alluded on X today that he's banned from the Rogan show for saying on one of the episodes he did, he stated that Hollywood were in bed with mainstream media and that they were all, these liberals that were out there just to push an agenda. And he said Rogan banned him from the show for it. And he's looking for someone, he's offering $250 for someone that has the show and can send it to him.
$250.
Yeah, it's not a lot of money. Yeah, you know what? I would hold out for at least $500.
Nick,
I thought you were going to say it's 250,000 or something.
Nick's one of the funniest, like, underrated comedians, like roast comedians. I've never seen that guy do a bad job.
He's
Politically,
amazing.
I couldn't be further away from him.
Live in New Jersey. He's amazing. And I'm shocked to learn. That's why I'm shocked to learn that Rogan would ban him for something like that. You would think Rogan would agree with him.
Yeah, I don't see. Rogan's. You shouldn't. And I've heard Rogan say that Nick DiPaolo is actually like an influence of his because he grew up in the Boston comedy clubs, and that was where Nick DiPaolo. Yeah,
he's old school from that group of comedians that when local town stand-up comedy was hot, when every town had their own comedy club, they had the Yuck Yucks and the Laughter Factories, and all these little places, ha-has, Yakety Yaks, and every town had one, and all these comics did the circuit from state to state to state, and he was one of those guys, and they made a great living doing it. So he's one of those old school guys that's truly funny. That's funny all the time,
And his politics have fucked him out of so many gigs because he's as funny as anybody. Like, you could put him in a sitcom with like Patrice O'Neill or something and do some kind of like racist, like old Archie Bunker thing. But he's so obsessed and tethered and crazy glued to politics, he can't drop it. That's how he got bounced from that direct TV show for that. He was just too. He wanted to have fun.
He's unfiltered, and he doesn't care what it cost him.
No, he doesn't care at all. He doesn't.
Which I kind of respect. I respect it.
You do, but you kind of want it. It's like, Nick, can you turn it off a little bit here? Like, the show that it was a sports show and it was supposed to be fun, and he just couldn't stop crowbarring politics in it, and it didn't really fit with Artie. Who
I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, he has whatever's on his mind comes out, and he if he has a bully pulpit, he'll just rant and rave.
It's kind of ironic. He was he's considered racist. And if you read his Twitter, you would agree. Artie had the joke where he played a racist. Nick DiPaolo played a racist cop in Beer League, and to research the role, he rode around with himself for 2 weeks.
Classic Artie.
It's such a good joke.
I love it.
And he was a correspondent for the Chris Rock show on HBO. He would go out to Harlem and do interviews. This is bizarre, right? Like, Chris Rock would choose him. He's that funny that you can't deny him in a way.
I bet you it was really funny. I bet you it was.
It was.
Yeah. Well, he's stating that Joe Rogan banned him. But when you look at X, the one, when you talk about racism on X, you have to mention Anthony Cumia.
Oh, yeah, you do.
That is so. I love it.
It's daily. It's daily.
He's had me on his show. He's always been good to me. But oh my God,
he's off the charts. He's doubling down basically on the reason he got fired.
He quadrupled down.
Yeah. He's got a comment daily, pretty much, of a racist comment.
Every 5 minutes.
He makes Daniel Carver look like Neil Brennan on there.
Oh my God! Like when he had that incident in Times Square, that got him fired from the Opie and Anthony show. I think he has
PTSD.
Yes.
Yeah. I think he's like damaged from it. You know what I mean? Like
he replays it in his brain daily,
constantly.
Oh God, it's
But
bad.
He tried to do this damage control for that. You face it, you were taking creeper pictures of this woman. You called her a prostitute at 4:30 in the morning, and you tweeted it to your racist fans, and you thought they were gonna just and Sirius wouldn't see it, and they wouldn't care, and they wouldn't. We know who you are, but that's you don't own Sirius. Can do whatever they want. They can fire whoever they want. It's not your birthright to have a radio show for the rest of your life.
Right, and at that time, I think a lot of people still didn't realize that what you post on social media will be seen by everyone, and all the people that want to destroy you will use it against you. I think there was a period where all of us, you thought no one was seeing it. You could say anything and that it would have no impact on you.
What place of employ would not fire you if you wrote their animals on Facebook or Twitter? Their animals.
With corporate advertising. And
yes, with corporate advertising, right.
Advertising. I know, but again, another guy who unapologetic.
Yes.
Tripled down. And a lot of things he says aren't necessarily wrong. It's just the language. You know what I mean? Like, he'll say he's trying to say he doesn't like, DEI or something like that, which is fine. A lot of people don't like that. Or if you see a lot of muggings and beatdowns in subways, you want to say something about it, but he says it. He says what a lot of people think in their heads.
Well, he also he's kind of a symptomatic. I give the guy credit because he literally started his own pirate ship, and he said, "All right, I'm gonna do my own thing." He started a network, unlike Jim Norton, who's a fucking company man, weasel, worm, suck up who has to work for the company, right? And then David had a great point, and this is for you, Chauncey, about the Stern people. How pissed do you think the Stern and the people who work on the show now are that they missed the podcast explosion where they could have quit? Say, take a guy like Sal and Richard, right? They could have quit in 2009 and said, this podcast thing's happening. We're out of here. We can't do this thing anymore. This show is a shell of itself. And now these guys are all tethered to NDAs and stuff. How they're all air horns.
I'm about to take a bow, which I don't do very often. But if you guys remember, and you guys seem to know everything, so I bet you do remember.
Thank you, Joni, by the way. She's from Ireland, by the way, Chauncey. You should hook up with Joni. She's from the Deppening. She's a great broad. She's from Ireland.
Whereabouts?
Banger, Chauncey.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said
that's what it sounded like.
Irish accent. Well, you don't know. I could be a serial killer, and that could mean take a hammer and actually smash her head in.
Great, good-looking broad too.
Well, put her in touch. So listen. In 1999, early 2000, when Cabby fought Stuttering John.
Yep.
In Atlantic City.
Yep.
And I called into the show and I said to Howard, there's a thing called internet radio, aka podcast. That's the future. I said I had my own show on a company called eYada.com.
eYada, yep.
It was the first one. We were the first ones to do internet radio and podcasting. People still had dial-up modems, 14K modems.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that back then. And Howard, Howard said
it wasn't just audio. It was, granted, the video was choppy and a lot of people had trouble, but we were the first. It was like the light bulb. It was like the first car, the Model T. So I called into the show and said, Howard, forget pay-per-view. Forget trying to get a deal. You're paying pay-per-view 50% of your profit. I said, do the show, let eYada.com air the fight. I said, that's the future. And he did the typical Howard saying, you're an idiot. Yeah, good luck with that. That's technology's never going to work. It's like having a ham radio. And again, here we are in 2024.
Chauncey, I just checked with Howard and he can't recall saying that.
Well, Chauncey, welcome Zersky, Howard, and the Pope-mobile. I.e., Howard couldn't figure out how to remonetize the internet. That's what he's worried about, right? It's always follow the money with him. He couldn't. He wanted to double or triple dip from that. He could not figure out how to get you to monetize that on the internet. That's what he's worried about. It's always that.
Yeah, it was money, but it was too soon.
Yeah.
For thinking about money, it was thinking about the technology and all the things it offered, which it did offer. We were about 10 to 15 years ahead of our time at eYada.com. But Bob Meyerowitz, who actually invented the UFC and sold it, and also had the King Biscuit Flour Hour, if you remember that, on WNW back in the day, he started that. He had the idea for this. And it was actually genius because he was dead on right. It's just that the world wasn't caught up to it yet. So you couldn't monetize it. You know, it didn't have the advertising it took to make it work. But the technology and the idea was there and it was working. We were doing it, you know, on a large scale. People could call in from Australia. You could call an 800 toll-free number into the show. And
it was unheard of, right? Because you're like, that was a long distance phone call. Your phone bill would be like $600 if you did that.
Well, here's the thing. This is where they had trouble because at the time, the way you would watch it was on an app called Real Player. Do you remember Real Player?
Yes.
God, yeah.
So it would air. But here's the thing: on Real Player, if you were punished for the number of people that watched it. So instead of making money for having all these people watching, you had to pay for the server fees to handle all those people watching.
Of course.
Oh, bandwidth. That was the bandwidth. Yeah.
Rather than getting paid, you know, we had, and you know, our tech department was like an entire building of hard drives, you know, running this company. So we were too soon. But it was the idea that man could fly. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what eYada was.
Well, that's why I feel like you got screwed because you are a victim because you were ahead of all that. And Howard really, I think he really shamed you out of the bit. And I mean, shame, you were right about everything. And he turned his mob on you. And you could have like ran with that. And I think I blame him. I really do.
One of the things he did, you know, I never forget. So he was going on vacation. Shocking. And it was the Friday. It was Friday. It was his last show before vacation. And I was a buddy of mine knew the agent for Marlon Brando.
Oh, wow.
He was with the agent when the agent found out that Marlon Brando had just died. So he texted me and said, "You're not going to believe this. No one knows this yet. Marlon Brando died." And so I call into the show. Howard stops the show, goes, "Oh, Chauncey has an exclusive, you know, here we go." And I say, "You're not going to believe this, but Marlon Brando just died." And they're like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" It's Chauncey. You know, anything he says isn't true. I said, "I'm telling you, no one knows. I'm giving your show the scoop. No one in media knows. Marlon Brando is dead." And he hung up on me. And he says, once again, Gary came in and said, "No, Howard, nope. Just went online. Nope, Marlon Brando's alive. Another Chauncey lie. He never knows what he's talking about." Well, the next day, it was all over the papers that Marlon Brando had died. and Howard comes back from vacation, never says he's sorry, never mentions it. I'm just known as the guy who always lies or always gets it wrong.
And that's how the audience was manipulated by him.
That's how it's perceived. Yeah.
When I go back and I listen to some of the moments you have, what an absolute imp ballbuster. You have to be the most underrated kind of adjacent Stern in the history of the show with all the, I cannot believe the feuds you start. You are the reason. And I have this clip. Andrew Dice Clay stayed away from the show for a decade.
Because
and
of
it
me.
had to be because of you.
Yeah.
That's solely because of you.
So did David Lee Roth. So did Ellen DeGeneres.
Yes.
So I mean, there was so many. So did Roseanne and Tom Arnold. I interviewed Tom Arnold, and this is going back to the early 90s.
I remember. Yeah.
And Tom Arnold told me, I said, "What do you think of the Howard Stern show?" He said, "Well, listen, no one on our show on Roseanne is allowed to do the Howard Stern show.
Oh, wow.
That's how much we hate him." I said, "What about Sandra Bernhard?" He goes, "Yeah, you'll never hear her on the show." And she was a regular then on
Very
the
much
Stern
so.
show. And he said,
good.
"No, she's not allowed on the show anymore."
shit.
So Howard goes off for an hour on this, and for God knows 20 years they never appeared on the Howard Stern show.
What were the showrunners worried about? Whose mandate was that?
For Roseanne?
Yeah, why?
It was
What
Roseanne,
was
Roseanne and Tom's mandate.
Okay, so they said they don't want their dirty laundry being aired out.
Right, because Howard was always busting their ball. Like Howard, at the time, this was before Howard was woke, of course, and this is why he had so many fans and people loved him, because he would look at someone who was famous and making tons of money, like Roseanne, and he'd pick apart their Achilles heel and all their faults, and millions of people loved it. We loved it. You know, it was funny. It was funny to hear somebody rip Roseanne apart or Tom Arnold apart.
I think he and Beth's relationship is more vapid, more phony, more goofable than theirs. I think it's way worse than Tom.
Absolutely.
Yep.
You know, it's sad today that that kind of entertainment no longer exists, because can you imagine a Howard Stern today goofing on Howard Stern, you know, or I should say a Howard Stern of yesterday goofing on Howard Stern today? How funny that would be.
It would be a great bit to do, like, for us to sit there and, like, I don't know, Bond, like you and I get together and do like Howard today versus Howard then, and like put like an audio mashup of it. That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Standards, hypocrisy.
Yep.
Could you imagine if you could go back into a time machine and in 1995 go into the Howard Stern show with video of his 2024 show and play it to him?
Oh, and play it on Real Player in the studio.
My God. Real Player, yeah.
Play it on Real Player. Can you imagine?
They're loving Real Player in the chat, Chauncey.
Howard feature.
That would be a great T-shirt. A Real Player T-shirt. Just like a conversation to walk around like, you know, Target or something with a Real Player T-shirt.
A lot of people are recounting their memories of Real Player in the chat. He's Zerky842. I burned a lot of CDs with Real Player. You got
that
everybody's.
Was the original.
I'll tell you a story about Real Player. I remember in 1997.
Let me just say thank you to Cindy Clausen first. Thank you, Cindy Clausen. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I remember in 1997, I'm on Real Player in Australia and I'm able to watch American stuff. And I found this story. So I had a 56K modem and I found this story about somewhere in America, or it may have been Canadian, even because it's so crazy, that this huge whale beached itself, a gigantic whale. And the local council didn't know what to do. So they filled it with explosives, and I'm not making this up. They filled this giant whale and they blew it up, and then the explosion rocked the whole town and shattered windows, and all of these chunks of whale meat fell for like miles, and there's footage of the explosion. And I remember next show I'm gonna show you all, because I'm sure it's on YouTube. But I remember watching it on Real Player. I'm watching it on like 120p camera view, and it is buffering, and you see you see a news reporter talking about it, and then they filmed it exploding. And then you've got interviews with the locals, and they're all saying, yeah, there's meat falling from the sky, and all my windows smashed. They put way too much explosives in this whale. That's my Real Player story.
Oh my God. Well, I'll tell you, I have so many of my old IATA shows on Real Player. I can bring it up and I can still hear it, at least the audio. But I had Dice Clay came on my show, and we had porn stars in the studio. And this, you talk about unfiltered with no censoring. This was insane. I had Dice Clay we had a hypnotist and Dice Clay. So the hypnotist hypnotized the porn stars, and then Dice Clay directed them into a porn video on air. So everything happened that you could imagine happening in the studio on video with Dice Clay directing it.
Hey, that's Chauncey. That's a great thing for Poppy to watch.
Speaking of that, I have to make sure she doesn't hear me. She's down in the living room watching.
Good. That's
Twilight.
Because I very much wanted her opinion on Neil Cavuto and Josh Brolin and stuff. She's got to weigh in on that. She's got a strong opinion.
Well, she watches Fox as much as I do. There's no choice. She has no choice. So she knows all those guys. She knows Fox.
Oh, that's
News.
funny.
And Chauncey, you said you've got all this stuff on Real Player. You need to convert all of that and make a YouTube channel for all of that old stuff.
Everyone tells me that. I don't think I know how. I don't know if it can be. Like
yeah, it can. I could convert it.
Convert it.
I'll send it to you. I'll send you all those files, and if you can do anything with it, I have one show. I gotta make sure she can't hear this.
So what is it on? It's on. So you could can we just pull the files over and?
Yeah, he's got them in the format.
It seems when I click on it, it seems to open up in QuickTime.
I can convert it to MP4 easily for you.
That's all we can do. Chauncey, we're going to email you after the show about that. But what were you about to say about Poppy? Tell us, because you said you don't want her to hear this.
I don't
so
want
I
to
need to hear.
one, but this is a great story.
Tell.
So Howard just had he just had 2 Playboy playmates on his show that morning. And my show came on right after his, and I was in New York City as well, in Times Square. That's where our studio was. We actually had studios. It wasn't even out of our homes. We had like $1 million studios. So I asked the Playboy playmates to come on my show. And so they came on, and I said to them, and you can hear all this. I mean, I have the show. I said, well, what did Howard do today? She goes, oh, he spanked us. We had to go sit on his lap and he spanked us. I said, oh, that's pretty shocking. Wow. I said, have you ever been fucked on the air? And they said, what? I said, if I took out my penis, I would have sex with you on the air if you would let me. And they said, you would not. They said, we know you can't. First of all, you can't do that. And if you could, we don't think you would if you could. I said, take your pants off, Lynn, bend over the counter, and I will do it. If you say on the air, I can do this, I will do it on the air. and that's what I did. I banged them both over the console, and Hugh Hefner was listening, because this was such a new format that all Playboy was excited about it. So all the publicists and Hugh Hefner were all listening in LA, and they're listening to me bang the 2 playmates from the magazine.
This is classic, Chauncey. Did you wear a condom, please?
No, in those days, no. At this point, they had already cured. They had a cure for AIDS, so it didn't even matter anymore. And
God.
I was banned forever from the Playboy Mansion. I was no longer allowed anywhere near anything to do with Playboy or the mansion ever again.
Classic story. Thank you for that. And I just want to. You're going to send me we're going to email after this. We're going to send, but we also want to apologize for keeping you backstage for an hour last show. That
we were talking about him, which was kind of fun while he's listening. I always had a fantasy of Chaunce, you must have went through this all the time on the Stern Show, where he would have a guest on, and they would talk shit about them. The second they hung up or the second they left the studio, Howard and Robin would act like they couldn't hear the show, and they would just piss on the guy or woman for the next hour. They did it to you all the time. You would hang up and they would piss on you for the next hour.
Yeah, that exactly.
We have Playboy Mansion footage for this show, Chanty. It's kind of funny you say that.
Really?
Yes, we do. Guys, do you
let's get into it.
Let's go right back where we left off with Chaunce. Just the Neil Cavuto interview. There's a minute left, so let's just finish that, and then we'll go on to some different things. Should we start with the FMEs after that? Me versus Chauncey?
Sure, whatever you want. Chauncey's going to love all of this.
Is a beast in this argument, and it's not with me. We're just competing against each other for the FME. And I want the chat to weigh in on who deserves it, because I think, really, I'm not going to reveal my hand, but I might go with Chauncey on this. This is Neil Cavuto, and just a minute. And Chauncey, Neil Cavuto talking to Howard about Chauncey.
No, they're you-know-what from their elbow, or someone who's a disgruntled fan. They're all free to have their opinions stated.
Well, you've got a disgruntled fan. You're identifying him as some sort of expert on it.
But I'm also, no, I never said that, by the way. But I also think that if it was incumbent upon Sirius to say that there is no guideline story here, Neil, they would have come out and denied the guidelines. They never did. The company never did, Howard.
Oh, they're loving the publicity. This is the greatest thing ever.
I think you're right there. But I I'm only free to go with on what a company is telling me.
Well, I was on the air for.
All right, Chauncey, speak to that. So Sirius is not denying the guidelines because they're true, and that means Chauncey was right the whole fucking time.
I was 100% right. Because you got to remember, the whole year before Howard went to Sirius, he sold all those subscriptions based on this promotion will be uncensored. It will be radio like you've never heard because there won't be any filtering or censorship.
For
there
a
won't
year
be
and a
any
half.
commercials.
For a year and a half.
A year and a half of this.
October of 04 till they launched it at Sirius in January of 06.
And remember, he had stock in the company at this point.
Yep.
So it behooved him to lie and sell something that didn't exist, that was never going to exist, like a snake oil salesman.
Yes.
And what people got was something that was the exact same filtered show, if not even more filtered, because it was Howard doing the filtering to affect his image, how he wanted to be seen. So all the spontaneousness was gone from the show. Howard became a coward. He became Howard the Coward and just kept hitting the button because he wanted to become a different person. And
I'm not Stephanie Rule. I'm not Lou Dobbs. I know nothing about NASDAQ. Frank the Tank and Sunflower Dragon. Is this not insider trading, Chauncey? Like straight up?
Well, that's why that's why the SEC sent me a subpoena to testify against Howard to see if I could be the guy that could get him locked up for a couple of years.
Because they don't do that unless they're sure it's a case, right?
Right. But the problem is that what they were trying to get him on was the fact that he had told me something personally that I then sold to ABC News as a way to get people that don't listen to the Howard Stern show to buy into the Howard Stern show. And again, he had stock in the company. The SEC saw, because I was going on ABC News all the time and promoting the show. And I remember this. At that time, Stern didn't say he was going to Sirius. He had bought stock in Sirius, but hadn't made the announcement yet. But I was the one saying he was going to Sirius, and that you should, if you have stock, you should definitely buy stock in Sirius, because when he makes that announcement, that stock is going to go through the roof. And I can guarantee you that he's going to go to Sirius over XM. So the SEC heard me doing this and said, well, how would he know this?
Right.
The only way he would know this is if Howard told him this.
Yes.
And if Howard told them this, then they're both going to prison. And so that's what the subpoena was for. And that's why I had to testify in front of an entire commission for like 10 hours.
And Howard has all these yes men around him that told him nothing he did was promotionally wrong or not above board, and against the SEC and no one tells him no, right? So he just was able to sit there and do this infomercial for a year and a half on terrestrial. You know what's funny, Chauncey? ABC News, and so you were in studio for them. I'm going to sound like a stalker during this.
What, when I did ABC?
Yeah. You were in the studio?
You know how crazy that was? Not only was I in studio, but I sat on, at the time, where they do the World News Tonight?
Yes, you could see it from the street.
Well, that was the chair I would sit in because it was in the afternoon and they didn't tape that show until later in the day.
Right.
So around 1 o'clock, that whole studio was empty. And I would go in, they'd sit me there, I'd be by myself, there'd be a camera on me, and in another studio would be the host of the show. So I would just have a headset in with a camera looking at me, sitting in the same chair that Diane Sawyer would sit in that afternoon.
Oh wow!
So
who was the anchor, Chauncey? Who was the anchor with
Gigi Stone?
Okay, is that?
I don't know if you remember her or not. Gigi Stone from ABC News.
Yeah, I do remember her. I do.
Yeah.
She would just sort of randomly come on. I didn't know what the schedule was. But
she did a show called Tattletales. This was ABC was trying to get into cable 24/7 news. Like it was just starting then. Fox had just started. CNN was big. And all the networks were trying to do their own version of 24/7 news. So ABC put together this show called ABC Now. And one of the segments was Tattletales about Hollywood gossip. And that's what they brought me in for. So I was doing that a couple of times a week.
Poppy wants to know if you put that on your IMDb credits, Chauncey.
I don't know. I am on IMDb, and I don't know how.
Don't you have to add it yourself?
No,
I didn't know that.
Somebody did that, and it wasn't.
Well, that's
me.
good. Is that good? That's good, I guess. You're famous, dude. Come on.
Listen, it's not wrong. I've seen it. It's not wrong. They could add a few things, but
I think they put up a velvet rope. Now I think you have to either be in the Screen Actors Guild or the Writers Guild, and you're a writer, for Christ's sake. You are a legitimate journalist. You have broken so many stories, and I think you have to be in the Writers Guild or Screen Actors Guild in order to edit that or something to have access to.
Is that what it is?
I think
somebody put me up there. I don't know who. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right, Tendrils. I can't believe you remember that. Chauncey and I had a great DM at 4 o'clock in the Hunter S. Thompson hours. We were talking about his life, and Chauncey stalked my Twitter and found out that his ex was following. I have no idea why she was following. She chose to follow me.
That's an amazing
I don't know how you found that. And that was crazy. And that's how we tracked down. Yes, it's like a Sons of Anarchy story. This is. And he went to Ireland.
Yeah, it's crazy,
made him move.
It's and so here's what I want. Here's the stalker part. So you're at ABC, and it's the Manhattan ABC, right? There's no other version of it.
No,
right?
I'm in the main studio where they do World News Tonight.
Yes, I know exactly where this is. So directly across the street, you are on West 67th and Columbus. Directly across the street is the Millennium Towers where Howard lives.
And the gym where he works out.
And the gym where he works out, the Reebok Sports Club. Did you know that that was his apartment, right? Not adjacent, not down the street, directly, like you're borrowing sugar from your neighbor, directly across the street.
Yes.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
You're looking out the window at his fucking penthouse while you're doing this.
While I'm doing this, yeah.
Oh,
and the SEC, for some reason, the people at the SEC thought he and I were good buddies, and that afterwards I'd be hanging out with them in his, apartment.
Yeah.
But of course, that wasn't true. I did have lunch with Howard a couple of times, and we hung out once in a while, but nothing like we were friends. Like if I had a flat tire at 2 a.m, I wouldn't call Howard Stern.
You caught him throwing up in the bathroom. He's got to be bulimic. So Chanty, what became of the SEC thing? What was the closure on?
So it ended up on the front page of the New York Post. And that's when Howard was on vacation.
That I knew, but how did it end with you?
Well, I had to go and testify to the SEC. So all the cameras were there, millions of reporters. I had to go in. I had to answer a billion questions about my relationship with Howard Stern, about Sirius Satellite Radio, and what I knew and didn't know. But I had a very good attorney, and what he did, he said basically, aside from your name and when you were born, say I don't recall, because if you think you recall but you're wrong, then they can get you on perjury and you can end up going to jail. He said even if it's something as simple as a date that was wrong, he said you can't guess, because if you're guessing you're wrong, they got you. So I just kept saying, no matter what they asked, I don't recall. I don't recall.
Were you terrified?
Yeah, it was actually pretty scary. And at one point, the head of the SEC slammed this big folder on the counter of this big conference room, and he said, "What the fuck do you recall?" And I said, "I don't recall.
Wow.
I don't recall, but I recall."
Wow.
See, I call bullshit on them because they're used to that. That's how really good lawyers train you to not to indemnify yourself. That's what you're supposed. I mean, if you watch court TV or law and crime, half the channel is I can't recall. It gets so annoying
because you're allowed to say that.
You're allowed to say that, right?
Trouble for saying that. So to say anything else is kind of stupid, right? Because that's not going to help you. It's only going to hurt you.
Are you still in touch with this lawyer?
No, but he was one of the best. In fact, I don't even remember his name, but he was famous. Like
Matt Murdock.
No, it was
Okay.
like
Foggy Nelson?
Rosenbaum. It was like, I think his name was Rosenbaum. He shocking. He
Okay.
came to me and said, "Listen," he goes, you may not know this, but you're in a lot of trouble." He goes, "I deal with security cases, stock cases.
Yeah.
And I've seen people go to prison for a lot less than what you're facing." He said, you need a very good attorney. And he said, "You're not." He goes, "I can just tell you, you're not going to be able to afford it." He said, "I'll do this for free for you." He goes, "Because I'm a fan of the show and I see what they're trying to do to you." He said, I'll do this pro bono." And he did. He took care of me. I owe this guy so much. Howard, meanwhile, didn't do anything to help me. Didn't say, "Hey, Chauncey,
it's ridiculous.
This is crazy. Don't worry about this. My lawyer's going to call you. We'll figure this out. You're not in trouble for anything. Don't worry." Instead, he acted like I was the one that called the SEC to try to get him in jail.
Yep. Deflect and play the victim.
Deflect.
It's crazy.
Look what Chauncey did to me. Look what this guy did to me. I'm so good to him. Look what he did to me. Meanwhile, it was me saying, "What the hell did you do to me?"
Chauncey, do you know how many ex-friends of his are like on the Me Too list? Like it's Weinstein and Matt Lauer and shit. As soon as you have a stank on you, he will hang you out to dry and shut you out as soon as it jeopardizes any primacy he has with like that Clooney clique.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I don't know how many people are on that list, but there's quite a few.
It's crazy. It's endless, Chauncey.
Well, that's why he lives an isolated, lonely life. Because you can only, after so many years, you find there's nobody left.
Yep.
There's nobody left. It's like a Howard Hughes kind of story.
Yeah, he's been called that for years, and he might be worse than Howard Hughes. I think he might actually be. He loves hearing that, by the way, because it makes him look like a 1%er rarefied. He loves that. It's a backward compliment.
And do you think he sleeps in the same bed as Beth? I don't.
No.
I don't think they share. I don't think they sleep in the same room.
No, I think they said he always refers to his my bedroom when he's on the radio. He says my room. It should be our room.
I would guarantee they have different wings of the house where they live.
Yeah. John's been saying this for 9 years now. She's
servants.
on a separate floor or whatever.
Yeah, and they have different servants, different lives, completely
different kitchen. Yep.
Absolutely.
Howard's hair has its own wig. I think
Howard's hair has the biggest wing in the house.
That's the biggest wing in the guest house.
And by the way, I would suggest there's about 50 of those Howard hairs. It's probably like a giant, like a basketball court size room, and it's just thousands of these little brown curly things everywhere.
Chauncey, can I back you up again on another time you were right? Yeah. So this is Opie, Greg Hughes, confirming what you said all those years. I asked him this on his chat.
Okay.
Thank you, Sunflower Dragon, by the way.
Great broad.
Advertiser that wanted Howard.
Okay, wait a minute.
Advertiser that.
Look at that view.
I know.
Wow. I mean, it looks amazing.
Isn't it great to be that wealthy?
Advertiser that wanted Howard. What was the hair plug company advertiser that wanted Howard to admit his plug head was their work, and the story behind that meeting you had? No. All I know about that, back in the day, for the old school WNEW fans, they probably could find the company. I don't remember the company anymore, but it was basically one of these companies that adds hair to your head, whether it's hair plugs or a system, whatever the hell it was. I remember the guy looking at me and he was studying my scalp, and he's like, it's too bad that you got a full head of hair because it would look really good on your type of hair. And I'm like, well, thank God, because I don't want to go down that street. Anyway, so we meet with the company, and they're giving their spiel. We're so happy to be working with you guys. Blah, 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 blah. Now, I don't remember anymore because it's been way too many years, so I got to be very, very careful.
Richard Farrell.
But they knew, without a doubt, that Howard Stern has fake hair, basically, whether it's plugs or a rug or whatever the hell. They said he absolutely had fake shit in his head. Now, I don't remember if they said they did it or not. That part I don't remember. But I was like, come on, seriously? I'm like, everyone is wondering that. I don't think they wonder as much anymore now that he's what? I think he's like 70. How old is Howard? 75, I think. So Howard's 75 with jet black hair, hasn't lost one strand of hair. I mean, come on, it's obvious now. But back in the day at WNAW, which is over 20 years ago, everyone was trying to figure that out. And this company said they knew for a fact that it was all fake.
See, Chaunce, you vindicated again.
That was because Farrell Hair used to advertise on the Opie and Anthony show.
Yep.
So it was Richard who owns Farrell Hair, and when they would have meetings with their advertisers, that's what he's referring to.
Which is a perfect. Thanks again, Sunflower Dragon. Again, she's a dead ringer. He has the same speaking cadence as Charlize Theron. Sounds like her, same cadence, and that's a compliment. Concho Pete wants to know, Chauncey, what about the Bam Margera and Opie's wife scenario you were mixed up in?
Oh my God. I think you and I might have talked about that once.
A little bit.
So what that was, so I would write for Page 6, the big gossip page for New York Post, right? As a freelance gossiper. So when I would get items, I would write the items up and they would be in Page 6. And so I knew Rick Delgado. Do you know who Rick Delgado is?
Oh, Rick Delgado over here. A little bit.
He was the old producer of the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, okay. I remember. Yes, I remember now.
Yeah, Opie used to date his sister.
Oh, shit, sister. Okay.
So anyway, Rick calls me up, and Rick's off the show now, and he's got a bit of an axe to grind, I'm sure. And he tells me, listen, one of the old producers from Opie and Anthony knows something that you might be interested in. He goes, I'm going to be in touch with him. And his name was, it wasn't E-Rock. It was...
oh, shit. What's the other... there's a lot of Opie and Anthony fans here.
This guy got busted
Steve
for stalking
something or
Opie.
other?
He actually got arrested for stalking Opie.
I think it's Steve, producer Steve or something. And then
it wasn't producer Steve. God, I can't think of it.
Not Sam Roberts, right?
No.
Okay.
It was a weird name, like a name that you said it, you know in a second. But you can look, it's probably on Google. Anyway, so this guy calls me up and says, so I guarantee you this is a true story. Opie's fiance, Lindsay, used to have had a relationship with Bam from MTV, Jackass, and he actually had a sex tape with her that he put as an Easter egg on his new Jackass CD, one of the Bam CDs that were coming out.
Yep.
You wouldn't know it's there unless you put it in, and it's guys, when they put those little Easter eggs on the CD.
Yep.
So I'm like, wow, that would be a huge story. I said, let me look into it. So I called Page 6. I'm like, do you guys know anything about this? And I tell them what I was just told. And they said, we heard the same thing. It's on a couple of the message boards online. We're looking into it as well. I said, so am I. They said, awesome. They said, let's both work this story. And if you get anything, call us back. And if we get anything, we'll call you. I said, perfect. That was it. The next day in Page 6, Chaunce Hayden tells Page 6 that Bam and Lindsay, whatever her last name was, I can't even remember it.
It's funny. Imus's daughter's named Lindsay too, right?
Tony.
Okay, I remember Howard screaming at him. You want me to tell him about Lindsay? Maybe he had another daughter.
He might be has another daughter. The one I knew, the one I picked up hitchhiking was Tony. Anyway, so Page 6 threw me under the bus, wrote the story as if I told them all the things that they thought they knew.
Right.
Because I didn't know anything except for there's a rumor. And Opie goes on the air and he goes, Chaunce, he's a dirty journalist. He goes, we got him. He must have ranted for 2 hours on the air about me.
I remember that.
I think it's on YouTube. You can hear it on YouTube.
Yes, it is.
He goes off on me. And so about a week later, I get a lawsuit for $10 million from Opie.
My God.
And,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then Bam calls into the show and says, I never did this. And they offer a contest $100,000 to anyone that can bring in a sex tape of Bam and Lindsay. So now and I wrote about this in Stepping Out. I said, it's funny for a guy who's humiliated and whose fiance is humiliated by the story. You're now running a contest to see if anyone can find this tape. I go, you would think that would be the last thing you would do for your heartbroken, devastated fiance, to run a national contest to see if anyone can find a porn tape on her.
Not too
I
traumatizing.
said, it's very hard to sue someone for slander when you're using that for a contest to promote your show.
John, they're all saying in the chat that the producer's name was Ben Sparks.
Yes.
Ben
yes,
Sparks. I don't even know that. Ben
right.
Sparks.
Ben
Thank
Sparks.
you. Thank you to Master, who knows all. Thank you, PCB23 and Ben Benjamin. Thank you, guys.
It was Benjamin.
I don't even know
Ben
him.
Sparks. Yes.
Damn.
So Ben Sparks told me a lie to get me to write something about Opie's girlfriend, which I didn't do, and I never wrote anything. I didn't put it in Stepping Out or anything. But I'm the one that's getting sued. And so I laughed and I said, how can you sue me when I never wrote anything? And you're running a contest to promote the story. I go, how can you sue me for slander? So this is where the story goes crazy. So do you remember Bernie Getz?
Yes.
The subway vigilante?
Yep. Vigilante, yep.
Yeah. So the guy who represented him, the lawyer, calls me up and says, I read about your lawsuit and I'll do this pro bono. He goes, meet with me and I'll take care of it for you. So his guy's name was Don Hoffman. And I met with him and he kind of looks like Dominic. He has a big belly. He has spaghetti
big fat
stains.
Guy.
He's full of spaghetti stains on his shirt.
Yeah.
His office is a fax machine in a bodega.
Oh, God.
That was his office where we met. And he said, nope, I'm going to get you out of this. So we go to Opie's attorney's conference room, his office, like on a penthouse top floor law building somewhere in Manhattan. And there's about 15 lawyers there around this. It was like the SEC meeting all over again. 15 lawyers. They have cameras going. Lindsay's there and she's crying and the whole thing.
Damn it.
And they're telling me, they're telling their side. It was a deposition. So they're telling their side of the story. And it's making me look like I did something really bad.
Right.
And then they say, okay, Don, it's your turn. What do you say in rebuttal? He goes, I got nothing to say. We're not gonna answer. And I said, what? I go, they just destroyed me. You're not gonna. He goes, and he pulls me aside. He goes,
I got nothing.
I got them where I want them. He goes, they think I'm an idiot. He goes, they think because I'm big and fat and my clothes don't fit and I have food all over me, they think they got this case locked up. I got them just where I want them.
Oh my God.
And I was oh my God.
That's a good technique. Yeah, that's cool.
I'm absolutely dead. And so to make a long story short, it ends up in the Supreme Court. It goes to the Supreme Court because the first judge threw it out. Then it was picked up again. And I won. I won the case. The judge, Darnay, he was right. He won. So I congratulate him. I give him a hug and I say, Darnay, I doubted you. I didn't think you could do it. Thank you so much. He shook my hand. That night, he went home and put a knife through his heart and killed himself.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And his wife was the Mayflower Madam.
Oh shit.
Remember the Mayflower Madam?
Yeah.
That was his wife. She's the one that found him.
What was the cause of suicide? Did he leave a note or what was the?
No, not well. If he did, I didn't catch wind of it.
Suicide. I mean, that's crazy.
I was his last case, and he committed suicide the next day after winning my case in Supreme Court.
But Chauncey, Bon Jovial and I were talking about you. What a life you've had. God, I mean, it is crazy. The drama that has chased you through. It's no wonder you retreated to fucking Ireland. How do you carry around that baggage? You literally had to just extradite yourself. It's insane.
It's very surreal to me. In fact, when I talk to you guys, it's like talking about Vietnam.
Yeah.
Like I kind of get the sweats a little bit. But living here in a little farm town with sheep and horses and cows in Ireland, it's like another life. It's almost like it never happened. I almost feel like none of it. It's almost, you know what it reminds me of? What was that show, that movie where that guy was a hitman for the mafia and he ends up working in a diner, and then two guys come in?
John will know.
Wait, go ahead. Let's keep going.
So the guy was a hitman for the mafia, but he leaves that life and he starts working running a diner in a small little town.
Oh,
and then,
God.
And bad guys come in. I think Maria Bello or something was his wife. She's hot in it. And he beats the crap out of these mafia guys that start shit in the diner, which sparks the mob that was looking for him for all the murders he committed. They come into town. And
Autobots got it, Chauncey. History of violence?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
I feel like it's the history of violence, and I'm hiding in this little Irish village, and nobody
Viggo
knows.
Mortensen. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, remember that movie?
Yeah.
I remember it. Yeah.
That's how I feel like sometimes. I'm so far removed. Except there's a hotel and there's a gym I work out at the hotel here in Monaghan, in Ireland, where I live, and I was walking past the reception area, and the guy goes, "Hey, excuse me," it's an Irish kid. I'm like, yeah. He goes, "This is going to sound crazy." He goes, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, are you Chauncey from the Howard Stern show?" And I said, "What?"
That's awesome.
Goes,
that's amazing, isn't
it?
it?
It's you. He goes, I don't know why you're in Ireland or why you're in this gym. But he goes, I know who you are, and I know that's you.
That's huge, and Chauncey, that brings something up. Like in your upcoming book, I've read the first. You put up the preview, earlier in the year of the book, and I've read the first many interviews. You don't talk about.
Did you really?
Yeah, I have. I was
makes
flipping.
me feel great.
I was fascinated that you can actually flip through the book. You've put up that preview.
You can read the whole book. Yeah,
and you can flip the pages, and it goes. Whoosh, whoosh, it has a sound effect, and I'm going to put that next time you're on. I'm going to put that into a little video, and we're going to flip through the pages because it's awesome. But have you thought about writing about all of this stuff, this personal stuff, not this legends of comedy? You didn't talk about your journey from leaving the show and having to leave the country. Are you considering writing a book about that?
It's a great question, and I am, but the only issue I have with what you're talking about is my daughter's 12, and I feel like my story is so outrageous and so over the top. I'd like her to get a little older so I can ask her as an adult, do you mind me putting this out there? Because
you're a good man.
I'm just her dad. And she doesn't want people to know about her dad, on that level, like, that personal level, because it also involves her. So
yes.
In fact, she's the reason why I'm alive. So I wouldn't want to do that without her blessing, and she's too young to give me that blessing right now.
Because
I would go further. I think there's like an independent movie in this, and how great is the one?
Everybody says that. Yeah,
totally. You could, or documentary or whatever. How great is the one-word title too? Because it's just Chauncey. There's never been a movie called Chauncey.
Yes.
Right, and that would just kill because it's pithy and snappy like that. Right.
I'm gonna make a movie post, John.
I had a title in my head called Monaghan Redemption, because I moved to Monaghan and I found redemption here.
Yeah.
I escaped a life in a world that was inescapable. Great. It was inescapable. And it was so much baggage and so much insanity that you couldn't even make it up. If you sat there for a year, you couldn't come up with the stories that I had to live through. So here I am in Monaghan, and it's all gone. It's all fresh. It's all.
This needs to be like a 10-part Netflix series, John.
Yes.
This is him as a younger guy on the Stern Show, and then it'll go through. It'll be like a saga.
Or just a gossip guy, and a raging, alcoholic, drug addicted gossip
horny
reporter.
Bastard.
You got the scores
hanging out in scores.
Yep.
Having unprotected sex in the 90s. Yes.
Dealing with
Brannigan
mob and all that stuff, and then getting into the kind of trouble I got into with the SEC and Howard Stern, attacking me, and my life crumbling. My life just crumbling.
I had a visual of you and Imus's daughter at the Heart concert. Just like that's a scene, right? You come in, where's the Meadowlands? Coming out of the Meadowlands.
That was in the 80s. That was even before I was doing Stern, I think. That was
imagine reenacting that. You're getting all the clothes and get who would play you, Chauncey? Who do you think an actor?
Wahlberg.
Donnie Wahlberg. That's good.
Donnie Wahlberg, he looks just like me, and he's a great actor.
But we need a young Chauncey as well. Who's going to be? We need the up and coming actor for the early years.
I'd have to maybe an unknown.
Yeah, you might have to go with an unknown.
Take a chance. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, maybe get a great unknown to play young Chauncey.
Off topic subject. I'm looking in the background and I see your right, Chauncey, and our left. I see a Stratocaster type guitar with looks like it's got a snark tuner on the headstock. You're a bit of a guitarist, are you? Have you been playing for?
No. Well, I was a bass player in a punk band, but my daughter, she said to me about when was it? June, I guess. She goes, "Dad, I've decided I want to learn the electric guitar."
Wow,
and it was the beginning of the summer. It was the beginning of the summer, and I said, "All right." I said, "It's going to be the summer. You need a hobby." I said, "I will go out and buy you an electric guitar." I said, "If you promise that you will pick it up every day and just strum it, and just strum it every day." She goes, "I swear I will." That guitar has been sitting there.
Oh no!
Since June, and it has not left that spot right there.
She screwed you on that deal, didn't she?
Well, I told her, I said, "I'm going to sell it," and she said, "No, I'm going to learn.
Oh well. Are you playing it?
Do you want to talk to her? You want to see if she'll come up on the air and say hello?
Yeah, would love that.
All right, hold on. Let me see if she will. She might be shy. Let me see.
Okay, well, I'll go through the chat. Chauncey, Melvin, when you come, if he wants to know if you smelled Diane Sawyer's chair.
Oh, good Lord.
Harris, Wiggy Dearest, hit him with the hind. God, I forgot about that shit. The hit him with the hind stuff with Jason Kaplan. It's part of the Jason show. Horatius, Autobot says what? Supposedly living in Florida under strict supervision from his mom. That's Artie we're talking about there. No, Howard's hair never gets tired, tendrils. I agree. Chauncey, Bam, we did that already. Welcome, Maria Adelaide Cruz Fernandez, aka MACF. Good evening, everyone. Pleased to be here.
MACF in the house. Cindy, where have you been? Have we had a Cindy turn out for a while? Have I missed?
Cindy Clausen donated before. I just said thank you to Cindy Clausen.
Has she been away for a while? We haven't seen her. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Great broad. We love it. Concho Pete.
Concho Pete's a good one. Yeah, that's a good name.
Holden 190 sent me a message on X, I guess, Twitter. He was wondering if everything was okay after the last show cut out. Feed got cut, John. Could have been Howard getting angry with Chauncey, but yes.
Okay, guys.
Schooled. Yo,
you're in luck.
Oh, here we go.
I want to introduce to you my daughter, Poppy. Ready? I'm gonna give it over to her now.
Here she is.
Hi, Poppy.
Hi, Poppy. Welcome.
Welcome to the Deppening Lotus Notes family. Has your dad taught you the Lotus Notes program yet? The memorandum. Poppy, can you play the guitar for us?
How come you haven't picked up the guitar, Poppy? You promised Dad. Well, 6 months ago you promised Dad. What happened? Tell us. Why didn't? Is it too many strings? It's too difficult.
Just got tired.
Doesn't she look like a young Lily Rose, Bon? Like Lily Rose and Chauncey had a kid? That's definitely.
She's gonna love that. She's gonna take that as a compliment, I hope.
You remind us of Lily Rose Depp, Poppy. A young Lily Rose Depp. She really does. It's crazy. Does Chauncey kill? What Chauncey? But it's Poppy. It's got to make you. Obviously, you love your dad and you want him around for infinity. But Jesus, you are the heir to the stepping out fortune, and that has got to be intoxicating. It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Are you wearing a Canadian part? Look at that. Is that a Canadian fleece on you?
Yeah.
Oh, love it. I love it. Do you have a brogue and a New Jersey accent, Poppy?
I don't know.
She goes to a school where they only speak Gaelic, no English.
Oh,
wow. Can you speak some Gaelic, please, Poppy? Just say the alphabet. I don't know, what can she say to us, John?
Anything you want.
Tell us about the weather in Gaelic. What's the weather like there?
Tá sé curbash di glán.
Oh, I love it.
Wow.
She could be a voiceover artist. You hear that? How smooth that was?
That sounded
That was
fine.
great.
Chauncey, so translation, how's the weather there?
I have no idea what you just said. I don't speak a word of Gaelic.
She said I'll translate. She said I hate the offsides rule in soccer. It's stupid.
Oh, okay. Chauncey, haven't you even tried to learn some Gaelic?
No, and it's a shame that I live with here because I'm too intimidated by the language. It's just, to me, it's just gibberish. So yeah. I don't think I could ever pick it up at this point in my life.
It's tough. You should put Poppy wants you to put a golf club in her hands right now, Chauncey. She'll become like the next like supernova female golfer.
Don't go down that road. That's a whole nother story.
I think you two should do that. I think you two should bond over 9 holes.
We tried. It didn't go well.
It didn't go well. You don't like golf, Poppy?
No.
What's your favorite sport?
Gaelic.
And basketball.
I like Gaelic.
She plays Gaelic football.
Okay. Yeah, basketball is my favorite sport too. What's the difference between Gaelic football and the NFL, Chauncey?
Gaelic football is like the NFL and soccer and hockey combined.
Oh wow,
rough!
You
can pick the ball up and run, but you have to bounce it 3 times and then you have to kick it.
Oh, that's AFL. That's like Australian football.
Yeah.
You got to keep bouncing it every few seconds.
Right. Poppy knows the rules. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems very complex.
Oh, Poppy, tell us the rules. You can tell us them in English. You don't have to say them in Gaelic. Just give us the rundown.
Well, you're not allowed to go on your knees. If you go on your knees, it's a point for the other team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
If you kick the ball over the bar, it gets a point. But if you score it, if you kick it in the goals or throw it into the goals, that's a goal for your team.
Okay. How many years have you been playing it?
2.
Okay, that's great. Poppy, would you like to hear your dad nominated for an FME award? Have you ever heard your dad in various radio shows and TV or anything? Are you any of that?
No.
No. Nothing, Chanty? All that's pretty modest. You don't even.
I don't really. I downplay it because.
Yeah, I know why he would downplay it.
I get it.
There's definite, and I don't know if she should really hear what we're going to play, John, because it might have some language in it that she doesn't need to hear.
This isn't bad. This is on FM. There's really nothing.
All right. We trust in John. If Poppy, do you want to hear some of it? Oh, she's looking at her phone. This is the generation. These kids, John, they don't pay attention to us at all.
Poppy, you're comfortable, right? I mean, you don't have to do anything for these people. That you're amongst friends here. There's nothing to be nervous about. None of that. What doesn't kill Chauncey, Poppy, makes him stronger, and that's just like you. Welcome, Mary Jean. All right, Poppy, for you, I'm gonna play your dad nominated for an FM. Well, he's going against me, so this is the FME Awards, and these are the nominees. This is Cory Feldman. But let me see if there's anything else that she might like from her dad before I go to this.
He's the kid with the glasses.
Yeah,
and
Poppy.
No Goonies. He's in Goonies.
Poppy, have you seen Cory Feldman playing guitar on Instagram?
He's friends with Michael Jackson.
Okay, this is Cory. Yeah, this is Cory Feldman.
He knows him from the Stand By Me role.
Okay.
I'll bring up a picture.
And Goonies.
Go, John.
This is Cory Feldman against his dad initially, but then Chauncey takes over at the end. So I'm going to play all the nominees, including myself.
Even Baldwin's there, too.
Chauncey, that's your dad. Second square on the right, in between Rodney Dangerfield and the Baldwins. That's his real hair. That's what he has. That's what he chooses. If he let it grow, that's what it would be. And you got his genes. Those are your hair genes, Poppy.
He has no reason to be here other than the fact that he's trying to set a record for not setting foot in his own home for the entire year of 1999. Yeah. Well, there's so many people here, I can't mention them all. Robin, it's time for another award.
Oh.
This is the Best Celebrity Fight. Now, this is when...
Yeah, so the category is Best Celebrity Fight. This is like 2000.
I remember this.
God, Chauncey, such an underrated argument by you at the end, and it would have won if. Well, we'll get to
Celebrities fight with one another.
Oh.
All right. Our first nominee is Corey Feldman fighting with his dad. Corey Feldman, producer. Corey, what are you trying to say? Seriously.
Seriously, you walk into this company, the whole thing is based on my name, and I've asked my dad in the past when I've had trouble, I've asked him for money, he's always said no.
Poppy, let me tell you, this is how great your dad is. Your relationship with your dad is the antithesis of Corey Feldman's and his dad. He's everything. Your dad is everything Corey Feldman's dad's not.
Here, look at this, Poppy. That's Corey Feldman.
Yep, there he is.
On the right, that's him in Stand By Me. And on the left, it's him in Goonies, I think. And in the middle is how he looks now, which is significantly different.
And he's in a band. He sings and plays guitar now.
Just like you putting it back, Mom?
Yeah. Oh, I'll bring you back. Sorry, John. There you go.
I could come stay with him if I needed.
All right, well, that's nice.
Well, that's something.
So are you upset that your father took 15% of your money?
If he took 15%, I would have been happy.
Right. What do you think you made, Corey?
Well, I know what I made.
What did you make?
I looked at the papers.
What did you make?
By the time I was 14, I had grossed $1 million.
Right.
Which when I turned 50 and I got legally emancipated, and this was all brought up, legally in court, I had $40,000 left to my name when I turned 15.
Right.
And I had to start all over on my own. And at that point, I had to go to court to be emancipated, and the only way my father, who loves me so much, would sign the papers to release me is if I paid him $40,000.
So he took the
which
rest
actually
of the
left me completely...
Is that true, Bob?
I'm sorry, that's wrong.
Really?
No, actually, since it's getting more involved here, the fact is Corey and I really do need a time for us to get together. We can lay out all of the paperwork because all the information I have is accurate.
Right. I see. So in other words, you didn't ask for $40,000 to emancipate your son.
Okay,
No, really.
What was that piece of paper I signed? And what was that check I
The
gave?
reason that I didn't want to see Corey get emancipated was because although he has a brilliant career, you never know what happens in the entertainment industry, and I was just concerned that he finished school.
Right.
Thank you, somebody, whoever you are.
I see. Or you feel that your dad took too much.
I'm a softie, okay?
Right.
Now, it's not only the money.
Right.
It's not only the money. It's the abuse. It's the physical, the mental.
You had physical abuse in your relationship?
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding? Your dad?
Yeah.
Mr. Feldman, did you physically abuse Corey?
No.
You did not.
So he's lying. See, Poppy, you got a great dad. Appreciate it because it could be that. And you're a great daughter, and I love to see you two together. And it's a great story, and I feel responsible for the two of you getting together. I really do.
Well, that was heartwarming.
I'm your godfather. This is fight number 2. So that was fight 1, best celebrity fight. Corey helped versus that. This is Dice versus Howard as precipitated Chaunce Hayden, producer. This fight never would have happened if it wasn't for your dad. Your dad's such a troublemaker, Poppy.
It's all right.
I am nominated in this category. This is Howard Stern versus Andrew Dice Clay. It's over, Dice.
Over for who?
For you.
Yeah, that's why you're still on radio, right?
How's the hits?
Your big movie.
No, I guess my movie that made $43 million and I got people knocking on my door. Brain Smasher. I guess Brain Smasher's dying for a seat.
Chauncey, Howard has lied. He has made up 10 different figures for Private Parts box office over the years. It changes all the time. You remember he said it like the first thing he said 120 million, and then it became 82, and then he's factoring in USA's airing of it, and then it's down to he's such a
plus taxes.
Yeah. Plus right.
Yeah.
Equal, huh?
Yeah, if you had such a big hit.
And my radio's a hit. And why don't you write a book, Dice, and we'll see how many copies you sell.
You can't help it.
Why don't you do a pay-per-view special against me, and we'll see who sells more tickets? Why don't you write a book and see if you can sell any?
Most of the sales I've made.
Because you can't even sell a goddamn ticket anywhere.
Yeah, all right, you're right.
God, you're getting so many compliments, Poppy. Holden goes, "You do look like Lily Rose Depp. You do," and that's a compliment. A lot of charisma, super talented like you. Diane D says Poppy is beautiful. Mary Jean says you are adorable. Sunflower Dragon says Canadian flags on the jacket. I love it. Sunflower Dragon says you are very, very, very pretty, Poppy. These are all people saying this about you.
All over the world.
Says thank you. That's awesome. They're still teaching Gaelic. Too many old languages are slowly dying out.
That's why they teach it. Yeah.
Horatius. Cory is a shredder. Horatius, it's really interesting sport to watch this, Horatius. I saw it when I went to Ireland years ago. Love the accent, says Zersky 842 about Poppy. I will not read that. Wiggy Dears, how dare you? Should this young lady be subjected to the... Yeah, Wiggy Dears, this is actually okay compared to the other stuff. Poppy can go back to her guitar after this because it's going to be...
Yeah, we'll chase her out after this. We'll chase her out.
If she'll play, will you play a couple chords for us, Poppy, or no? You don't want to do that?
Yeah, play a couple of chords.
I really wanted you to weigh in on Neil Cavuto. I know you have strong opinions on Fox News and Neil Cavuto.
If you're going to sit and blame me, if you're going to blame me for your career, man, that's a sad comment.
And if you're going to blame me for being rat boy, that's your problem.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
And you look great, man. Yeah. You're about 25, 30 pounds overweight with your hair plugs.
I could throw
and I'm sitting there.
Skim ugly for a month.
Yeah, that's great.
What are you talking about?
Great. Now you come to life.
Yeah, that's right.
Now you come to life.
And
you know what's odd?
And here's the...
Poppy, have you ever argued with anyone like this?
Not really, no.
Poppy, I obviously you have a lot of friends. Do your friends like your dad? Do they realize he's the chief executive officer of Steppin' Out magazine? Do they have any idea?
She said she only has 2 friends.
Chauncy, how about this? I mean, Poppy, how about this? Steppin' Out, the animated series. You can make a cartoon out of your dad stepping out.
Here's the sad. Oh, yeah, you're hugging me and telling me, "Hey, Howard, can I call you?" What? And then you got to go badmouth me the next day because you're so goddamn jealous.
And you were off.
All right.
The show is on tape.
With Geraldo, but I'm the one guy you feel comfortable saying is off. You don't talk badly about anybody. Mr. Big Shot, who can't even talk about Lady Di. You can't talk about your wife. The only person you can talk about is me. It shows what a goddamn coward you are. I say, "Hey, you got a gay assistant." That's not why I hired him. Gee, you're a laugh riot.
I like my gay assistant. I think the only reason you're not coming out of the closet is because then you could be turned down by both sexes.
And you know what? If I came out of the closet, I didn't.
Wow, Dice, prophetic there.
That's actually a pretty good one.
That's a great fight. I might have chosen that if you weren't in the mix. I actually might have chosen that over myself. My fight with Billy Baldwin's the most ridiculous. It's the stupidest.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Is it? I gotta hear.
Oh, Chauncey and Poppy.
It's the stupidest
his
one.
fight with. Oh, it's so good. It's just some of your best work, John.
It's the most innocuous, Chauncey. Like the topic is so. I'm basically yelling at him because I hate his film credits and he's not Johnny Depp.
He's so pompous.
And he's so pompous, and it comes through in this and stuff. And it's the only time he's been on the show too. Billy, Alex been on a million times. Steven's been on a million times. Billy was never on.
You never even hear about him anymore.
No, he was a fairly big. I don't want to say star, but he had his run in the '90s, and that was it.
Right.
Admit it and do something funny with it instead of what you do. Admit your career's over. It got to be funny.
It seems time you dress like a girl.
And Letterman.
You wear your hair in a bun like a girl.
And I love your big red jacket on Geraldo that didn't fit to hide your fat from Geraldo. You're embarrassed. With a big red jacket. Who designed that? Gautier?
Jackie's writing. Imagine having Jackie writing jokes for you, and you're going against Dice all by himself.
Oh yeah,
Dice
is
tell
always
a Jackie joke.
If you're just tuning in, everybody, we have Chaunce Hayden, and we have his daughter on screen right now,
Poppy.
and we're making her listen to stuff that she probably has no clue what it is about. Isn't that right? And Poppy, quick question for you: what are you listening to music? What are some of your favorite bands?
Oh, good question.
Besides Laura Branigan.
Yes, and the Cranberries. Do you love the Cranberries?
I don't know. I like Lana Del Rey.
Okay. Yes. That's a good one. What about let's talk some classics.
Who's the
You
hip hop
too.
guy you like? The Entertainer.
What about Snow Patrol? Do you like Snow Patrol? They're an Irish band.
I don't know who they are.
Wow. That's showing John. She doesn't know who Snow Patrol are. That surprises me. Like they should be like Bon Jovi is to America.
Yes.
She should be looking up to like U2, Snow Patrol, the Cranberries. These are all iconic bands. Poppy,
She
we've
knows
got to
the
get you on.
Cranberries.
What was that, Chauncey?
She knows the Cranberries.
Oh, okay. Classic stuff.
They got some good ones in the chat. So Coldplay, Billie Eilish says Sunflower Dragon.
I like Coldplay.
Oh, good. The Corrs, I know that. Didn't they do a duet with Bono once?
I interviewed the Corrs.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're in the music book I have coming out.
Yep. The Cranberries are great, Poppy. They're great, excellent. I
Here,
love
look
them.
at this. This is your dad's book that's coming out. Well, in the next 4 to 5 years, maybe. Who knows? He can't give us a firm date, but this is your dad's book. It's on its way. Do you love it that your dad is an author, Poppy?
Yeah.
All right.
I think the Fantastic Four movie is going to come out before Chauncey's book. According to,
Are you going to give that? Are you going to give that guitar a shot sometime? Are you going to pick it up over the next few months and just try for Dad? Because you know that he specifically said, "I'm going to purchase it for you, but you've got to play it once a day." Do you remember?
Yeah.
Are you interested, or do you have any interest in playing a musical instrument, or are you more into sports or something like that?
Why can't you be into both?
Exactly. That's
Right?
a good
Why
point.
can't you be into both? I love it. Don't limit yourself, Poppy, to one interest. Take it all on. Life is short. It goes very fast, and just take it all on.
Don't let the world get you down. You should definitely either play that guitar or sell it. Well, try and sell it and keep the money for yourself. Even though is that bad advice, John?
No.
You know what? But it's also just kind of cool to have a guitar, a Strat laying around.
It is.
Oh yeah, you got the great guitar. You got a perfect guitar, iconic. I've got like 4 of them. I love them so much. They're amazing guitars.
He's a great musician. He can play anything.
So I know Poppy is a huge Rodney Dangerfield fan, and the only one
you're right
she likes better than Rodney is Jackie Martling. So this is Rodney Dangerfield against who was in a soccer movie, Poppy, called Ladybugs, with another favorite of yours, Jack A. Harry. So this is Rodney Dangerfield against Jackie Martling.
Our next celebrity argument is Jackie Martling and Rodney Dangerfield. Jackie Martling, producer.
Martling was a legend.
And I'm not offended or hurt by anybody. You understand? I've been through everything in life.
I really don't know what you're talking about. Because our falling out, I asked you to loan me some money to press my album.
I did.
Yeah, and then
And next week you came back and asked me for more money.
Oh, Jackie.
Jackie's got to end somewhere, you know?
Right.
Oh, is that true?
Wow.
I borrowed some money, and I paid it back, and then I asked to borrow some more.
You never paid me back, okay? Came back the next week and asked me to borrow more money.
Ronnie, that's not true.
Really?
Well, then we have a difference in opinion and we got paid back. If you could pay me back, you would have to borrow a second time then.
Right.
Yeah, what kind of payback is that to borrow?
I'm not looking to get busy with this, Jackie. It was years and years ago. I wish everybody...
And Jackie still hasn't paid you back?
Jackie still hasn't paid you back, Rodney?
I
borrowed $1,000.
Yeah.
And I gave it back to you in jokes, and you don't remember that?
How great is this if you're just tuning in? You tune in and you see Poppy, who's like this angelic, redheaded Lily Rose Depp, and she's, why is this pretty girl from Ireland listening to Jackie Martling arguing with Rodney Dangerfield?
Poppy, if
little girl.
If you want to go, Poppy, it's totally fine. You can just get up and
you got to hear your dad arguing with Cory Feldman.
Well, let's get to that then.
We'll get to that. And
okay, all right.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm just going through. I'm next after this.
All right. Okay.
How do you put a value on those?
And that's not true either. Okay.
All right. Well,
and he's never said anything about this.
He's a gentleman.
Well, I don't know.
What's he going to say? You still owe me money? You called that first debt square with me. You called it square with me. What, I mean,
I don't think
it was the debt. I think it was that Ronnie read that Jackie was claiming he wrote a lot of his jokes.
Oh, really?
How did you know that, Poppy? That's Mike Ganji. Good get by you. That's a really good get by you. Good one, Poppy. Pop, this is me. This is yours truly. I look to give
This
you a
is
visual.
John. Here, Poppy,
I'm
look
in the
at this
left
guy.
corner here.
Here, see this guy here, Poppy?
That's me.
This is John, and you're going to hear him on the air with Howard Stern. And
I'm arguing with Alec Baldwin's brother. You talk about Nepo baby, Billy Baldwin. And so this is the fourth, I think this is the last one until your dad goes, and we're re-nominating your dad against us. So here we go.
Now, our final nominee in this category.
And all you Depp heads out there, this is the ultimate. This proves my fandom back then to go on here and just scream about Johnny Depp to William Baldwin and the most. This is the dumbest one out of all of them. This is the most innocuous. This is the stupidest one.
This is hilarious. This is
make it any
classic arm.
Okay, here we go. I'm the only one that's not a celebrity too during this.
Is Billy Baldwin.
Who's he arguing with?
A listener. Billy Baldwin, producer. The guy is on the phone who wanted to fight you.
What a pretentious a-hole you are. Denigrating Mets fans? Why don't you alienate New Jersey? Excuse me, you're the one that got on the air and you said it, mouth it off, punk. Your films could not be more repulsive. How do you make a living doing the crap? You're the worst actor. You know what you are? Tell me this. The anti-Johnny Depp. Tell me this. Oh, thank you very much. That's a compliment. Johnny Depp is great about you. I thank you for that. Yeah. Listen, did you read the New York Times and did you read New York Magazine and have you read the New Yorker? Yeah. Do you read? Yeah. You have a college education? Absolutely. Where'd you go to school? Baldwin State. Oh. Baldwin State.
I wouldn't pronounce that.
That ain't so good.
Can we fight Massapequa? Because I think I have more fans.
All right, let me tell you something about Billy. At least, as he says, he's making millions of dollars.
I don't care about money.
And getting to co-star with beautiful...
And it co-stars...
Howard, let me ask you something. Your fans are going to be really upset with me.
Chauncey will speak. Chauncey will back me up on this. When you're a caller, Chauncey knows this better than anyone does. You're at such a disadvantage because they can lower your volume. They can mute you. When Chauncey gets into this fight with Howard, Robin, and Ronnie and Gary, Chauncey's wiping the floor with them, and they're lowering his mic. This is another fight.
They do it all. They do it with. Oh my God, Hansi. They would lower him all the time.
Yeah,
you're so right. And they've got that compression on their voices that just cuts through. They cut you off. That's their MO, is to just constantly cut you when you're trying to. And you're fighting hard in this, John.
Yes,
you're really fighting.
He would do that with Dice Clay a lot. He would just turn his voice all the way down, and you hear Dice throwing golden nuggets out there, and nobody hears them because, he was famous
I went
for that.
back. I went back and listened to this call after I was done, and I was like, my jaw dropped because he had muted me and dropped so many things I said to him on top of that. At one point, the line I was like most proud of, I said to Billy Baldwin, I go, you make Tori Spelling look like a self-starter, like it was a nepotism joke, and they cut it.
That's great. That's great.
They cut
They cut. What do you mean they cut it? Do you mean they cut it in the replay? In the replay later?
He muted me, Bon. So I said it. You could hear me drop off, and he muted the line. I'm like, where was that? What?
Because he's got the delay.
Now you know how Gladiators felt.
Yes.
What was the delay like? Was it 7 seconds or 10 seconds?
It was like 30 seconds.
It was longer than 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember being on hold, and Chauncey will remember this too. You would hear what you said about 2.5 minutes later than when you said it. You'd get off.
Yeah, there's a big delay. Big delay. Yep.
Here we go.
Fans are going to be really upset with me for defending myself, but let me ask you, Howard. Go ahead. Did you ever see Internal Affairs?
Yes.
Did you ever see Internal Affairs?
Yeah. Is that with Cindy Crawford?
Yeah. Robin, have you ever seen Internal Affairs?
It's a great movie.
Did you like it?
I loved it.
You loved it. Okay, did you ever see Backdraft?
Oh, yeah.
Did you like that?
I like that, too.
Johnny Depp turned it down, and you got it. No, Matt Dillon turned it down. Johnny Depp turned it down. No, so we Hollywood Insider all of a sudden? Yeah,
that is a true story. That
Wow.
is true. That is true lore. Depp got offered Backdraft. That was one of the things they would, with Depp's career, they would constantly talk about the movies he turned down. So it was like Point Break and Speed, anything Brad Pitt, Keanu Reeves did. They would.
I just like that you hit a nerve. You can tell.
Yeah.
You hit it.
Oh yeah, John, just wind that back like 10 seconds because you can. Howard's got his finger on the fader of your voice. You can actually hear your voice being backed off there. You go right into the background and then you come back up. They're censoring you without even muting you, if you know what I mean. They're bringing you so far out that they can argue you out. It's quite it's quite a skill, I'd
on
say.
The phone. You're such a disadvantage. Yes, Contra Pete, Depp turned down Titanic. We learned that on Howard's show. You're going to hear some of that. Well, not that part, but Chauncey and.
Is that with Cindy Crawford?
No.
Robin, have you ever seen it?
It's a great movie.
Did you like it?
I loved it.
You loved it. Okay, did you ever see Backdraft?
Oh, yeah.
Did you like that?
I like that, too.
Johnny Depp turned it down, and you got it. No, Matt Dillon turned it down. Johnny Depp turned it down. No, so what are you, Hollywood Insider all of a sudden? Yeah, that's right. You know what you sound like?
Let me tell you something.
Another one of those frustrated actors who can't even.
Oh, you talking right there, Bon? He dropped me, muted it.
They're ducking you. Yeah, they just keep
sliding
you back.
Can't even take my sloppy second.
Hey, Billy, let me tell you something. If you bang Julia Roberts, you can be in police academy. I consider you successful.
Let me ask this guy something. Hold on a second, Howard.
See, right there. I just paused it there. They pulled you down a few decibels.
That was the Tori Spelling line, Bon. That's exactly where it went. Yep. I said, I haven't seen nepotism that, but you make Tori Spelling look like a self-starter or something like that.
It's great.
How tall is this guy? Does he want to do some stand-in work for me? Maybe I might be able to throw him a bone.
Arm, how tall are you?
I might be able to throw him a couple scraps. Shut up! Hey, listen, let me tell you something. Extra work and standing work. Extra work and standing work is good money. About $100 a day now. About $100 a day. I get you a little standing work.
All right. Wow. Tough category this year. Anyone could take it.
That was great.
I'm praying.
Okay,
listen to that. Robin just said that was great. She praised you for that, John. Stop putting yourself down. That was incredible.
Well, because I don't want to diminish this for Poppy. So here's your dad, Poppy, with an underrated as heck argument. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chauncey. This is precipitated by you interviewing Corey Feldman, and then he bashed Gwyneth Paltrow, Ben Affleck, and Matt Damon, and he thought that was going to get him like eliminated from the business because that was royalty at the time.
Well, just to give you a backstory, Time magazine took all those quotes and put it on their back page.
Oh my God.
So the entire Corey Feldman interview I did was on the back page of Time magazine.
Oh, wow. And that was
so
huge.
He got humiliated on a global level.
And he couldn't work as it was then. This is like his last effort to piss them off.
Right.
Well, that's the Weinstein machine, Chauncey.
Right.
That's the Harvey Weinstein machine. They all three of them part of Miramax. That was the troika, the Miramax troika. So that's the last people you want to, pee off.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sunflower. So this is Chauncey, your dad, Poppy, against Corey Feldman. I'm gonna jump around here. Let me see if I can.
Corey, would you like to be Superman?
Sure. And also Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah.
He's she did 20 movies in 4 years because her parents are in the business. She's not a great actress.
So Corey Feldman said that about Gwyneth Paltrow. You wouldn't be anything if your dad wasn't a director and your mom wasn't. What's his mom's name again? What is her mom's name again?
I can't think of it myself.
Anyway,
he also goes after Marlon Manson. He goes after a lot of people.
Yeah, Dennis Miller and Marilyn Manson were horrible to him, and I believe that. That's not the first time those two have gotten that, and I believe he's right about that. But you were saying no. I have my receipts. I recorded you. You know what you said. And
she got a lucky break because her parents are in the business.
Corey, you sound.
Blythe Danner. It just came to me. Blythe Danner. That's Gwyneth Paltrow's
That's
mom.
her mum. Yep.
I'm very bitter. Is that what's happening?
I would like to thank everybody for this award.
What happened? I mean, you have to admit that Ben Affleck and Matt Damon wrote their own screenplay and therefore became very, very.
Got it made.
I don't really want to get into this for controversial reasons.
Why? Sure you do.
What have you?
No, sir, I don't.
Why?
This is like really old news.
When did you say this?
That's part of the whole thing. But
who did he say this to, by the way?
I got May 29th, 1999.
Oh, that ain't that long.
Chauncey, does Howard know that he said that to you, or is he pretending?
I don't know. I'm not sure yet.
I can't tell either. I can't. He's such a liar.
They could be setting him up.
Yep.
There you go.
That's a long time ago.
Cory, I don't understand. Why the bitterness toward Ben Affleck and Matt Damon?
There is no bitterness towards any of them.
Do you want?
Zersky 842 about you, Poppy, says that you have a cherubic face. That's the ultimate compliment you can get. Look that one up. Cherubic face.
An angel. Let's
Yep.
just say.
Angelic.
And yeah, angelic. It's a compliment.
She really is a young Lily Rose. It's crazy. It's crazy. That is the ultimate compliment. Here we go.
Takes after her dad.
Yes, of course.
See them?
Were you just trying to be?
Not at all. All I'm going to say is that all I want to say is that this whole thing was blown out of proportion. It was taken out of context.
So Chauncey's listening to this, right? And he's going,
Right.
"Oh
I'm
no,
fuming. I'm
Yeah, you're
fuming.
fuming. Yep. Yeah, I've never heard you sound this angry when you yell. When you
I was
argue with
mad.
Who did you do the interview with?
Hold on. I made proper amends to those parties necessary. As a matter of fact, I saw Gwyneth 2 nights ago, and we gave each other a hug. There's no hard feelings, and as a matter of fact, I want to go on the record as saying she's actually one of the most decent and respectable people in this entertainment.
How's her acting?
How was her acting?
I haven't really seen a lot of her work. I can't tell you. No, I mean, what I've seen is great. I have nothing against her.
So were you high at the time that you said
that? Will you stop that?
I'm asking.
I'm telling you, the whole thing was taken out of context.
How could you have such a difference in opinion?
Context. What's the context?
Listen, for legal purposes, I can't.
Legal?
You didn't think anybody was listening?
There's no lawyer. No lawyer can sue you over that.
It's not a matter of them suing me.
Are you going to sue them?
I'm not going to. I don't want to talk about it.
What? Who are you suing?
Who are you suing?
Chauncey, do you think there's anything to that? But before I get to Chauncey, Sunflower Dragon says you were way prettier than Lily Rose. No offense to Lily Rose. That is crazy.
Wow, that's a compliment.
That's
That's
such
a
a
huge
compliment.
Thank you.
Chauncey, do you think there's anything to this legal threat with Cory, or is
Well,
he
I
making
never heard
that
from
up?
an attorney, so I'm saying I'm saying bullshit.
Okay, I agree with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Are you suing? Oh, a Chauncey interview. Are you suing Chauncey?
I don't want to talk about it.
Wait, Chauncey's on the line. He wants to talk to you.
Goodness, we have a new entry.
Chauncey.
Hey, what's up?
Are you being sued by Cory Feldman?
No, Cory, are you insane?
Cory's always involved in something.
I know he's.
You know what? You guys are trying to involve me in something. I don't even want to get into it. I do not want to get into this. Cory, what was taken out of context? Whatever, man. Whatever.
Wow.
I have nothing to say to you. You are one of the slimiest human beings I've ever spoken with.
Me or
Cory, you know what, Cory? You tell me why. When I tell you why? Wait a second. Let me ask you a comment like that. Before you make a comment like that, when I ask you, do you feel bitter about your career, you can say, no, Chauncey, I don't feel bitter. Or you can trash Hollywood. You chose to trash Hollywood, and I'm slimy. Explain that to me. Chauncey, you don't need an explanation because you know the truth of the matter. You know how you read that interview. You know exactly what you were trying to get out of it. You that stupid? Cory, you that stupid when someone asks you a question like that? Am I that stupid that I would trust that somebody has some kind of decency or dignity and is going to actually stick to what we talk about?
But
and when I call you talking about, I don't want those talks.
Listen, let me ask you a question, Cory. Why?
This is wild, man. This is such a good fight. It's so underrated. People don't talk about this at all. I don't know why.
I was just about to pause it and say, Chauncey, you were like on fire, man.
I was on fire.
I've
As
never
much
heard
as
him
John
angry.
was, you've got to fight these guys.
Yeah.
Chauncey is so thick skinned. His rhino skin on the show. He can take anything. Nobody could take. You ever hear AJ Benza get yelled at like this? No.
No.
The moment he did, he attacked John. Right,
Yeah.
the one time he got his balls busted, he attacked John.
Yeah,
and they're not they're not lowering Chauncey as much as they were lowering you, John. Have you noticed that? They've got him up pretty loud in this argument.
Well, I was screaming
which is
pretty
interesting.
loud.
John was screaming too.
Yeah, it's
Chauncey,
true. That's true.
Chauncey, Poppy wants to know this, and she's too demure to ask you this. So you had a special call-in line, right? You can't call it like I did. I had to call the regular line.
I had a special line, yeah.
Okay, you had a special line. That's how you get through, like Ralph does. Okay,
yeah.
There you go, Poppy. Yeah, he had a special line. He's right.
He had a special one.
I'm sorry.
Be mad at the interviewer. If the interviewer asks you a question and you express an opinion, even though it's an outrage.
You don't know how it went down.
Really?
No, how did it go down? How did it go down? You loved the entire interview, and you know it. You sat there, oh, you're so great. Am I good? Oh, Cory, you're so wonderful, and I think you're the best, and don't you think this is true, and don't you think that's true? And I say yeah or no, and the next thing you know, everything's me talking badly about everybody.
Well, let me ask you a question.
By the way, Chauncey, are they all that naive? Does Corey Feldman think that he knows, he has to know he's somewhat a joke at this point? Like, it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah, I don't think Cory knows that he's a joke even to this day.
Yeah, you're right about that, actually. Yeah, he has no.
But that's what makes Corey Feldman such a slam dunk genius.
Delusional to the core. Yes, you're right. By the way, Poppy, Jose Villataro wants to know, do you like Lady Gaga? Do you like Sabrina Carpenter? Do you like Bruno Mars? Do you like Miley Cyrus?
She's going to... Taylor. What about Taylor Swift?
I like Taylor Swift and like Sabrina Carpenter.
I like Taylor Swift too, and I want to apologize to her because I didn't realize how good a musician she is. I dismissed her as some, run-of-the-mill. Doesn't she play like as many instruments as David does?
And she plays guitar, piano, for certain. And
she has my props now. I didn't realize
she's good. She writes her own music and everything. She's not doing a Milli Vanilli sort of thing. Hey, Poppy, have you ever heard of Milli Vanilli? That band? No, didn't think so. I don't blame you. Don't worry.
Hold on. Did I put it back? Did you put it back in, Ma?
You're saying Chauncey said these things, and then you either agreed or disagreed.
All I'm going to say is...
I'll play the freaking tape.
You have a tape of the interview.
Well, this is what's great about Chauncey. He records everybody. So he has his receipts if this ever happens. That's so smart. I don't think everybody does that back then.
Well, that's why I did it for these occasions.
I don't want to bring up Johnny Depp again, Chauncey, but so he had this... Do you know who Stephen Roderick is?
No.
He's a Rolling Stone writer. He's like he's like the main writer now for Rolling Stone. He did a very famous piece on Depp where he went to England to hang out with him, and he wrote a play-by-play description, and it wasn't a puff piece. Right. And he kind of called it like he saw it. He didn't kiss his rear end. And so Depp's team hated this. They went crazy on him after this, and he had to do a re-interview with GQ to do damage control about it. And I don't think he recorded Depp like you did. I don't think they would let him. I don't know if they let him, but he wrote, and he stands by it. It's like, no, this is what I saw. This is what and he's like, this, he just seems like Elvis in his last days. I don't know if he knows he's too insulated. He's kind of lost touch with stuff. And Depp's team hated this. And I think if he recorded him, he could just go, no, this is what I had. This is what he said. This is all true. It's a great piece. And it says that something, I think the article is called The Trouble with Johnny Depp. You should read it. And it's fantastic.
Well, that's why when Donald Trump called me in the middle of the night, I recorded it. I recorded everything because you don't know what's going to go down and you got to cover yourself.
Speaking of Depp, you are Chauncey Brasco, by the way, with the wire, right? In the boot. You got the recorder in the boot and you're recording everybody. That is Brasco stuff. It really is.
I like that.
You're right.
I do. Because be real careful about what you say, because everything's on tape.
Wow. Well,
you know what, Chanty? I notice how this happens so often with certain celebrities that they give these interviews. They trash certain people in certain shows, and then when it ends up in print and they know they're doing an interview, I get in trouble. The interviewer gets in trouble.
Well, let me ask you something, Cory. Let's be fair, because you're always
Every journalist, every TV journalist and radio TV's print journalist should have had your back during that, Chauncey. That's sticking up for everyone who gets, oh, you slandered me. You know,
I dealt with this a million times with a million different people.
Yep. Can you sing, Poppy? Zersky wants to know.
Are you?
Can you sing? I bet you don't have to sing. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to prove anything to these people.
She doesn't want to play guitar either.
You don't have to prove anything to these white people, Poppy, at all. At all.
Poppy, you can go if you want. I know that you probably got Minecraft games to play.
It's a 5-hour difference, so she has to go to bed.
Okay.
Oh, Poppy, thank you for coming on. It was great to talk to you.
Unless she wants to hear more, but that was her dad. And let's say who do you like in the fight, Poppy? Who you just heard? What was the best fight to you out of all the 5, including your father?
My dad's.
Yes, she said the right
Good
thing.
answer.
Thank you for being a guest tonight, Poppy. Are
Yeah,
we ending
Poppy,
the show now, John?
No.
No, I know.
You got a lot more.
We're going to have Poppy on next week, of course. I hope everybody is excited about that. She's going to talk about makeup tutorials. She's going to talk about Instagram. You were looking at Instagram, weren't you, during this interview, Poppy?
She's a TikToker.
Oh, TikTok, John. This is what it's all about these days.
How many kid cliches are you going to throw at her, Bond? What is she playing?
Snapchat.
Yep.
Snapchat, yeah.
Snapchat, Minecraft.
Are you on MySpace, Poppy?
Yeah,
MySpace.
Poppy, you don't need makeup. You don't need makeup at all. Great job, Poppy, says Sunflower Dragon.
Thanks for coming on the show, Poppy.
Thank you very much, Poppy. I love that fleece, that Canadian fleece. I love it, love it, love it.
Try the guitar out in the future. Just
have
give
a
it
great
shot.
Thanksgiving and have a great Christmas. I think you're insured. You're going to get a
Good
PS5.
night, Poppy. Wave goodbye to all of your fans here, Poppy. Bye.
Bye, Poppy. That was great,
John.
That was great.
Of course it was. I mean, but you were on fire, John. You were an animal with that just screaming. You were screaming at some points.
At who?
At
Billy
on the
Baldwin.
call. Yeah,
we're not
Baldwin.
done yet. There's some good stuff.
No, I know.
With Chauncey.
I know. But
Cory, let's settle this latest controversy. In other words, maybe you got carried away. You're trying to be a bit of a shock track. I know you listen to the show and you try
That's not true.
So maybe you let a few. Maybe you were feeling particularly bitter that they want to be a little outrageous for the interview.
No. Let me explain something to you. I was.
Ben Benjamin has line of the night. He goes, Poppy's going to go play Shoots and Ladders in the background. Candyland.
Oh, God.
Shoots and Ladders.
I think Poppy's traumatized.
She's a great kid, Chauncey.
I love it that he wrote ladders.
I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky.
Cherubic is a great word.
Oh,
feeling in particular a bit bitter that day, which is why I was even led down that path.
Okay.
Okay, I will give you that
path. You're saying Chauncey is such a good interviewer that he could lead you, Cory Feldman, down a path?
Thank you, Cory. That's a compliment. Let me tell you something, Chauncey. You're the best.
Oh, thank
you. Well, thank you. You are the best.
Cory, isn't that crazy to blame the interviewer for what you said?
Howard, if you were there and you could hear the entire conversation,
He can.
I'll
listen to it right now.
We can hear the entire conversation.
Thanks,
yeah, it was an hour and a half.
In fact, I'm going to play it on my EYATA talk show this week, and the world can hear it.
What was that, Chauncey?
You got to remember, this is like 2000 or 99. Chauncey's already on an internet show.
Right.
He talked about that earlier. So this is the year. This backs up what he said. He just said EYATA. That is crazy. Prophetic. Thank you, Gamma Man.
The first podcast.
I'll play the entire interview on my EYATA talk show this week, and on the internet, the entire world can hear it and decide for themselves.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's great, because I need nothing more than for this stupid trash to continue going on. Do you have nothing better to do with your life?
I wouldn't continue if you weren't such a hypocrite.
Wait, excuse me, am I the one at 5 o'clock in the morning sitting by the phone so I can talk about this crap?
No, you're somebody going to accept an award on the Howard Stern show.
Right, he won the award.
Exactly. So what are you talking about?
Don't say that I took you out of context when I did
This
it.
is something that happened 6 months ago, and you've got nothing better to do with your life than try and make another big deal out of it. Like,
By the way, I just want to. I want to say something.
Let me ask you this.
I want to say one thing.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you this. What did I ever do to you to make you want to go into me like this?
Wow. Chauncey, I think you'll agree
This is
with me.
amazing.
And you can hear it in mine. There's no better way to be on this show than that. Angry and revved up, and your brain's hitting all synapses. There's no better way to take the Stern Show on as a caller back then than that. That move.
Well, you got to think of it this way. If you're listening on the radio, what's going to keep you from changing the station? And now, if you're going through the Lincoln Tunnel on the way to work, you're going to pull over and not go through the tunnel because you don't want to lose reception to hear this.
Right. You're not going to listen to Scott and
You're,
Todd.
you're literally pulling over off the highway to listen to this.
That's what I've always thought. Like, John, you would... John, did you ever go to school late or to work late because the show was so good?
Oh yeah, that's everybody's story back then. Chaunce will tell you,
Wow.
I mean, they would go on. David Spade had that joke. He said, I drove from Arizona to California during a commercial break. They would have like a 40-minute commercial break. But to Howard's credit, he broke the best rules because there's no news. There's no top of the hour. He just did what he wanted. And if it was good, it kept going. Nobody else did
go
that.
on until 11 o'clock. Yeah, 11 o'clock in
and
the
he
morning.
didn't have to sign off. Exactly. Chauncey, I remember him going to like a quarter to noon at one point.
Yeah, if it was really good, he'd just keep going. Yeah.
No rules.
No rules.
Nobody else had that. Even Imus had to go off. Imus had to sign off at 10 for the rest of the sports shows that were on.
You did? You said on Howard Stern a few moments ago that the interview was taken out of context.
Yeah.
He said the interview was taken out of context, and I want you to tell, and then it makes me look like I'm a bad journalist, that I led you down a path. Well, that's not the truth.
I'm not even talking about what I said a couple months ago. I'm talking about when we did this interview. Why would you want to do this? Why would you want to provoke this kind of animosity? Why would you want to...
Cory, if you say it in an interview and the guy reprints it, of course he's looking for an interesting interview.
Sarah's mom and Gamma Man says, shout out to Chauncey Billups. That's him. Yep. That's coach of the Blazers. That's right.
That's
an albino Chauncey Billups, Gamma Man. You're right.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. I got another compliment for you, Chauncey. You are David's second favorite, close second to Mark Harris. You are just beneath Mark Harris to his second favorite.
Wow. That's a big thing.
And I'm still alive.
That was a
Look
weird
at Holden
death, Mark
here.
Harris.
Look at Holden is saying, I stayed in my car in the morning to hear bits when I should have been working. That's the American spirit. Yeah.
And ironically, when Howard went to Sirius, that was your dream back then, was to have the show replayed. And the more access you have to it, the worse the show got. Which is, I would have killed for that to be replayed in the afternoon.
Exactly.
Killed for it.
Yep.
You can't print it unless you say it.
How would you not listen?
How am I not listening?
Why would somebody ask you, in light of, how things have been going for you, if you aren't bitter?
Say it's fine. Say, Chauncey, everything's great. And that's the interview. Just say everything's great.
Yeah, okay. Whatever.
No, but Cory, no one can put words in your mouth unless
I just had a thought. And I guess it's too late. It's never too late. I think you should still sue Howard, by the way, for defamation and harassment. And seriously, I mean, I think that was terrifying. It was domestic terrorism. That's the word for it.
Yeah.
You could have been a publicist because you have training on how to handle interviews.
I could have been an amazing publicist. And I used to use that as part of the argument. I would say, I'm not your publicist. My job isn't to, after the interview is done, go through it, and whatever you say that might get you in trouble, eliminate it, because I don't want your career to be damaged in any way. That's not my job. That's your publicist's job. I said, once you talk to me, you should be prepared. A publicist should say, listen, if you get asked this, say this. If you're ever asked about this, answer this way. Once you step into the ring with me, then you have to be intelligent enough to know what might get you in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have media training for NBA players now. what you're describing.
my God.
That tells them to go, this is what you do if you're asked this. This is what you do if you're asked this. This is what you, and that's what Chanty could, you literally know every trick in the book.
This is why I was on fire, because because this happened all the time. And I was so sick of it that no, it wasn't a dirty journalist. It wasn't a bad journalist. It was actually a great journalist who got you to say something that maybe you didn't tell everybody every day. And that's why the interview was so fascinating. So don't confuse that with being a dirty or bad journalist. Oh, I used to lose my mind when they would go down.
But that's why you should have been praised by your brethren journalists about that. No one's ever really said that.
Well, they were jealous. A lot of times
okay, maybe they're jealous. Yeah.
Telling me he rewrote your words.
What I'm saying is he changed things around so that it was more suitable to fit the format.
Well, Cory, if that's the case, I will play the tape and people can decide for themselves.
Well, I'm sure after a year you've had plenty of time to edit it however you like, Chanty.
Oh, okay, now I edited the tape. Okay, all right, Cory.
I mean, we can talk about a defamation suit here. We can talk about...
no, we totally can. You're right, Cory. We totally can talk about that.
What?
We can talk about that. Because what you're saying is slander.
No, what you're saying is slander.
Well, in court,
I'm intentionally and maliciously going after me to try and ruin my credibility as an actor and as a performer.
You ruined your credibility.
No,
wrong. The question.
Sorry, but did you make the statements that were printed?
Not in the way that they were printed.
Did you change them at all, Chauncey?
No. How would you know me better than that? Everything's word for word. It's a Q&A.
There's nobody knows you better than that. You know how many people I've heard that you're a slime ball from since we've done that interview?
Who, Cory? Before we get into that, let's talk about your past.
Oh, what about my past? There's nothing in my past I haven't come clean with. Nothing. So let's talk about you.
If you're being so honest, why don't you be honest about this and stand by your guns instead of being a hypocrite?
I am being honest. Yes, I was bitter. Yes, you led me into a conversation which was negative of nature. However,
I led you into a conversation? I led you?
Cory, why not just say, hey, I had a bad day that day, and I made some statements that I wish I could take back?
Because I can't stand somebody like that.
I actually think Howard had a really good point that he is trying to be like provocative in the interview. He's letting it fly. He's like, I'm going to give you, and he's blaming you for him wanting to be provocative. You didn't tell him to bash Miramax.
Nope.
Those people.
I mean,
he's terrified. You have him on tape, by the way.
Oh yeah. You could tell he's terrified when I said, let's play the tape.
Chauncey single-handedly brought down scores, said Gamma Man. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't his intent to bring it down.
True, because I was banned from scores years and before it closed down. So if I brought down scores, how did it last 5 more years?
I'm obsessed with scores on those weird nights, like Monday night in January. It's like 22 degrees on a Monday night at 1 a.m. Like, who's there on those nights?
Me and AJ.
Yeah, that's what those are the best.
Me and AJ were there.
Yep.
Who goes around trying to hurt other people for no reason.
No, Cory, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
Why would you say
out of your mind? Hurt you?
But how can he hurt you if you don't say it?
A Q&A interview. A Q&A, Cory. How can I hurt you with a Q&A interview?
I told you how. You've changed it around. You've done it.
No, I didn't, Cory. I didn't change it around. It's word for word. It's on tape.
Whatever.
It's on tape, Cory.
Why would you think Chauncey had it in for you? I mean, it would be his...
I did you a favor. I was stepping out. It was a favor.
All I can say to you is this. What was the favor? Your stupid, crappy magazine? That was a favor?
How many CDs?
Hey, them fighting words to me. You could bash anything. You take shots at stepping out. You got war with me.
I forgot how good this was. This is actually
This is
amazing.
unbelievable. This is way better than any of the arguments you just listened to. Because it just goes on and
on. Yeah.
How many CDs did you sell because of that article?
None. We sold no CDs because of that stupid interview.
Your own.
Hey, kids.
Jesus, this guy, man, he just makes up whatever he wants just to,
What was the name of the publisher?
Dream world, man.
Oh, okay. I live in a dream world.
He does live in a dream world, and I think Cory's probably a nice guy as far as celebrities go. He probably is nice to people, but he can't not be. He is completely delusional, and that's the funny part about him is he really does think he's still the A-list star from Goonies.
He thinks Michael Jackson now lives inside of him.
Yes, and he is that.
That's great. That's
Yeah.
great.
Whatever, man. Why is it that in my, let me ask you this. In my 25-year career, why is it there's not one other interview that has me printed as talking badly about other people?
Because I'm a great journalist.
Nobody cares. That's why.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that's funny because
He's right again. I hate to say it. Nobody cares. It's true.
Nobody would give him. The reason why he spoke to me is because nobody would agree to interview him.
Yep. That's the business. Unfortunately, Cory, it ebbs and flows, and you're internet. You're not. Nobody wants you. That's the
Nobody
business.
wants
He
it.
was.
Yeah, stepping
he was
out
in a
was willing
bad-
to give you that rebound interview to get your career back on track.
Yeah,
Yep.
he hadn't
It
done
always
any
works for
movie, had
everybody.
he? For
Yeah,
years,
it works for-
he was in a. Yeah, he was in a bad place.
I got a People magazine article coming out next month.
Because I made you interesting. I made you interesting.
Oh, you made me interesting.
Right.
How kind of you, Chanty.
Hey, Cory.
But you're like the emperor's new
Because
clothes.
I was the one journalist in the country that wanted to interview you. The one single journalist that gave you the time of day.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I've turned down more journalists that are much brighter and much more intelligent than you by mistake.
Right.
Gamma Man has a question, Chauncey. I've heard this before. I kind of did Benji have a tryst with someone famous that he won't reveal? Do you know anything about this?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I really don't.
He would just try to attach himself. I don't know who it is, Gamma Man, either. Maybe someday we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Cory.
I am truly sorry.
Cory, you have
those men, hold on, who had something positive.
Crystallopoulos says, my second wife danced at Scores. She'd fly to New York from Detroit. I've heard this about broads. She'd fly to New York from Detroit, which isn't as far as people think. She'd come home with expensive gifts for me. That made a young man feel all right. Delilah. I remember that name. Do you remember that name, Chauncey?
It does sound familiar.
Damn. Chris, that's crazy.
That sounds like lyrics to a song.
Delilah. It's a Tom Jones song. Delilah.
It was Chauncey that told us that girls would come in from like Philadelphia and Detroit.
A lot of them came from Texas
Okay.
and Florida.
And go back home because New York was too expensive.
Yeah, and now it's Brazil and Nicaragua.
Say that again.
Say that again, Chauncey.
Nicaragua.
That I chose to do that interview with.
Cory, you've ensured your nomination for next year's FME with us.
That's great. I'm fabulous.
I mean, really, congratulations.
I'm really glad that I was able to get into this again.
So far, I have 3 FMEs for you and 2 for Chauncey. And Chauncey, I have been interviewed by you, and I know you do tape your interviews, and you do a straightforward question and answer.
Yeah, I've been interviewed by.
I'm going to guess that what happened on that.
Now, I mean, that bites Howard in the ass so bad with Lila Arciera. That's his biggest nightmare is what's to come with Lila Arciera.
Yeah,
that day was. And seriously, Cory, you know I like you, but I have to take Chauncey's side in this a little bit. I think you were interviewed. I think you said some things you probably didn't like to say. You
thought about it later.
I thought about it later. And
let me ask you this, Howard. Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
I've done your show for how long now?
I would say for the last 10 years.
Okay.
Maybe more.
Okay. Yeah. In all that time,
go ahead.
Have you ever heard me openly take shots at anybody?
Yes.
Who?
Marilyn Manson.
Okay, that's true.
Dennis Miller.
Dennis Miller, too.
Okay, and both of those are true, and I will admit them open-handedly, open-heartedly.
Those two are completely valid. Dennis Miller, there's a documentary, Chauncey, you should watch. It's the stupidest document. It's about the making of Bordello of Blood, and the entire thing, the entire cast pisses on Dennis Miller, including Angie Everhart.
He goes after him in my interview.
Yes, he said that Dennis like ate up the whole budget. He was like getting chauffeured from place to place while the rest of the cast had to wear makeup and laugh. He's the worst person he's ever seen in the history of show business on a set. And Angie Everhart corroborated that. Susan Sarandon's husband, ex-husband, Chris Sarandon, was also in that, and he corroborated it. So. Yeah, Marilyn do you know the Manson backstory? I was asking Sarah about it. Did he like kind of bully him somewhere?
Yeah, the interview I think is in my book. I think you can read this somewhere in my book. I think the Cory I think it's there. I'm pretty sure it's there.
Marilyn Manson's a piece of shit. I mean, I've heard nothing
he's a
but
bad guy,
he's total piece of shit.
Something really went down between him and Cory, and I really don't remember what it was, but it's all in the book.
You think he's holding back on what really? You think he molested him?
I don't know. Something went on. Something
Yeah, I think it's
freaky.
deeper than we think.
Something
Definitely.
freaky. Yeah.
I think he fears retribution is why he won't go full with it, because Manson's sicking goons on people. I've heard stories about him sicking security on people at his concerts, like whoever, and he just thinks he can do whatever he wants. He really needs the shit kicked out of him. He really does.
And now he's getting into that. He's almost turning into Corey Feldman now.
He's at a huge Me Too right now. He was canceled.
Yeah.
And they have all these girls have their receipts, and these goth girls, these fucking Hot Topic.
Well, you know
groupies
who destroyed him was the same one who started Me Too. What's her face? Rose McGowan.
Oh yeah. Also, Sarah's
was with him for years.
Yes. Trent Reznor hates his guts. So Trent Reznor was the guy who put him on the map. And Trent Reznor has gone on and said he is the biggest piece of shit I'm sorry I've ever met him.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty strong statement. Sarah loves Trent Reznor.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, by the way,
wait.
I'm sorry, Chauncey. Go ahead.
Some guy texts that I have no eyes, and I know I have no eyes, but I can see, like, it's weird because I see like I have eyes, but visually it looks like I have no eyes.
That's why you wore sunglasses last time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I had sunglasses last time because the screen makes me squint, but yet I see everything.
Yeah.
But
I think it's better. You can't read.
I can't see anything.
No. Let's get a PSA out there that Chauncey has 20/20 vision. All right, guys. So
unlike me.
Just chill. Yeah. Thank you, Chauncey. Yeah, you addressed that in a very professional manner. I have to admit.
Thank you.
Monique does fear Poppy. You're right, Gavin. She is terrified.
I saw that. I was wondering if you'd put that up.
She does not want that Gaelic smoke. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
and therefore became very, very...
Not at me.
Wait. Why? Because they screwed me over. These people did nothing to me. I have nothing against any of them.
Ben Affleck and Gwyneth Paltrow.
What have they done to me? They've done nothing to me.
But you must have said it. I mean, you're not accusing Chauncey of having made this stuff up, are you?
No. Here's how it went. It was things like he was saying, well, doesn't it piss you off that these guys are getting all this work, and doesn't this and doesn't that suck? So I was like, that's a good point. That's true, and blah 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 blah.
Cory, there's a big difference between saying yes and saying those guys make me nauseous.
Exactly.
Right. Did you say they make you nauseous?
What I said in the interview was, it makes me nauseous that, people are getting so much work and there's others who aren't. That was the point of the conversation.
I agree with him on that. I think there are times, and I'm not talking about him. I'm saying that, this is the way of Hollywood is they cast the same 30 people over and over again. And it is stupid. And it's about cronyism and nepotism. And people get cast for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, there is people.
And it's about the box office.
Yeah, it is.
If you're going to invest $100 million on a film, you don't want to risk that money. You want to know if Matt Damon, is a guaranteed.
You want your return.
Yeah.
Oh God, and then you make a terrible mistake like putting Lady Gaga in the latest Joker movie. I mean, God,
exactly.
How did she get that role?
You don't fix what isn't broke.
Yeah. God.
Broken because the star system is like you're not guaranteed that these 25, 30, $40 million people are going to put asses in the seats anymore.
No, there's never a guarantee. That's why the film industry is crazy.
They've all been humbled from that.
Yeah.
I was complaining about the industry and the state of it as a whole.
Cory, I'll play the tape, so be careful.
Whatever.
Why don't you pull out this tape and let's hear it once and for all?
We can play it tomorrow. We'll play it on the NMR if Cory wants.
No, I don't want because I don't trust you.
Oh, I had it doctored. I had to take doctor.
Of course you did.
Of course I did.
What, do you think I'm stupid? You think you're going to sit there all the time?
Yes, I do.
Well, Cory, you're thinking that Chauncey could actually get someone hired to imitate your voice?
Too?
I don't think he can imitate my voice. I think he edited the tape to rearrange it what the interview said.
All right.
Talk about slander, Cory. Be careful.
Oh.
Yeah, talk about slander.
Well, Cory would be willing to, Chauncey would be willing to give this tape to an expert?
Of course.
I see.
Of course.
When can both of you kids come in? I have to continue this.
I'm not going to continue.
Oh, this is fantastic.
This is no, it's not that.
You're always in fights. I love it.
It's terrible.
It's the best.
This is not what I want. This is not how I choose to be represented as a human being.
Oh, it's great.
And you know what, Howard, this is wrong because as a producer of the FMEs, Corey's here for an FME.
That's true.
That's right.
All right,
Thank you.
Chauncy.
Finally, somebody has some decency.
All right, Chauncey, you know.
Oh, this is the best part. Chauncey does the speech for Cory.
I know, it's right. I did the
Yeah,
acceptance speech.
this is
I
coming
forgot
up.
about this. Oh, this is so good. I remember.
Fairness, would you sit quiet while Corey Feldman makes his acceptance?
I'm not going to make an acceptance speech with this phone out on the phone.
Oh, you have to.
You know, Howard,
Cory, who's a bonehead, Cory? Listen to you.
Who do you hate worse, your father or Chauncey?
Cory, we fall sport.
Hey, seriously, hey, Corey, who do you hate worse, Chauncey or your father?
Anybody who represents evil.
Right, so that would be both of them?
That would be both of them.
Dennis Miller and Marlon Manson.
I would say Marlon Manson.
Cory, it's a long list.
I would say Marlon Manson stands for evil, yeah.
Wow.
That would be a quick thought.
I wonder about Dennis Miller. I even forget what he did.
I didn't even remember that.
Yeah.
Well, Dennis Miller is old news.
He wouldn't promote Bordello or Blood. So
That was one reason, and the other, there's so many reasons, but one of the things was he wouldn't rehearse with them. So they had to do lines together, and Cory's like, you want to, let's go over this. I think it's better if we kind of look at this first. And Dennis like, yeah, Feldo, I don't know.
I think when they were filming the movie, when you had to speak to Dennis Miller, he wasn't even on set.
He wasn't on set. He would get flown in,
stand-in.
right. He was unavailable for all including the directors, the worst person in the world. And they wasted the budget to get him. I have no idea what a deal with the devil that guy has. Why would he even be starring in that at the time? I remember his HBO show, but it wasn't enough to put him in a movie and then waste the budget on him. And he's playing himself and corny lines, and it's horrible.
You see? Now tell me that's not hostility.
All right, so, okay, Corey, go ahead. You have won the FME. Let's not take away your moment.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to say anything. One of these guys on the phone.
So are you refusing the FME, or are you just refusing?
No, I'm not. Just get rid of it.
I'll take it in his place. I'll give his speech for him.
Chauncey, go ahead.
On behalf of Cory Feldman, I would like to say thank you, Howard, for this award, because it's probably the only award I'll ever get.
Thank you, Chauncey.
Thank you.
And Corey, thank you.
That was not my acceptance speech.
So take it up with your attorney.
No, I'm going to take it up with Gary.
All right.
I think it's safe to say Chauncey won that out of the five.
That I forgot how brilliant.
That's my
that
vote.
is.
Wow,
That's
man.
crazy. It's crazy. And you couldn't have exclamated it. I mean, you talk about drop the mic at the end. It's the only award you're ever going to get. It never got better after that. It didn't.
I mean, that call alone should put me into some sort of Stern Hall of Fame.
They're never going to replay it again because it's and it's too strong. Yep.
No.
I'll never.
I hate to say it, John, but I think it is better than your call.
Oh, it is.
And
It's absolutely
part of it, of course, is the length. Yeah, I mean, Chauncey's on for 10 times longer than you were. Like, if you got to riff longer, but that is amazing, man.
And you
never
heard him that angry.
You have to put that up on YouTube as a just a
separate thing. Yes.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
make a little clip for later for sure.
Yeah.
Chauncey, Melvin wants to know. Melvin, who's obsessed with my chicken cutlet prowess, says, you've had lunch with Howard a few times. What did he order? Clearly, you remember what he ordered. What did he drink? These are great questions. Howard's table manners.
Well, I'm surprised you're not asking which restaurant it was. That's you would think you'd want to know that as well.
Did he use his Amex black card? Yes.
Let's start at the restaurant. It was called Joseph's, which was very close to his apartment building.
Always.
Yep, and it was a place where he normally would have lunch, and what he had was a salad. And I'll tell you who else joined us. It was Richie from Nobu.
Richie Notar.
Yeah, Richie Notar,
Yes.
Howard and I sat and had lunch, and we were joined by Paulina Rubio, who's a Mexican famous pop star, also sat with us during the lunch, if that helps.
She was dating Richie Notar at the time?
No, I was doing an interview with her.
Oh, okay.
And Howard wanted to meet her, so I was sitting there, and Howard walked by with Richie Notar, and he saw me, and he came in. He said, "Oh, Chauncey, what are you doing here?" I said, "I'm interviewing Paula Bobino," and Richie Notar knew who she was.
Wow!
And all the guys in the kitchen knew who she was. All the Mexican like dishwashers. So he said, Howard, you got to see her. She's stunning. So Howard said, can we sit and join you? And I said, yeah, absolutely. So we all sat down waiting for Paulina Rubio to come and sit with us.
Oh, good
Is this where
job,
you
Bond.
were?
This is what it looked like.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good job. That's exactly how I would envision it. Chauncey, did he? It's like, what is it on like West 69th? Did he walk to it, or did he actually get driven?
He walked to it.
Okay.
It was right by Central Park, like right.
Yes.
Right there.
You walk a little east, and it's
You know where,
probably like
it's close to? The Metro. No. The Opera House. What's it called? The
Lincoln.
Lincoln
Yes.
Center.
Lincoln Center.
Right across the street from Lincoln Center.
Howard's the Millennium Towers, Howard's penthouse overlooks Lincoln Square, Lincoln Center. So, Bon, you remember where you the Depp, the Donnie Brasco thing? I love the scene. That's where that is. That's actually right under Howard's
the
penthouse.
phone booth. Wow.
It's that old
That's
bar.
interesting.
Yeah, that's where that is. It's like where it comes together. Columbus comes together with Broadway, and it branches out into Lincoln Square, Lincoln Center. That's where that is. It's like that restaurant row, right, Chauncey? Where like you could walk and there's a million little restaurants.
But they're all upscale. Like
yes, they're all upscale.
Yeah, you're gonna drop 300 bills.
Horatius wants to know, because I know you interviewed Chauncey on your video, Chuck Zito on the video podcast.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened with Howard and Chuck Zito and the Hells Angels that had to get involved to stop them from going after Howard? It was brought up by Chuck Zito himself in studio.
I believe, I don't want to say anything out of line if Chuck doesn't agree with this. So let me first say that. But I believe it had to do with Chuck leaving the Hells Angels and having his something about his tattoo that says Hells Angels on his chest. When Chuck left the Hells Angels, they had to remove that from him themselves.
Oh, wow. Huh.
And I think Howard started to bring that up, and the Hells Angels were not thrilled about Chuck, who no longer was a representative of the Hells Angels, speaking about the Hells Angels, if I remember correctly.
If anyone's in New York, I'll give you like I wish I could do this. The Hells Angels headquarters is in the East Village. Is it still there? They had
I don't know if it's still. I've been out of New York for 7 years, so I don't know.
But they had their main headquarters, and I don't know if it's still there. But
it was in the
last
village.
I heard,
it was in the village.
East Village.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Avenue A, I believe it is. And
yeah,
so that's the
no,
main headquarters.
It wasn't Avenue A. I think
C
it
or B?
was 12th. I think it was 12th Street.
Oh, it's 12th Street. Okay. That's where like Katz's Delicatessen is and stuff and everything.
That's
like
on Houston Street. Yeah.
Yep. That's a good question, Horatius. Republicans are pedophile. A couple of accusers. Yeah, a couple accusers. Again, Manson had been shown to be full BS according to. Now, some of them they had the receipts. I've looked into that. If you watch the documentary that is on him, HBO did, called Phoenix Rising. They all have, like them, they recorded them. They have their receipts and everything else. Some of them might have been exaggerated, but he was threatening them to not accuse, and he settled with them at a court. I don't believe a word he says. She fabricated. Yes, some Dr. Pepper is on too. Okay, next one. I don't know, so much good stuff here. Let's hear what Chauncey did to Dice. So I'm just going to play the beginning of it. So this is how the feud started. This is why Andrew Dice Clay left the Stern Show for 10 years.
Yeah.
Because of an interview with Chauncey. Let me see if I can find it. My eyes are bugging out.
About Ryan White.
Oh my God, that's the kid. Well, that's the kid. So he had AIDS, right? He's from Indiana.
He died of AIDS, and Elton John wrote a song about him and was there when he died. Elton John was actually holding his hand when he died.
Yes, very sad story. And the kid wasn't gay. He just had
he was a hemophiliac.
Hemophiliac.
Right. And he had a transfusion.
21 Jump Street did an episode based on him. I swear to God, and they covered it like that. And he was the school didn't want him in, and he insisted he still go to.
They made a movie about it. They actually made a movie about it.
Okay, Chauncey and Dice. Where is it?
Here, while you cue that up, John, let's hear about your favorite sandwich.
I can't believe Melvin's memory. That is my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite. The superhero hoagie, the chicken cutlet hoagie with lettuce, tomato, bacon. I don't use ham on it though. Some people do. I don't like the cordon bleu thing as much. I wouldn't put ham on it, but all that stuff I would put on. You're right. Some kind of cheese too, maybe like cheddar, sharp cheddar, and mozzarella. That I can't believe you remember that, Melvin. Did Did you speed my voice up?
I think I did. I don't know. I don't know though. You might have been hyped up because I don't know if I would have. I know I don't know if I would have sped that up a bit, but
Melvin loves
it does sound like it's been sped up. It's weird. I don't think I would have, but I might have. I may have just gone. You sound a bit
I can't believe Melvin's memory. That is my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite.
Yeah. I've sped that up a bit. I need to slow that down. I don't like it at that speed. That really does sound like you've had, 4 pots of coffee that day? 3?
I must be sped up.
Yeah.
What did Benjamin says here? Howard would have loved the Hells Angels.
That's a gay street.
His house. Christopher Street's a gay street in, the Village. I think it's the gay. It's one of the gayest streets. Maybe, probably, it still is, I guess. If the gay mafia, Pomontes, where is that place? Pomonte, is that in Pittsburgh? Right? Isn't that a famous place in Pittsburgh?
I don't know.
Gamma Man? I don't
know.
What is Chauncey's favorite sandwich? Melvin wants to know.
Yes,
and
please tell.
My favorite sandwich. My favorite sandwich.
I can't believe Melvin.
I like those sandwiches when the pressed bread, when they put like ham and cheese and they press it. What's that called? You know.
Oh yeah. Oh God, what is the term for that?
You put it in like a machine and you press the bread.
A jaffle. That's what we call it in Australia.
I've never heard it called a jaffle, but it's probably what I'm talking about.
Panini says Melvin.
Panini. There you go.
Yeah, Melvin's like a huge foodie. Everything goes with food all the time.
I know what you mean with a panini.
Panini.
Yeah,
yes.
a jaffle is 2 pieces in Australia. I know what we're talking about panini wise now. A jaffle is like 2 bits of bread with the cheese in it, but you actually clamp it down and then it comes out like this crushed, cooked thing. I know what the panini is. Lightly, it's put into a press, but not overly heated. I know what that. Very different things. Panini's kind of like a little roll. Yeah.
There's a place in Westwood, New Jersey called the Iron Horse, and they make cheeseburgers with the cheese inside the burger.
Oh wow, I've done that.
It's amazing. Like you bite the burger and the cheese is in the burger.
Yeah, you shred cheddar in the same bowl as the ground beef, and then you flat it together. And I put it on a huge, like a Costco mayonnaise jar, and you press it in the mayonnaise jar, and the cheese is inside the burger. That's how you do that.
Oh my God! And with caramelized onions on a pretzel bun. Oh my God.
Great. That's a great answer, actually.
We're talking about it like it's porno, and I want one now.
Horatius says, I was in elementary school and they used Ryan White to normalize AIDS, and that wasn't just a gay disease. We're all scared to drink from the water fountain. Yeah, this Jump Street, I tell you, it's called a little disease with a big name, big disease with a little name. Melvin's memory. That is my favorite. Horatius, that's a great, and it's based on that. And speaking of AIDS and speaking of gay, here's David. I miss you guys. Sorry I couldn't join in today. This is your biggest fan, Chauncey.
And he missed Poppy.
I can't believe he missed Poppy. That is my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite. This is for David.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful.
I sent this to Joe Jackson himself on Twitter. This motherfucker has 8,000 followers, and he had the audacity to blow me off.
Really?
Big time. Yeah, I don't know if he read it or not. It's like, you have some nerve. That is better than you can play. You have some nerve. Someone took the time to do that, and you're not going to at least like the goddamn thing?
Do you know what my favorite song from him is besides Stepping Out? Is she really going out with him?
Is she really gonna take
him home tonight?
Yep. If my eyes don't deceive me, there's something
going on around here.
I know a lot of people who love Joe Jackson. Like Brad Howland is one of them.
I can't believe Mel.
What was that, Vaughn? What was that? Play it. Yes, Gamma Man, that was Ron Artest, Meta World Peace of the Malice in the Palace fame in that huge fight in Detroit, which is crazy.
That was one of my favorite interviews. I got to play basketball with him.
He's great.
We did that interview, and then afterwards, he took me to a gym in the city, right around the corner from Scores, actually.
Wow.
And we played one-on-one. It was awesome.
Did you ever see him at Scores?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, he's probably the I don't know how to quantify this because it's a weird thing. It's so arbitrary. He's probably considered the best defensive player of all time. He covered like 5 positions and
he was a great guy. Like,
yeah, he is a good guy.
He really good guy. And I hate interviewing sports stars, athletes, because they give you the worst interviews. Yeah. But he was good. Like, he talked about anything and everything and had opinions about things. I really liked him.
He got screwed in that scenario because they're playing the Pistons. Is some foul I disagree with? He's just lying on the table, kind of going, "God damn it!" I think he had his 5th foul or something.
Somebody threw a drink at him.
Somebody threw a beer at him. Would you not charge the guy too? I wouldn't take that for shit. I would right in the stands. I would never put up with that.
Right.
And they're going, "What an animal! What a savage!" I would totally charge that guy.
So, me too. Yep.
I think he called me N-word too.
Yeah, and then other fans joined in and started throwing punches at him.
By the way, Gamma Man, it was Ben Wallace that started the fight. It wasn't Artest. Ben Wallace cheap shot.
Ben Wallace was the one who ran up first.
Yes, he started the fight. That's where it all came from. Yeah. It was crazy.
Wait. This is I'll just bring Chauncey. Yeah, this is important. Tell me, Tweedledee asks, tell me more about the lunch with Howard. Like his manners, chewing while talking, nice. Who paid, what did you eat, and what did you drink? What are we talking about? What kind of food is ordered by Howard? Tell me, what drinks would Howard order?
Your memory is amazing, by the way. Everybody said that. It is amazing.
This is what we love.
I'll tell you this. That was the first time, that first lunch is when I realized that there are 2 Howards. There's the on-air Howard, and there's having lunch with Howard. And having lunch with Howard was nothing like the guy in the studio. It was like a completely different person. He was like,
really?
Because I'm so used to him busting my balls or saying, I'm on, like you're revved up because you know he's going to be coming after you. But over lunch, he's like, oh, yeah, so Chauncey, you were in the Navy, yeah. What was that like? I had this and this, and you're having like a normal, like insanely normal conversation where it blows your mind. I'll give you an example. It would be like having lunch with Gilbert Gottfried, because Gilbert Gottfried was nothing like the comedian that you heard on Stern. Gilbert Gottfried, he's like, well, Chauncey, I've been working hard at comedy my whole life, and
my God,
and you're like, what is going on?
He could turn it on as he feels fit. To just
that's how Gilbert was. Gilbert
flip
talked
a switch.
like, and Howard's the same way. Hey Chauncey, I gotta tell you, what did you think? And he talked about like an MTV show or so. I can't remember what we talked about, but it was like normal things that you just would talk to a friend about.
Who
so
paid?
You're saying
Chauncey?
he's a gentleman.
Well, I've heard this. Go ahead, Chauncey. I'm sorry.
Oh well, Howard paid. Okay.
And you pulled out the black Amex.
I don't remember the card. I don't remember if he went up and paid the lady at the waitress. I don't know how. I forgot how it went down, but I know I didn't pay.
It wasn't it wasn't a black card. It was a pre-distressed black card.
I don't remember. I was probably too busy talking to Paulina.
So he'd listen to you talk about
he sat in for the interview.
Personal stuff.
He sat there quietly while I did the interview with Paulina. Yeah.
Well,
and do people walk? Would people walk by and go, "Oh my God, that's Howard," and all that kind of thing, or is it?
It was the middle. It was in
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
There was nobody in the place.
Yeah,
nobody.
It's that time. It's that dead time with not lunch, not dinner.
Right.
It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
What was surreal? The entire kitchen staff came out, and none of them even looked at Howard Stern. They were lined up for her.
Wow.
Like nobody was there. Nobody even paid attention to Howard. They were like in awe. It was like Madonna sitting there for them.
Damn.
She's
he
like
liked
Madonna
that?
of Mexico.
But Howard would make Howard happy. Do you think that they just ignored him? He wanted that.
Yeah, I would say he got caught up in it too, because he didn't know anything about her, and now he's learning this not just from me but from Richie, because Richie's backing up what I'm saying. He's like, no, Chauncey's right. Like, she's hot and she's famous. He goes, you don't know how famous. So apparently he knows who she is, because I guess his kitchen staff all know her. So he knew who she was. And he's like, no, Howard, you got to stay for this. She's amazing.
The theory on Howard, the Bruce Wayne theory on Howard, and I think it might have been you, Chauncey. The real guy is on the air. That this is the disguise, what you're getting in the restaurant. And
you could call it an alter ego. And if you talk about an alter ego, that isn't the alter ego really the ego?
Yeah.
It's just that
that's what you really want to be,
afraid
right?
to do it.
There's a dichotomy there.
But you know something? What I started this show off with, when I was telling you about banging the Playboy girls, I wouldn't do that at a party. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. I'd be shy. I'd be too afraid to even talk to them. But on my show, there's something about having a mic in front. You guys know.
Yeah,
there's something about having a mic in front of you in a studio where the rules change, things change.
And you put pressure on yourself to be engaging and entertaining and everything. I got to be on here, and a switch goes off.
I don't talk. I don't go out at night. I don't do anything. Like, I sit home and watch movies and Fox News. You know what I mean? But talking to you guys, it's fun. Like, I feel like I have a lot to say and it's interesting. But after this is over, I'm curled up in bed, and tomorrow I'll talk to nobody. You know, that's how it is.
We end up in a fetal position after these shows. I think. And speaking of that kind of stuff, John, how slow is this for you?
I can't believe Melvin's memory. That is my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite. The superhero hoagie, the chicken cutlet hoagie with lettuce, tomato, bacon. I don't use ham on it though. Some people do. I don't like the cordon bleu thing. That sounds like me drunk dialing Janine Garofalo at Saturday Night Live in 1994.
I interviewed her too. I interviewed Janine Garofalo.
How did that go?
It went okay. If I don't remember much about it, it probably went pretty well.
Oh my God, that's a great get.
I wish she remembered more about her.
I interviewed her for Copland.
Yeah, that's a great. People don't realize she was Stallone. How much of a strange partnership is that? Stallone and Janine Garofalo were partners as cops in. Was it
Edgewater, New Jersey? The real town where they filmed
Made
it
Up
was
Town.
Edgewater, New Jersey.
Yes. And they made it. Was it Garrison, New Jersey?
Yeah.
Great. I love that movie. Love that movie. She's actually a good actress. I see. Here are my 2 documentaries: Chauncey, just called Chauncey, and then Garofalo. We need to do something with Janine Garofalo and what happened to her, why she left the business, what's she up to now.
I think the business left her.
Yeah. She's
because she
for a while.
She didn't have the looks for.
No, unfortunately,
And she was doing comedy, but then comedy kind of passed her by, and.
But she's like a left. She's like a left Nick DiPaolo. She will die for her politics and her.
She
beliefs.
she was like an organic comic. It's like I like to call them hippie comics.
Yes, smart as a whip.
That's a good one.
I find her very funny. I love Janine Garofalo.
Bohemian comics.
Yes.
Oh, but she leaned. Her whole shtick was the sarcasm, and when you push it like that far, it's like David Wright, It's deadpan can only go so far with that kind of delivery, and
better ones came along because it was still early. She was one of the first to do that kind of stuff, but then others came, and the others that came were better,
Absolutely.
And comedy's tough because it's hard to stay on top of your game because there's always someone coming up, that's really good. And
if she saved well, she'd be fine financially because she was in some pretty big movies, like in supporting roles. So if she saved her money, she's probably not worried about.
But you can name 1,000 like her. Remember, do you guys know Don Hoffman?
Yeah. Yep.
Don Hoffman is another one.
Yep.
He's still around. He's still.
George Wallace,
Elaine Boozler.
Elaine Boozler was that
John.
That's the big Gary fight. You hear that fight, Chauncey, in the late 80s?
With Elaine?
Yeah, they went to LA and her goons roughed up Gary.
Amazing.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
Amazing.
Yes, of course, in Vegas, yes.
Howard got Gary beat up.
That was,
and then I think
that was
he
at
went
the
to sue her.
MTV Awards.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was 89?
Oh, no, wait. It's coming back to me. It was at a radio.
It was outdoors.
DJ convention.
Yes, that's it. Radio
and
Row.
All the radio shows from around the country were there.
That's
and they all had booths.
Holden.
They started
Air America.
harassing Elaine, and her boyfriend was there and attacked Gary.
Yes.
Yeah, John's played a whole segment of it before because Howard kept throwing in he was going to sue them and he's going to take them to court
really
and all this stuff.
To Gary. I think that he really
took
a bit of a beating.
Oh, you see Howard just oh yes,
right?
Yeah,
but that was great. Again, that was great radio. That's why the show was so compelling that could happen.
Howard's terrified in that. You can see the look on his face. He doesn't know how to deal with it because it's real. He can't control it. It's outdoors.
He didn't know. Oh no! When Artie threw went after Petty. When Artie went after Petty, you could see the real fear in Howard's voice.
Yep.
Oh, I wish we had a clip of Howard coming. He came back on, and he was like,
Chauncey?
Because
he didn't want to get sued. Because he didn't want to get sued. He's worried about lawsuits.
And he didn't know if on national radio if someone was about to get killed.
Yep. And he's just worried about. He's covering his own ass. He's worried about himself and how it's going to come back to him manipulating the whole situation.
And it's all going to be on him. Yeah.
Yep. Just like AJ versus John. Chauncey, why didn't AJ punch Howard? That's who put John's call through. Howard knew exactly what he was going to say. Right? John comes on, and AJ's like, AJ bypasses Howard, who took the call, who knows exactly what John's going to do, and AJ goes and punch Howard. That's who did it.
Right.
That's what would happen back then. I mean, it's just like Bob Levy calls in and is furious because he can't get airtime, and he's just screaming at Gary when we all know that Gary would have walked into Howard during the break and said, Bob was on the phone, he wants to talk, and he talked for 5 minutes, and Howard would have said, nah.
That's right, Holden. Air America was an all left-wing radio as an answer to George Bush administration. And Garofalo hosted a show with Sam Cedar in the afternoon. Al Franken had a show. Rachel Maddow had a show. And then Mark Maron.
Yeah.
Mark Maron had the morning show.
Next to this. You know who almost punched Howard during a show where he almost actually did get hit was Robert Blake.
Oh, yeah. Mr. T almost went at him, too.
Mr. T and also Gary Busey.
Gary Busey?
Gary Busey actually wrestled Howard to the ground.
Oh, reverse. Howard had to wrestle Gary to the ground. He was trying to touch Robin.
Yep.
He was trying
Is that what it was? Yeah, that's right. He was trying to get
crazy times on that show. Is that what freaks you out in your memories, Chauncey? How crazy that was? Like you'd come home every day from work going, wow, I just got screamed at on air, all this kind of stuff.
Yes.
And what about your family and your friends? Did your family and friends come to you and say, we don't think this is good for you?
Yes.
Did they say that much?
All the time. I had one girl came up to me one time, a girl I knew. She was a writer for me, stepping out. And she said to me with such a serious look on her face, she goes, why do you do it? Why do you go through that and let somebody talk to you like that and make fun of you every day? Why? And she was the first one to ask me that, and I had to think about it for a second. And my answer to her was because 25 million or whatever it was listen to the show every day, and I have a magazine that went from making about maybe $10,000 a year to billing over $3 million a year.
Oh my God.
And the reason for that was the number one radio show in the world would talk about the magazine every single day practically, and made every advertiser want to be a part of this magazine that Howard was obsessed with. And I said, the only way Howard's going to talk about it is if I put myself out there and be a punching bag for him. And it was for maybe 10 minutes or maybe an hour, whatever it was worth it to me to make a living and do that well. And to pay the salaries of about 20 other people who had mortgages and homes, who also depended on stepping out for a salary.
So you could say in a way you didn't care anything about
You get
what
numb to it.
Howard
No,
could say to you or anyone there, because your mind has switched gears. You're working on that side of it. So if
Dollar
people are putting
signs.
you down, you're not going to get upset because you see the forest
It's
instead of
professional
trees.
wrestling.
Yeah.
It's professional
It
wrestling.
is, and we found that.
And
very
if you're the what do they call it, the villain, or what do they call it, the heel? You're the heel. So I was the heel on the Howard Stern show. Well, at the end of the day, I wasn't the heel in real life. I wasn't the heel, throughout the day. I was the heel on a radio show that the whole country listened to, and it paid my mortgage. It bought me a house.
But getting back to your family and friends, did your immediate family listen often, and were they concerned? Because it's vicious, and your family name is kind of getting brought into all of it, right?
That's such a good question, and I often thought about it, but they never. It's almost kind of weird to say this. They never brought it up. I don't think they listen. I don't think they listen. They never discussed anything about it.
Wow.
At Thanksgiving, the name Howard Stern was never brought up at the table. Either they didn't listen, or they were too upset about it to bring it up, or they didn't. They were too nervous.
Have you ever asked them about that in specifically if they were upset about it? Have they ever told you, like in the last 10, 15 years, that they were disappointed? Because I could imagine, I wouldn't be surprised if my parents said to me, we were disappointed because it was disgusting. I would go, you're right. Like, so that's interesting though that they've never brought it up. That's interesting.
I think friends of theirs brought it up to them.
Yeah.
We heard your brother on the show today. We heard Chauncey on the show. We heard your son on the show last week. I'm sure they heard it in that regard.
Because there's a difference between you, I have to say, and someone like Grillo and Casey, where it took a big toll. Like, I've seen interviews with Grillo, like on radio, where he says that he has a lot of issues because of it, bad memories that mess with his head. And I know Casey is even much more issues with it mentally.
I get that
from
with
it.
Debbie. When I think about my Debbie Tay, I get that kind of flashback where I get very upset and very ashamed of myself. Like I think that's the only thing that I think I truly regret was Debbie Tay. And if I could go back in time, I wish I didn't bring her ashes on the show and do that.
Yeah,
because
that must be,
I like to think that she would have liked it. I tell myself she would have loved it and thought it was funny and that she got the joke or whatever. But I don't know. I hurt her family. And to me, at the end of the day, inexcusable. And I wish I didn't hurt her family because I seriously did, and that's a big regret for me. I carry that with me. I do.
See, the difference with you, Chauncey, is Howard only feels that way about celebrities.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He could care less.
Yeah, he could care less. If you're a civilian, he could care less. It's all
if Howard
about...
was a human being, if Howard really was the new Howard that he likes to brag about, he would actually contact me and say, Chauncey, I was sorry I did that with Debbie. And, I just wanted to reach out to you and say, I'm sorry for doing that as well.
Never long list. There's a long list, and that birthday show, he could have an amazing. He should get off the air and do that. His last 2 months.
Have all the ghosts of the past.
Yes, everybody. Show. Billy West, you, Artie, everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
Guys from Howard
Chauncey,
TV.
Well, Chauncey, when you say that, like, I'll turn it around to what you said. If Howard had called you up and said, I'm sorry about that, but I was getting something out of it. And in the same way, you were getting something out of stepping out
Yeah.
from Howard
He
punching
can.
you.
He's not famous enough. He's not
If
an A-list
Howard
star.
put it that way to you, would you say, look, yeah, fair enough. You wanted something crazy and you got it from me with the ashes.
Yeah.
But he never did that. But would you
No.
see it that way?
I would see it that way. The fact, if he even acknowledged it on that
Yeah.
level, it would mean a lot to me. But he won't, because I'm garbage to him. If I had an Academy Award, he would have done that years ago.
Spot on.
But you know, I'm garbage, so no, he would never do that. But yeah, that would mean a lot, and I wouldn't hold my breath for that.
I do wonder if Howard, late at night sometimes I know he's trained his brain not to think this way, but if they come in dreams, maybe
I think they do
haunt him. Yeah.
I swear to God, I think the same thing, and I think those things do haunt him.
Like Dana Plato,
unless he's a sociopath, they would have
to. He is a sociopath.
That's what we've always been trying to work out. Like Dana Plato, the next day she unalives herself after being on his show. That's something.
And DeBella's
would
wife
eat
killed
away
herself.
at me.
Yep.
Yeah.
DeBella's wife.
This is heavy stuff.
He's got
have
a lot
someone
of
on your show.
When they would sit there and let him drink until he fainted on the show and all that.
Yep. Yes.
That doesn't weigh on your mind?
No, it's not a sociopath who's only interested in star effing. I think it's all about that. It's all about the celebrity food chain, and you're
those damaged people that walk through that studio. So many emotionally damaged people that are dead now, or
blood on his
blood money, broken permanently. What does he say in his head? Well, I gave them a bit of fame. I made their life better for a little while.
That's how he rationalizes it.
That's how you. But I would say he contributed to their demise.
When you get to that point, you have to think about it that way, or you'll start crying all the time because you feel guilt.
You'll live with yourself. Yeah.
Question, Chauncey. In the future, when Howard passes away, would you ever write a tell-all book?
I don't think. I don't think I could, because everything with me and Howard, everyone knows. You guys know everything already.
Oh, but that's us. I mean,
I could tell.
I know that.
Perspective. I could tell you how.
But an actual book, you've told us. But have you ever thought about putting it all down into a book in 10 years when Howard may have passed away?
I haven't, but I think it would be interesting to write about all the things that. Well, I wouldn't have to wait till he passed away to do it. I could do it now.
Screw him.
No, you'd have to be careful.
He's lucky you don't sue him.
That's the question, because you have Gary put out a book. You've got Artie's put out multiple books. Stuttering John put out books.
Lisa G.
And they don't talk about Howard in any negative light.
They're not allowed
to. And they should have and could have.
The one guy that did was John.
I think they all signed something.
There's definitely an NDA. And wouldn't the point of an NDA be you're not allowed to talk about the NDA?
Of course it would be. I never signed anything. I can say anything about Howard.
Do you reckon Artie would have signed that, though, then? I don't think he would have signed an NDA when he started working there. When they fired him, they couldn't force him.
I would think
Artie talked about he had to sign it. He said there's this huge thing Buchwald made him sign, so he didn't get residuals
really?
from
All right,
E
sorry.
and stuff. Yeah.
You couldn't be in Howard's presence that intimately and not have to sign.
I didn't realize that. I take that back. That's fascinating. I guess
Chauncey, Sarah wants to know. Sarah's she's a sometime co-host on here. She's like the Marcy Turk of Lotus Notes. She says,
she really
Happy Thanksgiving,
she
Chauncey.
looks like.
There she is.
There she is.
Oh, wow.
Great looking broad. Thanks, Chauncey, for joining us for a great show. Everybody in the chat, we love you all more than you know, which she does. See you on Friday. She's going to be on a Q&A, a Depp Stern Q&A, Browns beat the Steelers, #. What a sore winner, if there is anything.
Is that a show? Is that a show coming up that Sarah's
Friday. It's a Q&A. It's just a basic Q. She wants to come on and riff and a Q&A about Howard. And we're going to talk about Brolin and Cher and something else. I forget. Meg Griffin versus Howard.
I knew Meg Griffin really well.
It's a
Oh,
great
really?
fight we have,
Yeah.
Chauncey, with her. Now, go ahead. What was your take on Meg?
Well, that was one of the fights. That was in the first fights I started with Stern. I interviewed Meg about Howard, and he read the entire interview on the air and gave her so much shit for it. Oh, it was awesome.
And she hit back, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
because she had to come on the air right after him at K-Rock.
Oh God, this is it. So this is the one. They didn't. Oh God, this is crazy. So I have this, and they didn't credit you for doing this. I just uploaded it. Oh my God, that's you too? That's crazy.
Yeah.
What a shit stir. What an imp. Holy shit.
All of them. There was so many fights I saw with everyone in the cast, because I interviewed every single one on the show. And every single one I interviewed, Howard spent an hour reading the interview. Fred, Robin, Jackie, all of them. John, Gary. Gary is one of the best. When I interviewed Gary, and he told me that what did he
cheated on his wife. Cheated on his wife.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
that's
my
amazing.
God.
Isn't that amazing radio?
Even during the interview, I wanted to say, Gary, I don't think we need to say anything else. I'm good. and just run into Howard's office and go, got it.
Did you hear anything from Mary Delabate after that?
No.
How funny is that? In the middle of that argument, he keeps saying, "Please stop talking about it. Please stop saying it." And Howard says, "Why?" And he goes, "Because I don't want her to hear it, of course." And then Howard goes, "Well, how do you know sure he hasn't heard it?" And he can't deal with the thought. And he can't stop them. He can't stop trying to say stop. He just keeps saying stop. You've never seen him, John. The guilt. That's guilt.
Yeah.
Totally is. So you can read.
There were so many guys. There was just so many. I mean, I'd have to really think back, but I could spend all night thinking, and I would still miss a bunch of the shit and the fights that I stirred up. There were just so many.
Well, talking about your book, this interview book, like the stuff I read, I'm interested in doing shows where we go through these interviews, because they're really interesting. The interviews I read. So I'm wondering if we can get a what's the word for
I gotta
it?
get the Depp one badly. I gotta read that.
Can you email us a advanced copy of the book, and we can get excerpts from all these interviews, because they're crazy. These are all the people like Rickles and all of these people we talk about, and we have been on the Stern Show so many times. All this stuff we could go through the.
Isn't it amazing the eclectic bunch of names from George Burns?
What I found funniest thing about your interviews, Chauncey, the funniest thing was you would crowbar Howard's name in to every single interview with
everyone,
these people.
just about everyone, yeah.
And whether they liked him or not, they were forced to comment on him, and then you would bring that to Howard, and he loved the attention. He loved to get the opinion of someone he would never do his show, and it was always, I'm like, that's so fun. You talk about forced, but it was so funny that it was forced. I mean, look at this. There's so many people that he really never had on that are on here.
Oh man,
As a matter of fact.
The ones that we could go through with you on the air, Chauncey. Like,
Joe Piscopo, that was a big fight.
All I have to do is read the ones that we could talk about. Dice, Artie Lang, Bill Maher.
Yeah, Bill Maher was a big fight that still lasts to this day. Because of my interview with Bill Maher, they never made up.
Wow.
He made up with his Chanty 4 years ago.
They never made up because of my interview with Bobcat Goldthwait. To this day.
The Bill Maher thing, they patched it up 4 years ago.
And started again.
Yep. That's how long that feud lasted.
David Allen Greer. David Allen Greer was a great one.
Yeah.
Went off on Howard.
Oh, God damn.
Pat Cooper. I mean, of course.
Oh, Pat's the best.
Yeah.
Pat's the best.
There's so many there. And isn't that's fascinating, Chauncey? You interviewed all these people. And some of those interviews are quite a few pages in that book.
And then there's the other book. There's another book I have out where it has Amy. It's the same thing, only they're not comics. And one of the people is Amy Fisher. And do you remember what happened with that? It made national news.
Didn't she walk off the show, Chauncey?
What's that?
Didn't she walk off the show?
Yes, because of my interview.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Because I said to her, do you have any regrets about what you did to Mary Jo? And she said, no. I said, no, you shot her in the head. You don't regret it. She goes, no, because I made her famous and we've both done very well because of what I did.
Wow.
And Howard confronted her on the air with that, and she went crazy and walked off the show within the first 5 minutes because Mary Jo called in.
Oh, I vividly remember that. I vividly remember that. There was such that's Massapequa, Long Island, by the way. So it's Seinfeld and the Baldwins and the Botafucos and
Stuttering
Steve Guttenberg, Stuttering John. They're all from Massapequa. Long Island's so crazy. By the way, so speaking of which, this is Chauncey starting the feud with Dice and Howard. You listened to it before. I just want to show you the beginning of it.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to some other stuff.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
She doesn't come in and talk to you? You don't do that little...
Yeah, we do that. We do that.
But she doesn't kiss you?
I have a theory. This is Howard's on the outs with Allison already right here. And he's talking about Allison.
No, she's not.
I think so.
It's over, Johnny. It's over, Johnny. What is it, Baba Booey?
I hate to interrupt, but I think this is pretty important.
What is it?
You want to talk to Dice?
Yeah, now I want to talk to
Line
Dice.
17.
All right. You get your clothes on and get the hell out of here. It's going to be ugly. You don't want to see this.
I know what's been going on.
All right, okay.
This was ugly.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Nice
meeting you, too. Okay.
All right. And I got news for you. You're a total amateur, and you're a better guest than Dice.
Oh, ouch.
Alan Thicke came in here, was great.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Dice.
Yeah.
Hi. You want me to go first, or you want to go first?
You could go first.
Okay. First of all, I thought long and hard about this, and the reason, what's precipitated this is I read your comments.
How'd you read my comments?
The guy faxed it to me, the guy named,
Chauncey.
Chauncey.
Okay.
And your comment, to sum it up, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but...
Well, why not?
Because it's boring.
No, it's not boring. It just tells it the way it is. Why don't you read the whole thing?
Okay, well, I read it on the air already. I just didn't want to repeat it. I figured I got you on the phone. You can talk. Why should I read your comments when I can have your comments directly?
Yeah, right.
And here's my feeling about you. That you're blaming me for a bad appearance that you had on our show. And, okay, maybe I'm a crummy interviewer or whatever you want to say.
That's not what I said. Maybe you didn't read it.
No, I did read it. You're saying that I'm losing it, that I don't have an edge. And I said, gee, that's pretty interesting, coming from a guy who dropped, Andrew Dice Clay became Andrew Clay.
You mean when I did another series?
Yeah, exactly. It seems to me you're blaming me for a bad appearance.
No,
when maybe you should blame
yourself. I was bad.
Well,
I didn't say I was bad. I said you were a little off that day. What, you can't have an off day?
I wasn't off that day. I was not off that day.
For you to go on well, play the show over again.
I am. In fact, it'll be on E! It'll be on E! tonight. No, the audience is. Listen, people are going to come up to you and suck up to you. But here's the point.
No, people come up to you and suck up to you. I don't suck up to nobody.
No, I don't see any people.
Rat boy.
I don't even see. I know. Good. Someone wrote you a joke.
No, nobody wrote me.
Anyway, rat boy. Yeah, that's nice.
Between me and you.
Here's the deal. Things have gone badly for you, and it's the end of the career. I understand that, and I had you on as a mercy booking.
You know how stupid you sound even...
Guys, let's admit it's over.
That.
Did you see the ratings on your show tonight?
You're at the end of a career.
You're at the bottom of the ratings.
Yeah, right. In the meantime, it's 5:30, right?
Wait a second. Here it is. I'm not making this stuff up, Dice. If you want me to kiss your ass, I'll kiss your ass. But here it is.
I don't need you to kiss my ass.
Number 107 hits. The last...
Make sure... Hey, Howard, before we start, at least make sure my mic is on, okay?
Your mic...
See that?
By the way,
right,
Dice's career is doing great now.
He's actually an established actor, and he's been in
came back.
way better movie career than Howard.
You're right
way
there,
better.
John, though.
Way better career than Howard, yeah.
I love that, John. Make
What's
sure
that,
my mic's
Dice?
on. Make sure my mic's up, yeah.
You hear that,
he's going to
Chauncey?
duck
Dice?
it down once they get loud. Yeah.
Dice accused him of lowering his voice, which he does all the time.
That's what he does.
You're such a disadvantage there in that. That's so great. And that, Chauncey, you caused this fight. He was off the show for a decade and then came back.
Howard was so devastated by this. Devastated.
Oh, this
he
is
really is.
Classic arm right now. John, you're
fight.
on fire right now.
I think Chauncey's on fire, and I think we need to do a part 3 of this because it's just endless.
Hell yeah.
It's too
It
good.
is endless.
It's too good. We got it. Even though Sarah and I are going to do that Q&A thing, this will be another part. If you're up for it, Chauncey, because there's so much more, and I'm going to get to some more stuff here. But the dice thing, should we play some more? I mean, you heard the rest of the fight.
Play more of the dice.
As soon as they
It's
repeat
so
themselves, I'll stop it.
Yeah, cool.
Wait. Got to put it
Way up.
Okay, good.
Your mic is all the way up. The show isn't doing well.
Don't talk about ratings. Talk about your ratings between you and Mark and Brian. Don't talk about my ratings.
What about my ratings between me and Mark and Brian?
Please,
Why don't you quote them? Oh, you know, here we go. You see, it's going to get into the thing where you're going to sit there and lie.
No, I'm not going to lie. You're the one that...
All right, Mark and Brian are beating me. You're absolutely right.
Baby,
Mark and Brian are beating me. Mark and Brian are beating me. They're really tremendous talents. Everybody knows you're telling the truth.
That's right.
Here, since you don't have anybody around you, you went on Geraldo. You went on my show.
Yeah.
You went on the Keenan Ivory Wayans show.
Yeah, so?
They were horrible appearances.
Yeah, okay.
All right? You didn't prepare. You had nothing to say. I said to you...
Who says it was
I left you...
horrible,
Okay, here's the
You're
deal.
not even a comic. How do you judge any comic?
I went and asked you... Listen,
That's
I know
what I wanna
interesting
know.
people. You don't have to be funny. Be interested. I say to you, well, Dice, how's your
Very
relationship...
interesting.
How's your relationship with your wife?
Talk about lies, Howard.
How's your relationship with your wife? You go to me, hey, Howard, I love my relationship with my wife. I built a disco in my basement, and we make love down there.
Not my basement, and it's not a disco.
In the pool house,
Well,
excuse me.
that's
In the
different.
pool
You know
house.
that.
All right, that's the funny part.
Yeah, at
All
least I take time to spend time with my wife. You know what I mean?
Good.
Instead of hanging out in the back of strip clubs with chicks jumping on my 2-inch killer.
Wow.
Wow. Scores.
That really pisses Howard off because he's claiming to be still with Allison at this point. And I guess Dice knows something. He's probably right, Chauncey?
Yeah. Well, most people connected to the show knew what was going on at the club.
I can't stop thinking about Dice being in Private Resort with Depp in 1985. I just keep going back to that.
Well, let me tell you something. At least that's a funny bit.
Yeah, no, it's
to
not.
talk about that. Yeah, it is my life. But I talk about my real life, and you don't. Why don't you come on the air and admit that your career's over?
Why can't you ever face me when we're on the air live, huh?
Hey, I did a show with you live. You didn't say anything.
I understand.
You didn't bring up a thing. If you're having a problem, bring it up. I wasn't having a problem. You were. You said, hey, man, Howard was having an off day.
Hey, look, you're the one that jumped right.
I guess Geraldo had a rough day. Keenan Ivory Wayans had a rough day.
Chauncey, this is a guy named Johnny Meyer here, and he's an actor. And he worked for, do you know who Electric Eel is?
Electric Eel.
Harry Barbarian. He plants fake phone calls to radio shows. It's not like a prank call. It's a fake caller that goes on and on and on. And you're like, why is Howard keeping him on the air? And he would do that.
Yes, I heard about this, and I heard that the show was using him.
Yes.
Was he getting paid by Howard?
I think it was a separate service that the company would pay, like Infinity would pay Harry Barbarian, and he would pay his actors who would call in with a fake phone call.
Yes.
You know, you'd be like, you hear a caller on Howard would leave him on the air for 10 minutes. You're like, what is he doing here? And those were fake. But he wanted you to think they're real. Yeah. So this guy passed away, and they did a documentary on him. This guy, Johnny Meyer here, is telling us about. It's fascinating. You have no idea. So he did one of the calls, and we'll get to it some other time, but you have no idea. I'm sure you could imagine that there was so many, not prank calls, fake calls, like sincere
fake call, like fake listeners calling in. They're not real.
Really was just like
so much
disturbing.
About the show, so much coming out now. Yeah.
Where do they find them, Chauncey, to have someone they can give a name? Like, I'll give you an example. Over the last 10 years or so, there was a guy called Apple that would always call in, called himself Apple. Could have been fake caller. Where do you find these people that are willing to do that? Are you paying them?
I heard they were paid.
Wow. There you go, John. Isn't that
bizarre?
Imagine that.
Of course they are, because
the only one who wasn't paid was me.
Which is crazy, because every phone call has some juice to it, has some meat to it. Every time you bring it, you just don't get enough credit. I mean, I'm telling you, every time I go through something is a new controversy. You're right in the thicket of it. Every time.
Started so many. Yeah. And because of it, and the love people had for Howard, I became hated. Hated beyond belief.
The heel.
But the reason for that hate made the show popular. That's what people love to hear. They love to hate me so they can enjoy Howard. You know, it's
Oh yeah, it's like Tom Cisano. You love to hate him because he's screwing up Howard's show, you know, in quotation marks. And then when he's gone, it's like there's no one to fight against. When he went to Sirius, that was a problem for me. He doesn't have anyone to blame.
Not only that, it was fun to watch him dance around the censors and say a-hole instead of asshole and stuff. That was I like that.
It was so stiff, and he was so stiff. It was funny.
Yep.
And they could. Well, you know, that we were all characters. It was professional wrestling, and we were all characters in the ring.
John said it thousands of times, but it made them be more creative.
Yeah.
You couldn't just say fuck you, John. You couldn't say that. You have to say F
What
you,
can I
and
get
then you
away
have to
with?
get more creative, more personal.
Right. You had to learn to dance.
But he also painted himself as a victim in the sense that the money didn't come from Howard. He didn't pay a cent. CBS and Infinity paid all his fines. Not a dime came out of his pocket. He would have the listeners believe he paid for it.
Yeah, and I thought the fines were huge. And after reading about them for years, it looks like it was only a couple of million in the end. You know, he gets 5,000 here, 5,000 there. You add it all up. It doesn't really seem much.
Right, because a fine doesn't mean you pay the fine. It's just a fine. You still have you're allowed to petition that fine, and that could take years.
Right. Yeah.
Of why you think it's
appeals and stuff. Yeah, you could. Yeah, I learned the appeal process in the last however many years.
A fine is just a fine. Doesn't mean that somebody's writing a check.
What I was gonna say. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, if anybody can donate to Pause for the Cause, we'd really appreciate it. For the pirate ship, Sarah's donating to her own cause. Arm is a fruit, in fact. Yes, he is. He is fruity. He is light in the loafers. Light in the sketches.
Light in the loafers.
As it were. I love light in the loafers. Harry originally called in as a guy with a relationship with his wife. Track hole around 97. That's his first time.
Wow.
What did he die of, Johnny? What was it? I mean, I just spoke to him. He called into Radio Gunk from the road, and it was like less than a year ago. God damn. Tamara Francois says, Tam-Fran, funny how Howard has the guts here and not scared, though he's sure face-to-face he would run. Yeah, I mean, back then he had a semblance of balls, but he also has security in the studio. So, yeah, but back then he would actually confront people. It's a way different guy. This is just one last thing.
The people who created your CBS television show had a rough day. Hits is having a rough day.
You had a rough day.
Your movies had a rough day. Everything's had a rough day.
Why do you got to just...
Brain Smasher had a rough day. Everything has a rough day. Everyone's fault but Dice's.
All I was talking about was...
So you got to go in the paper and badmouth me. If you had an off day, you had an off day. What do you got to say Howard had an off day for?
Because you did. You just sat there.
That's such a lie. I just sat there. I go to your Dice.
Another fight with me.
Dice qualifies. He's like, look, everybody has a bad day. I have a bad day. You have a bad day. I just felt like you were off. There's nothing wrong with that. He can't take so thin-skinned.
But at that time, too, you have to understand, I knew Howard's Achilles heel. So I knew how to get these people to say the thing that would make Howard go through the ceiling. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I had a real good sense of what would make great radio if I could only get them to say it. So it was fun to try and steer. Like if you read my interviews, sometimes you'll see me trying to steer it, trying to get that answer that I know is going to be a home run on Stern the next morning.
And so ahead of your time in that sense, you just had it was prophetic because we caught on way too late. This is Chauncey. You want to do the broads with Howard, or do you want to do Depp?
Good question, Chauncey.
What is this?
Well, here's what I'm going to do. Let's do Carrie Stevens because I've been holding on to this too long. Carrie Stevens is a Playboy playmate, and she came out with a book recently, and there's a whole page dedicated to an affair she had with Howard when they went to the Playboy Mansion.
Okay.
And maybe you could speak to this because this is in your time. I'll read the passage. Another person who was super supportive of me was actually Howard Stern. This is Carrie Stevens' book. I met him when he was broadcasting live from an event at the Playboy Mansion. No one knows about this tryst. He's with Beth, by the way, at this time. A bunch of playmates were sitting around at a round table with Hef, and Howard did his thing, trying to embarrass girls with wildly provocative questions. I don't remember what he asked me. You'll see this in a second. Except it was something obscene and obnoxious. So I gave it a sarcastic, smart-ass answer. Come on, you're my type. That was his flirtatious response. Later in the game, a small private house in the grounds of the Playboy Mansion, the male lead singer of the band that performed blatantly hitting on Howard. Howard turned to me, desperate to be rescued. He needed anyone to turn at the moment, and I happened to be standing there. He struck up a conversation. You think that's Andy Dick, Bon? Remember Andy Dick had a band, and he would go to the Playboy Mansion, and he's bisexual.
What was that band that always would go on Stern? They're no longer together. They had one big hit song. Now I got
Train.
Not Train.
No, something before that.
The guy, what was his name?
Sugar Ray?
Sugar Ray, yeah.
Okay. Oh, God, that guy.
Sugar Ray. That would have driven me crazy.
Mark McGrath.
Yes, Mark McGrath. Yep.
Oh, God.
And so
he was a regular at the Playboy Club.
Yes.
Oh, I bet he was. Chaunce, I bet he was doing everything illegal, disgusting. Yes. I mean, did you ever talk to him, hang around? Was he...
No, I don't think I ever did. I can't...
Was he at Scores? He must have been at Scores a lot. Yeah.
He has absolutely no talent. He has no musical talent. He can't sing. He can't play an instrument. He has no talent. He got all on charisma. There's nothing there.
Just a quick one. Was Grillo at Scores as much as you were when you were really milking it? Were you guys both just there every day?
Yeah.
I love it. I love that.
Yep.
Free
and
food.
And so was Ralph. And so was
Ralph.
It was Ralph.
How about
Booker,
that, John?
Me, Grillo.
Let me stay on this. Ralph's
yeah,
in this,
go, Johnny, go.
So Carrie Stevens goes, I told him flat out, I hate your show. I'm never going to go on it. And in a very calm tone, he said, yeah, you don't have to come on my show. So we sat down on the floor in the van room in the game house, decorated to look like the back of a 70s van, complete with wall-to-wall carpet. He was intelligent and engaging. I told him that he wasn't into the whole F thing, having multiple girlfriends. Do you? He's like, what do I know about this? He's with Beth at this time. So he wasn't really the pig that I'd always assumed him to be, not the person he portrayed on the radio. Not a sexiest asshole at all, but I liked him. I liked him a lot. We ended up going out to his limo with a group of people. The two of us danced closely for hours at a club in Hollywood that had glass walls around the dance floor. Afterwards, Howard's limo took us all to the parking garage in Century City, where we'd left our cars before catching the shuttle to the Playboy Mansion. So that's how it's done. I was about to exit the limo when Howard rightfully insisted that I should not drive now and that he would take me home. I don't know what I was thinking at 2 a.m, asking Howard if he wanted to see my house. Well, of course he did. We were in my downstairs family room when we started making out, and his glasses fell off onto the floor. We went upstairs to my bedroom. In the morning, I served him breakfast in bed. He lay on his back while I, wearing nothing but the diamond belly chain I had on the night before, straddled him like a cowgirl and spoon-fed him in a egg white frittata. His poor driver had spent the entire night waiting for him in the limo outside front of my house. After he left, I went back to the bed only to be awakened by my roommate bursting my door open with a pair of eyeglasses in her hand. She said, "Oh my God, these are Howard Stern's glasses." That's it. Isn't that crazy?
100%.
No one knows about this.
100%.
And so here she is. I went and I ferreted this out, as Bond would say. So this is Carrie Stevens, and you know nothing about what's going to happen during this. And then I have also him coming on the air the following Monday.
Ferret. I'm ferret. I'm ferret. Ferret.
Do you think that just quick? Do you think that works better without that voice saying?
It's good.
I think it works better without it. I'm sorry, John. I completely interrupted you. Can you just recap what you were saying before?
Jose Villataro says, "Enjoying Lotus Notes." Thank you, Jose. Glad, but like to see you back on Gunk once a month. Well, what's in it for me, Jose?
It's not going to happen. It's not.
I'll leave it up to Poppy. I know Monique's afraid of Poppy, so I'll leave it up to Poppy. Thank you, PCP. Gunk sucks for that arm. I agree with you.
John, recap what you were saying before I interrupted there.
I don't think you did interrupt. All I was saying is I'm going right now to the ferret video of Howard at the Playboy Mansion and Carrie Stevens. This is who she is, and this is the entire dialogue from that video. Carrie Stevens right here, man. Playboy
and set
Mansion
the scene
footage.
quickly. What year was this?
This is 01, January of 01. He's with Beth at this time, and he hasn't officially. She's not really. He mentions that she's at the Stuttering John fight, but they claim to have been with each other by this point. So this is Carrie. We should send this to Beth. So this is Carrie Stevens.
So he's cheating on Beth, possibly.
Yes, he's cheating on
Playboy
Beth.
Mansion.
This is why it's a big. This is so I put together like a little bit of a montage. The Stern Show back when it had ambition would go do live. Occasionally would go to LA and Vegas and stuff, and maybe once a year tops. And you miss those shows, but so this is when they went to the Playboy Mansion and they did the show. And so this. Hey, Sunflower, I got a ferret you can rescue, honey.
All right, we're here at the Playboy Mansion. Very, very excited about this.
Okay, look, take a look. Look at the security Howard has around. All he's doing is walking to this chair, and there's 6 guards, including Ronnie, trying to walk with him to this fucking chair.
They're flexing their penises together.
Oh, Bon, that drop. That's Sunflower.
It works perfectly because that's what Howard's doing right here with his security. He's flexing his penis.
Wait, that is
Oh my
6'7" plus. That is not 6'5". Look at him towering over these guys.
Oh,
It's not 6'5".
We're obsessed with his height.
No, he's a
Chauncey.
giant.
Something's it's going to come up all the time.
Chauncey has a relationship with Jason Williams. You know who he is, Bon? He killed his limo driver, a la OJ. He was a New Jersey Nets power forward, and he had like 2 good seasons. And he blew
Did he
away.
Go to jail?
He did go to jail. He did go to jail.
God.
He actually, so yeah.
Don't anybody get too excited that I'm here. All right, that's all right. Here we are. Very exciting. Robin, what are you doing? Where am I going? Baba Booey is leading me in.
Look at Jackie writing away, right?
Cold here or what?
It's very cold.
I'm
glad you brought a coat.
It's time for my winter coat.
Look at this shit.
That was exciting.
Did you enjoy that walk? Look behind you.
Wow.
That is the infamous grotto.
So while everybody's we're here at the Playboy Mansion, I realize while everyone's having fun here and swimming and doing all kinds of cool stuff, what we're going to be doing is broadcasting.
And we'll be looking the wrong way.
Yeah, and we'll have no fun, which is the story of our lives.
Fun will be happening behind.
Yes, Holden. This is pre-nose job, Howard. Exactly right. I think this is right around the time you started getting plugs and extensions put in and shit. This is when he noticed there's a part he doesn't like and he started filling it in. This is right around here.
Behind us.
Well, it's good to be here at the Playboy Mansion. Obviously, there's a lot of beautiful women as I look around, and we have got a huge show for you. Where are you, Gary?
I am right here.
Tell me everyone who is coming here tonight.
Well, do you want to know who's scheduled to be guests or just who's going to be in the audience as well?
Tell me everything that you know about the Playboy Mansion, because as far as I know, every friend of mine has called to try to get in here tonight.
Gary told me that what was the time that you closed the list?
I closed the list at 2 o'clock, and this must be a very LA thing, because nobody calls like a week in advance. That gives you time to say no. So they call about 2 hours before the event and, and pressure the hell out of you.
Where are we in the mansion, actually?
We're at the pool.
What is that called? The pool?
That's the grotto pool. That's the
floating on top. I think they cleaned it for us.
They're the girls who are assigned to the grotto. Look at that.
Ladies, I'll be in the pool after the show. Gary, will I have time to party here at all?
We actually will.
We will.
The party goes on well after the broadcast ends.
Where is my swimsuit?
You don't need one here.
I'll be nude in the pool. By the way, my friend Ross Zapin says he will be going in the pool nude tonight.
Yes.
I don't doubt it.
Yes, I will be in the pool nude also. And
Chauncey, any dealings with Ross Zapin?
I never did. No, I never had dealt with Ross. He never crossed my path.
He's one of these record executives who just keeps failing up. You know, they just keep giving him these weird cronyism jobs, and you know, he's now running this serious West End division for Howard.
He wasn't a celebrity. He was just one of the guys that latched on to Howard, and you know.
by the way, I have to describe the scene to the
or videotape of the waterfall.
I love that waterfall.
I'll be making love to Kylie Bax under there
Under
during
the
the evening.
waterfall, that's that cave that the girls and the guys go in to get naked.
That's right. I can't wait.
As you know,
Such an important rule. You know, if I had a pool, which I used to have one, but if I had a pool.
See that shot at Allison? So these are the days he used to take shots at Allison about losing. She cleaned up. I don't think people realize what she. Did you ever get privy, Chauncey, to the grounds of their divorce?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, give us the money.
So
Please.
what happened? She met a trillionaire.
Yes.
In the fashion industry, in the garment industry, I should say, not fashion. And his money blew away Howard's money.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so she, according to him, he mumbled under his breath, she gets half my money for the rest of my life. That's Howard mumbled to Gary. So I don't know the statute of limitations. If she remarries, is that reneged? Is that, how much do you think?
I think it was once the kids were over 18, he's free.
Okay.
But
so as soon as Ashley turned 18, he's free.
Because she was married.
Okay.
But we could assume that she doesn't care. That's what you're saying, John, because the guy she's married is more money than Howard. Yeah.
A lot more money than Howard. Yeah.
Well, the irony of Private Parts, right? This is a movie how you're dedicated and it's all about Allison, and Allison's my best friend, and the movie is you cheating on, and that led to the demise of the marriage.
Well, guys, if you, I know I think it's on YouTube. When I was auditioning for John's job, my last day, I got to interview Howard, and I asked him that. One of my questions to him was, who was the first person to say the word divorce?
Wow.
It's a great, some people say it's the best interview that he ever did. If you
got him to admit he was a partner, Chauncey. You got him to admit he was and they all, you pressed him on it, and they basically agreed to it.
Yeah. We talked about God. We talked about everything. It was pretty good interview.
Which I used to have one, but if I had a pool, I would make that rule too.
I could have required name tags because I'm not going to be able to keep everybody straight. But I see Kylie,
and I see Kylie, and I see John the Stutterer, who's at a table like with Kylie Bax and all the beautiful models.
Let me jump.
It's an M thing.
Playboy Mansion.
A few. So these are the models sitting there, and Carrie, so he's going through the names here.
Thank you.
And what happens if you're in the magazine? You're a Playboy Playmate forever. You can go to all the parties and do all that kind of stuff.
Forever, or for a while.
Have you ever had sex here at the Playboy Mansion?
A few times.
Really?
Yeah.
With celebrities?
No.
No, just regular people.
Just my boyfriend.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, Judy Wright, did you know that Private Parts came out the same day and week as Donnie Brasco? Swear to God.
I
saw them both in the same theater.
So sorry.
And Paul Giamatti is in both movies, as a matter of fact.
Sorry.
Chaunce, you ever interview the real Johnny Brasco, Joe Pistone?
No, I never did.
That would have been good. That would.
I
gotta get your Depp interview. I gotta read that from Sleepy Hollow.
You know, it was a great interview. The guy that gets beat up in The Godfather, that James Caan beats the crap out of.
Yeah.
That guy's great. Like he was a real mobster. That guy.
James Caan himself is a great interview. He doesn't give a shit.
Oh, I have great stories about James
He's
Caan.
a cool dude. I like James Caan.
He used to call me at my office all the time.
Really?
My ex-girlfriend was his personal assistant.
Wow. You just connected to everybody.
And
did you record them?
What's that?
Did you record those interviews? Because that would be phone calls, I guess.
I didn't get those on tape, but he was really close to Farrah Fawcett, and she was dating a guy named Bean who used to beat her up all the time. And James Caan hated this guy and would make up lies about him and call me up and say, Chauncey, this guy's doing this and this and this. And say you heard it from James Caan, but then I'll deny it when the papers call. I'll say I never said it. But this way it gets in the paper, and then I'll say I never said that.
Wow,
So
man.
He was like wheeling and dealing with me for
that's
a long
pretty.
time.
Wow.
Thank you, Mary Jean. Yeah, Failing Upward. That'd be a great title for a movie or a show. The people like Ross Ape and the world. Thank you, Mary Jean. Chauncey, did you know that? I'm sure you did. Obviously, you know it better than anyone does. James Caan was good friends with Chuck Zito.
Well, I did know that. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a posse. All those
Chuck
guys.
Zito. bodyguard of like Sean Penn and Charlie Sheen.
I became really good friends with Chuck Zito.
That's a good friend to have. He could.
Yeah,
That guy
he's a
could
good
be
friend.
8 years old and you'd still be afraid of him.
Yeah, and when he's your friend for life.
Yeah.
As long as he has your loyalty and you stay true, you got a friend for life in Chuck.
You ever see him in Gia riding Angelina Jolie on the motorcycle? Yeah, that was great.
Of course. Yeah.
Like Chuck Zito and Gia over here, huh?
Not to have sex with her.
Not to have been chosen.
Who else do we have here? Let me say hello.
Hi.
And you are?
Layla Roberts.
Layla Roberts.
Yeah.
You're hot too. Everybody's hot.
Thank you.
Are you one of those girls that came from a small town and you came to the Playboy Mansion with a hope and a dream of being in the magazine? They find you for Playboy.
I just walked in one day.
Really? And you're just like a hot chick, you walked in and they boy signed you up?
I was lucky.
Yeah.
Johnny Meyer goes, college funds for all the Stern girls. Not just college. I mean, Ashley spent more time in school than Van Wilder. I think she went to college for like 15 years. That's like 10 schools she went to. I mean, she's like, I'm going to stretch this as long as I can go.
You had sex with celebrities?
Not really.
Tell the truth.
Come on.
Once in a while.
Come on.
Welcome, Sky Spectre. Chauncey is a fun surprise, and everybody should buy his book. Show the book, Bon.
I will.
When it comes out in 5 years.
Chauncey's, it's next year it's coming out because it says
Dude,
2024 in the
soon.
liner notes.
You guys will be the first to know when it's on Amazon.
Okay. There it is. Legends of
And
Comedy.
there's another one. There's another one with non-comedians.
I've got that one right here. Wait.
This is just a tease, guys, because this is the first book. The second one will have all the big comedians like Bob Levy and Shuli Egar in it. So you got to get this.
Mike Morse.
Mike Morse, right. Don Jameson.
I like Don.
He's a nice guy. I know he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Is it? So can anyone see that? Okay, it's in blue, Bon, or am I seeing blue?
Can you guys believe that Jim Norton is married to a trans?
Yeah, he's almost asexual. I guess he's been holding that in all these years, and he's a weird dude.
I'm having a hard time with it. The whole thing is just, it's weird.
You ever notice anyone who's sober has crazy deviant shit like that?
Not me.
Except
I'm
Bon.
sober.
But you drank a lot longer than he did.
You know what his email used to be?
Eat a bullet?
Email was?
Eat a bullet?
No, yellow treats, because you like to get peed on.
Oh, God. Golden shower. Okay.
I think it might still be. I think yellow treats at AOL.com.
Weird
still
guy.
be his email.
There's your first book, Chauncey. So that's what we were.
Well, the cover, I got to get you to know, because the cover has changed. So it's a different cover now. I got to get it to you. I'll get it to you guys.
Look at those eclectic names in there. That's a good list.
Yeah. There's so many. Isn't that
Cassie
amazing?
Lee.
Yeah.
Mila. Oh my God. David Caruso. Shannon. What was the Shannon? How was Shannon? That one.
She stayed a friend for life. Like for the rest of my life. She
John.
was a friend of mine. Yeah.
Her death really bothered me. I thought
really
that
bothered
was really
me
sad.
too.
It's the medical system. She couldn't. It's so depressing. There's so many people that passed away on this list.
Yeah. A lot of people have died. Larry King, Jerry Springer, Della Reese.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people.
John Waters, crybaby.
Who'd you get? Come on,
I
tell
did
me.
once in the past, yeah.
Who'd you have?
I can't say.
Come on, you can. Who'd she have? Come on. Come on.
Oh my God, okay.
Who?
Oscar.
De La Hoya?
De La Hoya?
Oh.
The boxer?
Okay, he's happy now.
Oscar Wiener or Oscar De La Hoya?
Oscar Wiener.
Oscar Mayer Wiener.
Now, did you go out on a date or did he just do you here?
No.
Yeah, PBO, who is my favorite law enforcement officer. It went into Sirius too. So Allison got a lot of that Sirius money as well, because Ashley was still under
18.
Ashley. Yeah, she turned 18. God, I want to say 2011, 2012.
Wow.
She cleaned up. Good for her.
She cleaned up. Yeah.
You had a date. Wow. How's he? Any good?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Really? You blocked it out.
I blocked it all out completely.
Because the Playboy Playmates always nail celebrities, and rightly so.
Why not?
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but
Well, he's got a good physique anyway, right? Because he's a boxer.
it's okay.
Kylie, you've banged celebrities, right? You had Marcus Schenkenberg, who's now enjoying Pamela Anderson, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Now, who is this over here?
Okay, here we go. So here's Carrie Stevens. This is who we just read about. So she had an affair with Howard in 2001 that Beth doesn't know about, and she wrote about it in her book that just came out, I don't know, it's 4 months ago. So this is Carrie Stevens, who we just read about.
Hi, I'm Carrie Stevens.
Carrie Stevens.
Yes.
You're my type.
Thank you, Howard.
And when were you a Playmate?
I was Miss June of 97.
Miss June of 97. Have you been lucky enough to have celebrity sex here at the mansion?
Not at the mansion.
But you have gone out with celebrities.
Yeah.
Who have you dated?
You know, it's a long list, Howard.
Really?
I think I need my own guest spot on your show to cover all that.
Well, here's your guest spot.
Give us the
Come on
top
up
10.
Come on up. Talk.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
We got time. We got 4 hours to kill.
Would it help? Would you have George Clooney?
No, not George Clooney.
Jimmy Caan?
Hey, I'll give you 3 guesses.
All right,
if you
go ahead.
guess one, I'll tell you.
No, come on.
Oh, no, because you'll never guess.
Well, give me a hint.
Play, Howard. Come on, I'm your type.
All right, give me a hint.
Black guy or white guy?
White,
All right.
kind of.
White guy?
Kind of white.
Not black.
Movies?
Give us the initials.
There's more than one.
All right, tell me who you've gone out with. You don't have to say you had sex, but who have you gone out with?
No, because you're going to assume I had sex with him.
No, I won't. I will not assume.
You know what? If there's anything you want to know about me, you should go to carriecaris.com.
See, everybody's got a one.
Do you have a list there?
Besides Eminem, who have you had sex with?
No, he's a married man. I don't sleep with married men.
All right, come on. Tell me who you went out with. Come on, give me a break.
Wow, that's foreshadowing, right?
Yeah.
I don't sleep with married men, and I guess she doesn't. If she doesn't know who Howard, he thinks he's lying to her. Oh, I'm free. I'm complete. This is my mad tear days. But he's with Beth at this. Make no mistake about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Give me your name.
Just a name.
Just
Come on, don't make me beg. I don't know who. I don't know who to guess. Who have you been with?
Why don't you ask my friends? Maybe
Have you been with Mr.
how loyal they
Hefner?
are.
Have you?
No.
No?
I wanted to once, but never happened.
You wanted to sleep with Mr. Hefner, but you couldn't get him?
I did.
Hef is here and he's throwing girls away from the table.
Hey, someday when I'm old on my rocking chair and I think about my Playmate days, I'd like to reminisce and say that I had sex with you, Hefner.
Really?
I think it would be pretty cool.
Mr. Hefner, why did you?
Why
an
are you
honor to be
denying
here.
her?
Why didn't you have sex with her? She wanted to have sex with you and you denied her.
Welcome and happy birthday.
Thank you. It's not even my birthday,
It's not his birthday,
but it feels
if
like
you
it.
want
I'll
to
tell
say
you that.
happy birthday, he'll accept it.
It kind of is his birthday. It's like right around. It's like January 8th or something like that. It is.
I interviewed Jill Spalding, who actually was part of the group that had sex with him on their sex nights. And she told me details of everything that goes on sex nights.
You know that Pauly Shore story, right, Chauncey?
Which one? There's a lot of them.
The Denise Richards story and the Hollywood sign.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought everyone. I thought. Well,
that one I don't know.
Supposedly, Denise Richards was a call girl, was a prostitute, and he was solicited by Pauly Shore, and he was rough with her, and so she came back to Heidi Fleiss and complained this guy was trying to rough me up and blah blah blah. So Heidi Fleiss sent her goons after Pauly Shore, beat the shit out of him, put him in a sack, and hung him from the Hollywood sign.
Is that
I
true?
Swear to God. I swear to God. A lot of that's. I'm sure people in the chat.
You know who know the details of that story? AJ Benzer.
Yes, he would definitely know that. He would
That's
definitely
such an AJ story.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be speaking to the great Hugh Hefner, who I consider to be the greatest man that ever lived.
Is he here tonight?
Yeah. You know, I'm hearing from a lot of the Playboy Playmates who are sitting here at the table saying they wanted to have sex with you, but some of them could not have sex with you.
He's too busy for us.
He's what?
He's too busy for us.
He's too busy?
So
Hef, you got to spread yourself around.
Hef, you're not...
I'm doing the best I can.
Well, we'll see what happens. By the way, this place looks beautiful tonight. The pool looks amazing.
Yeah.
And I will be nude in the pool later on.
Oh, I hope so.
Hey, Howard, you know what Jimmy Caan said?
What did Jimmy Caan say?
He said that if you swim in the pool, you can get pregnant.
If you swim in the pool, you can get pregnant. Is that true?
Even the guys, yeah.
So many hot chicks, and there's got to be one here for me.
Gotta be.
There's got to be somebody here for me. Anybody here find me remotely attractive? No? This woman here said she actually found me attractive. Is that right? What's your name?
My name's Simone.
Simone?
Yes.
And
Yes, Sunflower. Gary is super aggressive. There's a scene, we're going to get to it someday, where they have a It's Just Wrong thing, and it's brother and sister. And Gary is so aggressive because doesn't want to get berated by Howard. He's literally, I mean, this is the very personification of sexual harassment. The girl says, look, I don't want to do this. I'm not getting nude for my brother. And she starts cowering in the back. And Gary is just dry humping her, going, you got to do it. You got to do it. It was, you'll feel so sorry for this poor, she's crying. She's literally crying, and she's covering up with a towel back, in the hallway while this is going on. Yeah, Gary's the worst. He's such a horny.
What are you, a Playboy Playmate?
I did the special.
Go ahead, Chauncey. I'm sorry.
No, I never liked Gary. Never liked him. He always skeeved me.
You did not trust him one bit. And that girl they had a total sexual harassment. I'm sure they probably signed some release thing, but it was so that's the aggression she's talking about. And
Auditions magazine, and I do their television work as well. So.
Wow.
Thanks, Howard.
We're examining feet while Hef is examining vaginas. I don't get it. I love this guy's.
Look at Carrie Stevens asking Hefner probably about
right, of course.
Look at this. So she's whispering to him, "Hey, look, can you hook me up with this guy? Gotta be right. What
of course, absolutely."
Yep.
I love this guy's evaluation.
Oh,
really
yeah,
do.
he's rough.
Ladies, he'll be going throughout the crowd looking at your feet. It's a class show.
Oh, with the thigh high boots?
Yeah, really. I mean,
you are so incredible.
Hi.
You are so incredible looking. Who are you?
Shannon Stewart.
Are you a Playmate?
Yes, I was June 2000, Centerfold.
Wow.
How old are you?
22.
That's the age I date.
That's actual age.
Don't tell.
I think Howard's 48 here.
Kylie, I'm interested in you. She'll think I'm cheating.
49.
God, I don't want to cause any controversy.
That's all right.
Kylie doesn't seem like a jealous girl.
Oddly enough, Kylie doesn't seem all that jealous that I'm into you.
I want those. I met her on the bus. Students don't own outfits like that.
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's go cut to Monday or Tuesday. He comes back, and this is his account of what happened, what you just read. So Carrie Stevens, I just read, that's what really happened. This is what Howard says happened. 2/5, right, February 5th, 2001.
Called, what's that called? Ambien. But I was running low. And I don't really use sleeping pills a lot, but I'm coming home from LA, right? And my flight's at noon. I don't know what's going on with the airlines now, but my flight's at noon. They canceled the flight.
I know, I heard that.
Well, you were on my flight. You got canceled too? Oh, you weren't. You were earlier.
I was on another flight. You were supposed to leave at noon. I was supposed to leave at 12:30.
Oh.
Chauncey, they get a private jet to LA, but somehow they're taking
a public jet back.
Yeah, they're taking separated commercial flights back.
That's weird.
It's so weird, right?
Yeah.
So Howard's he missed his flight because of her, and now he's going. He doesn't know why it's a mistake. He's got drivers and assistants telling him what to do.
Yeah, he's covering. This is his alibi.
Yes.
But I heard you left 11.
No.
You left at 12:30.
My plane, yeah.
Oh, I see.
But our plane had
my flight got canceled altogether. Then they put me on the 1 o'clock. And so I get on there and I said, you know what? I had 2 hours sleep.
His flight got canceled, and they put him on the 1 o'clock. He's such a liar. He got everything out of his mouth. You can't trust anything he says.
He's so fucking skeevy. Yeah.
The last night we were there, I didn't get any sleep.
That's it.
Because I was at the Playboy Mansion and I was going to party my ass off. And then I ended up at some club
So you
called
didn't
Deep.
go to bed right after.
No, honey, I was up all night.
I figured you
I
guys
was bombed out of my skull. I was bombed out of my skull. I disappeared into the bowels of the Playboy Mansion.
Yeah?
I was hanging out with all these playmates and stuff. It was way cool. Way cool.
What did you do with the Playboy?
Well, we talked. We were friends. No, I was hanging around with a whole bunch of people and then we went to a club called Deep, and I was dancing until about 3 in the morning. And
Anybody got tape of that?
Yeah.
I almost missed my flight thanks to one drunken joke man.
I heard.
That's it. That's all he mentions, and she said what happened, and that's all you're going to get out of him on that trip. Now, usually, Chauncey, they would talk about that for the whole show. They would recap and then pat themselves on the back. That's all you're getting out of him on that. And that's
he just laid the groundwork for so he could explain what happened when he got back.
Yep.
Say, if you don't believe me, listen to the show. I addressed it and moved on.
That's crazy. God, so that's what you get, and that's her and Carrie Stevens. That's the first. She says after she kept in touch with Howard for months after one night. Oh, so John Lorello is a follow-up on this. Carrie Stevens, by the way, the book came out in 2020. So John Lorello says, she says that she kept in touch with Howard for months after that one-nighter. Damn.
Wow. So
You
you
know
wonder how
that-
many more times they had a one-nighter?
I know. Do you know that Angie Everhart and Robin Givens were Buckwald clients, right, Chauncey? That's
Yeah.
how that was. It's almost like giving him, double, a 3-week beard kind of thing. That's how that. Brad Pitt. Yeah, that's the whole Robin Givens thing.
Yeah.
I guess we could wrap it up, Chauncey. I can't thank you enough for doing this. You got to come back again for 3. There's too much to do with you. I can't take it.
There's so much. I like the idea. If you guys, I'll send you the link to both books, the other book too, and whatever names interest you, browse through the Q&As, and you'll find so much gold that you're going to want.
Yeah, I will.
There's so
That'd
much.
be great if
The
we can
Don
get an
Rickles stuff
advance
is great.
copy.
The Stan Tennyson stuff is great. Dice is great. It's all full
And
of stuff.
Chauncey, we'll time it for when this book's coming out.
Stop it!
When
Stop
is
it!
it coming out? I'm not joking. I'm not being a smartass. I just mean, is there a problem?
listen.
Like, is it coming in a couple of months? Or
No, it could be tomorrow. I want to put it on Amazon, but
okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how to do it. So if anyone listening,
we can do it
Yeah.
for you.
on Amazon,
We can help.
I need some help doing it.
We can totally help you with that. Absolutely.
I have 2 books
obviously-
that are ready to go. They're finished. I just don't know
I'm
how
going
to
to email you some YouTube videos that show you how to do it on
Okay.
Amazon, okay? But we'll time it and we'll do a show where we
For
go
the day
through.
it's out, for the first day it's on Amazon.
Absolutely, we'll
would
do a show. I'd love that because there's so much that involves Stern in it that it's so
And the music
relevant.
one, and I'm just finishing up the music one. You won't believe how good the music names are. Like they're off the charts. And a lot
So
of
you're
them
going to
have
stagger that release, so that's going to come out in 6 months' time, sort of thing. Yeah, the
Yeah,
music
stagger
book.
them. Yeah. So it'll be
Speaking
3
of
books. It'll be a
staggering, Bon,
it's a trilogy.
we're going to
It's a
stagger this. And I want
trilogy
to
of just
tease the
famous
next one.
people. What's that?
Chauncey is going to apologize to Johnny Depp in the next episode for what he said about Iraq and Afghanistan in 2003. That's what I promise you. Chauncey will eventually apologize, and this is how I'm going to get
Wow.
Depp on the show, to
That's a
Johnny
big
Depp for
call.
what the mistakes. Yeah, well, that's going to be for next time. This is so bad. The defamation is so bad. Depp had threatened Chauncey that he was going to change the name of the magazine to Depping Out Magazine when he's done with him. So that's the next time. That's good. But this is the last clip. So this is Stuttering John and Grillo talking about Howard cheating on Allison on the set of Private Parts with Mary McCormack at around midnight.
Nice.
Weird things when I worked with Howard on Private Parts every day.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there were days that he stayed at Silver Cup, right?
Yeah.
And when he stayed over at Silver Cup, I don't know if anybody knows this, but his overnight PA was Eli Roth, who was from the Cabin Fever. He's a huge he did Death Wish. He's a huge director now, but Eli Roth was writing Cabin Fever when he did the overnights with Howard. But there was a weird thing because I would everybody would rap and.
Oh, thank you, Concho Pete. Yes, because Charlie Sheen was with the Heidi Fleiss and everything. Charlie Sheen eventually married Denise Richards, and right, the whole Pauly Shore thing gets exactly right. Charlie Sheen was involved in that.
Howard would go upstairs, and Eli would come in, and no, there was whoever played Allison. What's her name?
So everybody got to think. So Howard's got to think. Silver Cup Studios gave him this huge apartment, and he had security watching him. And Grillo was, I guess, off and on with Eli Roth. And so they switched, and they knew what was going on. And so now Mary McCormack is visiting him in odd times, and he just doesn't understand what's going on.
No, there was whoever played Allison. What's her name?
Mary McCormack.
Mary McCormack. There was no reason for a layover between. Why would Eli know who Mary McCormack was? Right?
Yeah.
And then at the rap party, Mary McCormack and Eli were like, "What's up? How are you?" And I'm like, "How the fuck do they know each Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Well,
I went,
well,
oh, shit. I went, oh, my God. How do they know each other? Eli, I was there every night. I saw Howard go up to his thing and the fucking crew rap.
So just
and
to
no one else was there.
So just to save you both from a lawsuit, the idea here is that Howard was sleeping with his co-star, Mary McCormack.
I don't know. You make your own assumption.
Yeah.
All I know is, overnight PA.
Let me just ask you a question. No, but here's the But here's the thing. I don't know what Howard did when he was married to Allison, but I do, from a very reliable source, know that there was. Let's just say Howard and Mary were more than friends. At least.
Right, Sunflower. That's right. So that's what he told Beth. With Carrie Stevens, what we heard is probably exactly what he thinks Beth might be listening. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Know that there was. Let's just say Howard and Mary were more than friends. At least after Howard's divorce. Let's just say that.
Okay.
I that can be corroborated. But I'm not going to say what they did. All I'm going to say is, like, I didn't put this in the book because anyone to get sued. But since, let's just say I don't know what I'm allowed to say. I'm not in a.
John was the only one to dish on Howard in his book. And it was a big deal for a while. He was the only one to kind of go there. And he was kind of involved in the Pelican brief and everything, as were we. John Lorello. Yeah, so they never hooked up again. All right. I believe you.
Attorney, so Royce, you.
Well, no, but I mean, it sounds like that. What
John,
I was saying
you're
wasn't
not an
that far
attorney?
off.
What'd you say, Royce?
It sounds like what I was suggesting isn't far off.
Yeah. But I don't
decode in between.
But I don't know when or if it happened. But I heard a story about something happening with Howard and Mary but I don't want to say for sure because I can get sued. But
maybe they were trying to negotiate a sequel.
All I know that what is 100% true is I left Howard there every day by himself with Eli Roth, and nobody else was there. I was there every day, John, every single day of that fucking shoot. And when I left, there was nobody there.
Well,
and the fact I don't know how the fuck Eli Roth and Mary McCormack were so close.
Well, maybe that explains why Allison got married 7 months after the divorce.
That suggests.
And why Mary McCormack's kid has a big nose.
Give it to Grillo there. Great line. Great way to end that. That's I believe every word. Grillo is many things, but a liar is not one of them. I don't.
No, Grillo doesn't lie. No.
No, man. I believe every word of that. That's great gossip. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Chauncey, I want to thank you again. We cannot wait to have you back for part 3 because there's still so much more with you.
And thank you for having my daughter on. I think she really got
I was just going to thank you for that. She's such a sweet girl. God, what a cherubic, angelic gem she is.
I'm a very proud daddy. I really am.
You seem like a great dad, and I don't say that very easily.
No, we're two peas in a pod. We're great.
You couldn't look happier. She couldn't look happier. I mean, Christmas is coming. Have a great Thanksgiving.
I'm taking a skiing up in the Alps.
Oh wow!
For a little while, we're gonna have a great time, and you guys are awesome. You guys, you bring back so many memories that have long been buried in my head. And I look at it now from a whole different perspective. Like I can look at it back now and laugh with you guys.
Your memory is incredible. I mean, it comes to you.
You guys bring it out of me. Like if I sat there and laid in bed all night, I don't think I would remember half the stuff. But talking to you guys, it all starts to flow out of me.
Do you realize Artie's been off the show for 15 years now?
Wow!
Isn't that crazy?
And for me, I think it's been 25.
Yeah.
2004 was my last.
2005. Yep.
20 years.
I still have so many good stuff with you after this. You have this huge fight with, I'll just tease it for next time. You have this huge fight with Howard, Gary, and Ronnie about you begging him to be on the show. And they eventually create a position that should have gone to you that probably went to Shuley, which is the same thing they did to Big Black with fucking JD. They gave JD the job that should have went to Big Black. Who was calling in with VHS tapes, doing his
it was
job.
All timing. The things that happened to me all happened. You could say the best time or worst time. I say it was the best time because it got me out of all that.
Easily. Easily. Mr. D, you're right. Howard's, look at the wig. What were we thinking at that time? How do we, I know. You're right.
And, you know, and if you ever find a clip, there's another great one where Tom Chiusano called me at my office because he wanted to start a free magazine too.
Oh,
and,
God.
Oh, it's so great. And I had it recorded, and Howard got it, and he destroyed Tom. But he wanted to start his own Stepping Out.
But it's just ridiculous. Like he should have. First of all, he's making up stories, and you call him on it that you were crying with him and stuff, and you could tell he's lying throughout the whole thing. You're on the phone and you're arguing with 4 people at the same time, which is amazing enough while they lower your mic and talk over you and stuff. That's for next time. It's a great fight.
Next time. Okay.
And yet, YNW Vinny's Howard and Mary were effing source. True. Trust me, bro. That's right. Check your sources. Chauncey is an awesome guest, Sky Spectre. I agree. Good dads, says Sunflower Dragon, are the greatest thing in the world. I agree. I completely agree.
There's nothing better than being a dad to a little girl. It's the
and
greatest
you've been a
thing.
dad. You've been a great dad for 12 years, right? I mean, going back.
Well, I didn't come into Poppy's life until she was 5.
Thanks to me.
Thanks to you. Yeah. Otherwise, I would have had a 30-year-old with red hair knocking on my door.
Oh my God! But
Jersey
she
City.
is, yeah, she is all that, and God damn it! I mean, that's what it goes. I know it's a cliche. I know all the white people parents say this, but it does go really fast. And enjoy every flipping moment.
It does. Well, whenever I take her videos of her or pictures, she gets mad at me. But I say, Poppy, when you leave, when you're gone, and I'm all alone in the old man's home, all I'm gonna have are these memories. I said, you gotta leave me all of this stuff because I'm not gonna have you forever. So please, this is for me. And then she goes, oh, you make me feel guilty. Okay, go ahead.
And Chauncey, all you got to do is get a walk-in shower, and there'll be no assisted living facility. That's all. It's all about the bathroom. Just get a walk-in shower, and you're fine for the rest of your life.
I'm writing that down.
Yes, Mr. D, Chauncey is invaluable. Absolutely. You don't even know the half of it. It's endless.
It is endless.
And an American treasure. It is. Bon, you have anything to say? Oh, Bon, you want to play the Donnie Brasco thing you did for Sarah to end it? Bon, did he cut out on me, motherfucker? I guess we'll do it next time. He had he had some. Chauncey, I cannot thank you enough. Let's send you out with David. In fact, here we go.
Okay.
And then I'll play the and we'll cut out after this. Ready?
Okay.